験をやめよう。Sekiro!
Ooh, I've been waiting for this one. And not just because Kotaro and the Taro Troupe are in it either. While each FromSoft game has its own identity in the series, none stand out more than Sekiro right here, with it drawing heavy inspiration from both the Sengoku era of Japanese history and lots of Japanese folklore, which does a phenomenal job at making this world feel really alive outside of just our main character. But it also makes it incredibly hard for people with lives to fully understand, since knowing the lore is only half the battle in this game. The other half being the meaning in just about everything. The world, the characters, the climactic fights, everything. For example, you'll have an apparition that's inspired by 2 different Japanese yokai, as well as a real historical practice of samurai collecting the heads of their enemies. And then, it of course has its own place in the world of Sekiro that we can finally put together with all that other information. Needless to say, we're going to be falling down a lot of rabbit holes in this one. But if this is the first video of mine that you've ever clicked on, arigato gozaimasu. On top of just the rabbit holes, I'll also be breaking down the main story of Sekiro along with every boss, area, and plenty of other interesting things as we play. Like how monkey booze is created very rarely whenever a monkey leaves fruit inside of a hollow tree and it begins to ferment. We can even enjoy it with our pat-pat. And another unique thing about Sekiro compared to the rest of From Software's catalog is the narrative being front and center. So this video is going to be a bit unique in this series too. At the end of each act in this game, I'm going to disappear and simply let the climax play out once you have the full context to everything happening. No HUD, no cuts, just the themes blasting and straight hands being thrown. The game at its best in my opinion. It's gonna get real emotional in this one too. If you're a fan of the channel, you might have already deduced that I'm kind of a sucker for a lot of these characters. And my boys right here really tug on my heartstrings, what can I say? And since Sekiro takes place during an actual point in history rather than a totally made up world, we also need to immerse ourselves in Sengoku Japan. From Software felt that this was important too, as this is the only modern game of theirs where Japanese is the default language, not your native language, unless you're Japanese. So, with the blessing of the people as well, we'll be playing in Japanese this time around, if for no other reason than to just hear this guy. But if you need to throw me in the background, don't worry, I'm still explaining everything in English. You'll just need to use 150% of your brain during the cutscenes until I explain what just happened. I'm also going to briefly go over the current state of Japan when this game takes place, as I feel like it really helps you understand a lot of the actions and motivations behind a lot of things happening in Ashina, especially the ominous interior ministry of this game. But if you're already aware of the current state of things, feel free to just jump ahead to the next chapter. Otherwise, let's all jump on the fucking magic school bus or whatever and go back to the very end of the Sengoku era of Japanese history. The Sengoku era, or the Warring States period of Japanese history, is almost completely defined by all of the civil conflict that was happening in the country. To make a very long story short, as this isn't a history video, back in the 15th century, Japan operated under a feudal system. You know, peasants and merchants at the bottom, military, landowners, and ruling class sandwiched in the middle, and then your nobility and your emperor on top. However, these prestigious roles at the top were mostly just figurehead positions. And while they were of course highly respected, the true power was held by the shogunate. They were the ones who had control over the nation's military, collected taxes, and were in charge of maintaining civility in the country as a whole. You can think of them as military dictators. And while Japan operated under this structure for hundreds of years at this point, the central government's control over the nation began to weaken as time went on. The people began to find it increasingly ineffective at solving the nation's problems, the economy was unstable, and the Onin War, the civil war that essentially kickstarted the Sengoku era. The details aren't important to our game, but it put the shogun's inability to lead the nation on full display. The people didn't just lose faith in the current shogun, but the effectiveness of the role as a whole. So, when the shogun began to lose its power in this feudal system, guess what happened as a side effect? Yes, little Billy, you're absolutely right. The class directly underneath it, the daimyo, began to gain power, or the regional landowners, empires. While that description doesn't make them sound very menacing, these were not your usual kind of lame tea-sipping nobles. These daimyo each commanded their own large estates with their own military forces to match. So when the shogun role that had been leading Japan for centuries lost what little power it had left, the daimyo saw an opportunity. During this lack of consolidated power in Japan, many of these regional warlords were like, hey, this seems like a good time to go to war with that asshole next door for their land, power, money, world-famous brownie recipe, you get it. It's not like the central government's gonna be able to stop them anymore. And the most ambitious of the daimyo were even vying for control of the entire country. So with these clans fighting for land across the entire nation, previous power structures being broken down, vassals rebelling against their own lords, and on top of all that, while gunpowder had already made its way to Japan, Europe introduced matchlock firearms to the people here just to make the Sengoku era even more fucking insane. So needless to say, it was complete chaos throughout the entire nation and a brutal time to live in for sure. And our game Sekiro takes place at the very end of this tumultuous time in Japanese history. Prior to the main events of Sekiro, the province that this game takes place in was under control by a man known as General Tamura. The only problem being the fact that this humble piece of land was not enough for him. He wanted to rule over all of Japan. And while the quality of life during his reign isn't really made apparent to us, it seems safe to say that this grand ambition of his led to him neglecting the people here. And while he may have imagined his future home in Kyoto, this land was everything to the people that live here. And now knowing the current state of things at the time, I'm sure you can imagine what happened next. A bloody rebellion where tons of people died, of course. And while many people would give their lives during this rebellion, it wouldn't have been remotely possible without some important people to the world and story of Sekiro as a whole. The first notable figure is the one that would go on to directly challenge General Tamura for his position, Isshin Ashina. Sorry, it's a little hard to hide my excitement, I love this dude. Not only did he command enough respect from the people here to fight by his side in a rebellion against Tamura, but he's also known throughout all of Japan for his legendary combat skills. Seriously, just consider him the best swordsman in the world as we know it. And those skills of his led to him earning the title of Sword Saint. Don't let the name fool you though, he excels at much more than just the sword. You see, the Ashina clan is known for their win at all costs kind of mentality during war, constantly polishing his technique in the blood of his enemies. He had the training and discipline of a samurai, but was also equipped with the cunning and underhanded tactics of a shinobi. So pretty much, if you ran into this guy on a battlefield, you're dead as shit. But despite how powerful Isshin Ashina was, one man can't hope to launch a rebellion by themselves. So he recruited some very powerful people from the land to help him in his cause, all of which will come up multiple times throughout the video. The Great Shinobi Owl, the Master of Illusions Lady Butterfly, the Demon Gyobu Masataka Oniwa, don't forget to say his full name by the way, and last but not least, the Shinobi Orangutan, who spent years refining his skills in the Sunken Valley fighting against monkeys. Needless to say, he's definitely my favorite. And in the midst of this rebellion, Isshin eventually met General Tamura face to face, where they would go on to decide the fate of this land once and for all. An absolute victory for Isshin. You could see that win at all costs kind of mentality that I was talking about when you see him stab Tamura's foot right off the bat. Seems kind of underhanded, but if you were fighting an 800-pound man, you'd probably stab his foot too. And it's here that Isshin Ashina officially took control of what is now known as the land of Ashina. But this was not without consequence, of course. While all of the notable figures that I mentioned earlier survived, many of the soldiers, women, and even children were not so lucky. Bodies were left to rot on the battlefield. Houses and crops were burned down to ashes. There was no life to be found in a place so filled with death, or so it seemed. After the rebellion, the Great Shinobi Owl found something in the middle of all this death and decay while looting the dead bodies.
野良犬が心すらなくしたか。ああ、共に来るか、飢えた狼よ。
Whether he was impressed by the boy's apathetic reaction to being faced with death, his ability to somehow survive in such a lifeless place, or genuine remorse, we don't know yet. But regardless of his own reasons, Owl would go on to adopt this starving wolf as his own son. And as Owl himself is a great shinobi, he would go on to train Wolf as well, him becoming a master shinobi in his own right. And from the time he found this broken young boy on the battlefield, he began drilling something known as the shinobi code into the child's head. Essentially, his father's word is absolute. No questions asked. And the master he serves is second. That's it. It would seem that love is not a staple of shinobi households. But this is the man that saved Wolf's life after all, so who is he to question him? And after a time, he's shown the master that he is required to protect at any and all costs by his father. Although, we don't get a look at him for ourselves just yet. And while you and I may look at something like the Shinobi Code as just a set of arbitrary rules, this is how Wolf understands the world. Never asking any questions or thinking for himself, just always doing what must be done. And that finally brings us to the current day, about 20 years after Isshin's rebellion. And while the people of Ashina were very happy under his reign, the legend was finally faced with an enemy that he could not defeat: disease. Isshin Ashina contracted a terminal illness, leaving him completely bedridden. And as this is the end of the Sengoku era, the central government of Japan was once again gaining control of the nation. So, with Isshin sick, Ashina was left completely vulnerable. This, however, did not really concern Wolf, as he had been serving both his father and master for a time now. Until, all of a sudden, without any of the context as to what may have happened, we find out that the shinobi known as Wolf had lost everything. Both the man who took him in and the boy that he had sworn to protect. And it's only after this loss that our story truly begins. It's inside this well that we see Wolf, and without his father or his master, what is he supposed to do? There was no third rule in the Iron Code where you think for yourself after all. So, like a loyal dog without his father or master, Wolf no longer had any reason to live as he saw it, choosing to just waste away inside of this well until he dies. That is, until one day when a mysterious woman appears.
忍びよ、目覚めてください。あなたの主のために。
Leaving a letter to the shinobi who had given up on life. Kuro's Wolf, your destiny awaits you at the Moonview Tower. Escape from the well and find the tower bathed in moonlight. Even without a blade, you can reach it. Stay silent, stay vigilant. And this cryptic letter is enough to breathe life into the Master Shinobi once again. I mean, after all, the Master he thought was dead is actually still alive. And taking a closer look at Wolf's face, you can see that he has some kind of gray birthmark looking thing. Something that wasn't there when he was a child or when he first saw his master just a few years back. So, seems like something else. But this is no time to get lost in Wolf's eyes. After all, our master is alive and waiting for us. As we do not have a sword though, we must use our wits and mostly the large grass to stay hidden from the Ashina soldiers. We can overhear some guards talking about how they're aware of Wolf, but let him be since he no longer had any will to live. And surely that won't backfire to an unbelievable degree. You'll quickly pick up on the fact that the Ashina military has hired a lot of incompetent idiots in the last 20 years. Another pair in the building clues us in on the current situation. Wolf's master is supposedly only a boy that's known as the Divine Heir, and someone known as Lord Genichiro is keeping him locked up in that Moonview Tower for some reason. I hate him already. Another unique thing about Sekiro compared to other From Software games is that on top of just item descriptions, a lot of important information is hidden behind easy to miss dialogues. Thankfully, Wolf is great at eavesdropping on other people without their permission, but after enough Wolf parkour, he manages to reach the moonlit tower to reunite with his master.
Yoku 来てくれた。久しいな、狼よ。
お迎えに参上いたしました。我が主。
表を上げよ。くさび丸、そなたの刀だ。我が忍びよ。主従の約定に従い、命を賭し、我に仕えよ。
御意。
So not only is Wolf's master alive, but he really is just a child. One that returns Wolf's sword Kusabimaru back to him. A blade that beseeches a shinobi's role is to kill. But even a shinobi must not forget mercy, and that the blade itself may manifest this mantra. Now, beyond the obvious function, swords have a very deep spiritual significance in a lot of Japanese culture. It was believed that the spirit of the swordsmith, the owner, and the battles that were fought with the blade can imbue swords with a will of their own. And as Wolf has been raised as a shinobi since he was just a child, he's not exactly good at showing his emotions. So the mantra that his sword manifests is a really good first insight into who Wolf really is. A big softie, at least by Sengoku Japan standards. And when speaking to his master Kuro, it seems that unlike him, the child has no issue showing his kindness, immediately giving Wolf something insanely valuable to heal his wounds after wasting away inside of the well. A healing gourd that constantly replenishes its medicinal waters. Damn! This medical marvel was created by an apprentice of the extraordinary Dr. Dogen. And while we never meet them in the game, Dogen's legacy very much lives on inside of Ashina. But after receiving such an amazing gift, it's revealed that just like us, Wolf seems to have no memory of how he lost everything either.
あの世のこと、覚えておらぬのか。
はい。
いや、司祭は後にしよう。
This meeting also gives us a good look at the dynamic between these two. While Wolf is respectful and loyal to both his master and the code by extension, Kuro just seems happy to have reunited with his long-lost friend. And because the master's word is a close second to father's, whatever Kuro says goes. So this child is the one who needs to come up with an escape plan, while Wolf does all the heavy lifting. Thankfully, Kuro isn't just kind, but smart too. And we also find out that he has a connection to none other than the Isshin Ashina. Speaking of a secret passage out of Ashina that they can use to escape. And now with our Kusabimaru returned to us, we can teach those shit talkers a lesson from earlier, with the sounds of the beautiful parries echoing through the area. Years later, and I'm not anywhere close to being sick of that sound. But after getting warmed up a bit, we encounter our first mini-boss of the game, leader Shigenori Yamauchi. Now for the most part, this guy is kind of a nobody, no offense. Not really much to talk about with him specifically. His family name, Yamauchi, however, will come up multiple times throughout encounters just like this. So, this Yamauchi clan, while not important to the story, seems to hold many places in the ranks of Ashina's military. Shigenori seems to be the godric runt of the litter of the family though, as his role was to be our tutorial boss, which of course is nothing to a master shinobi. It's really easy to forget that Wolf is already at an incredibly high level when we start playing. But keep in mind that he's been wasting away inside of a well for much longer than you probably realized. So he's not exactly in tip-top shape right now, but it's still more than enough for Shigenori. While maneuvering our way through the Ashina Reservoir, we can listen in on some more soldiers talking about the current situation. And apparently, war could break out at any minute now. These soldiers were also ordered to guard the exact secret passage we're heading to, so we need to move. Our master's counting on us to clear the way. And under the bridge, we run into our first rat of the game. I know, you must be dying to know the story of our strange little friend right here, but now is not the time. So, when Wolf finally reaches the entrance, he uses a whistle that the two have always used to signal each other.
Okamiyo, よく見つけてくれた。さあ、参ろう。
御意。
血の定めから逃れることしかできぬとはな。
Running from the fated bloodline, huh? We also get yet another look into the relationship between these two. And even when Kuro asks him what he wants to do, he simply opts to follow whatever Kuro decides.
そなたはどう思う？
御意のままに。
御意か。そなたは変わらぬな。
は。
いや、懐かしいと思うてな。
But Kuro seems to find his aloof demeanor pretty endearing. After meeting Kuro, it's not that hard to see why life flowed right back into Wolf after learning of his safety. Wolf has lived an extremely hard life, so I would imagine that having a master like Kuro here must have been really special for him. Even more of a reason for us to protect our young lord from danger. At the end of this passage is a beautiful field of silvergrass, along with someone who clearly knows what we're up to.
久しいな、巫女よ。叔父上の墓前以来か。
源一郎殿。私はすまぬ。
お任せを。
邪魔立てするか、巫女の忍びを。
Lord Genichiro, or Genichiro Ashina, the adopted grandson of Isshin Ashina himself. He is the one who is set to inherit this land after Isshin's death. While originally born a peasant, he was adopted by the Ashina family shortly after his mother's death. And whatever Isshin and Genichiro are on paper, they're very much family. And as strong and charismatic as Isshin Ashina was, you could not ask for a better influence for a peasant child that wanted to prove himself. But Isshin Ashina's shoes would be impossible for any one man to fill. But for one reason or another, here he stands blocking our escape route, desperate to get his hands on Kuro, who he also referred to as the Divine Heir. So it does seem like our kind-hearted master is definitely not your average kid. And unsurprisingly, the grandson of Isshin Ashina is incredibly powerful in his own right, strong enough to push both the player and Wolf to his limit during their fight.
"忍びとてこの程度か。巫女はもらっていくぞ。
And after having just reunited with his master, once again, Wolf has lost everything. Genichiro didn't just take Kuro, but also Wolf's left arm. And even if you're a god among men and beat Genichiro right here, he still bests him with the help of one of his men distracting Wolf with a shuriken, leading to the same outcome, his death. Or, at least, that's what it looked like.
これは。
目覚めたようじゃな。どうやら まだ日の定めではないと見える。
As we see Wolf waking up, seemingly nursed back to health by this strange, big-footed man. And not only that, but he also replaced his severed arm with a brand new prosthetic. And taking a closer look at our savior, he too seems to be missing a left arm, strangely enough. So just who is this guy? After all, someone doesn't just save your life as well as give you their prosthetic arm and expect nothing in return.
お前さん、名は何と言え。その目、さしずめ、任に敗れた狼といったところか。
言えぬ。
それが忍びじゃな。わしは仏を掘らなきゃならん。お前さんはお前さんで好きにしな。
Wait, really? No strings attached. Oh, my savior! Realizing that the man doesn't mean him any harm, Wolf begins asking about what just happened. First, about his new arm, the shinobi prosthetic. A fitting fang for a one-armed wolf that has way more capabilities than a lame normal arm. And he gave it to Wolf because such a versatile device did not really help him in carving Buddhas. And looking around this dilapidated temple, it seems that carving Buddhas is all that this sculptor does. He also didn't even know if Wolf was alive when he was dragging his body back here, then revealing something that, once again, gives Wolf a new purpose.
主の主はまだ生きておるぞ。
Apparently, Genichiro wants to make use of Kuro's bloodline, something that is called the Dragon's Heritage. And these strange things happening to Wolf's body is not a second puberty, but it's due to Kuro's blood. The sculptor also mentions a strange visitor nearby that he thinks that we'll get along with. And yeah, we're really free to go. What a nice dude. Maybe we should get him some shoes as a thank you to cover those piggies. Before leaving the temple though, we also notice the one kind-looking Buddha statue in this whole place. The sculptor tells us that this was made by the true sculptor and helps a man confront what is inside of him. And considering Wolf's lack of memories, I'd say that he could probably get some value out of it. For now though, it doesn't have anything to offer us. And just outside is a woman standing near the entrance.
誠に息を吹き返したのですね。流因の力。この目でしかと見ることになるとは。
何者だ？
エマと言います。
So this is Emma, and while she refuses to tell us which master she serves, she claims that she wants to assist us on our mission to recover Kuro. More importantly though, she claims that we did in fact not survive our duel with Genichiro. Rather, the power of the dragon's blood brought us back to life. And all of a sudden, a lot of what happened up to this point makes a lot more sense. Kuro seems to have been born with special blood called the Dragon's Heritage, something capable of bringing the dead back to life of all things, meaning that Kuro had to have given Wolf some of his blood and now he is able to use this power to literally come back from the dead, which also explains why Genichiro Ashina would be so interested in just a mere boy. Someone with a power like that could not only change Ashina, but the entire world. It also makes sense why a child would just want to run away from all of this. Back to Emma though, she reveals that she is the same assistant of Dogen's that created the healing gourd that Kuro gave us earlier. Turns out though that it was originally intended for Kuro, but our kind master thought it would be better suited for Wolf instead. I will find you, Genichiro, and I will kill you. Emma also makes a strange request.
少し顔を見せてください。
何？
白いあざ。これは生まれつきですか？
So it turns out that that weird gray birthmark is directly related to the dragon's heritage as well. So that explains why we didn't see it on him as a child or when he was shown Kuro for the first time by Owl. Thanks for the assist in explaining things, Emma. Wolf may not trust you yet, but I do. And the one final guest for us to meet before finally setting off. The same one the sculptor thought that we would get along with. And he's a little weird.
そこもとよ。ぜひそれがしと立ち会ってもらおう。
Oh shit, alright then. It really did not need to end this way.
やはり死なぬわな。
This is Hanbei the Undying, And unlike us, he is not brought back by the dragon's heritage. Infested is what he calls himself. While in the game, Hanbei doesn't really have that much going on, he actually got his own side story that was supervised by From Software themselves. Something they don't do for just any side story or manga regarding their properties. And while I couldn't find anything in it that contradicts anything in the main story of Sekiro, I'd still rather not take everything in it as fact. I will, however, be referring to it every now and again. But when we meet him, he seems to view an incredible thing like immortality as nothing but a curse. So him challenging us was him somehow hoping that we'd be the ones to finally kill him for good. For trying our best though, he offers us a warm body to practice our shinobi techniques on. Come on, I'm sure you're worth more than that, Hanbei. But with our lengthy prologue and introductions out of the way, the adventure finally begins. It doesn't take long for us to see just how incredible this new arm is, allowing Wolf to grapple up to places that he couldn't normally reach. And from here, we can get a good look at our goal, Ashina Castle, where Genichiro is keeping my son held hostage. We also immediately come across what's known as a sculptor's idol, which is our bonfire, lantern, site of grace, whatever you want to call it. But what is it really? Your first guess is probably that it was something made by the sculptor who just saved our lives. But without spoiling anything, these things are in places that our barefooted guardian angel has definitely never been to. So unless you want to just write them off as a gameplay mechanic, I buy into the fan theory that these are places that remind Wolf of Buddha, and they act as places for him to meditate and rest. Buddha and Buddhism as a whole will come up quite a few times throughout this video, as well as some other prominent Japanese religions. While Buddhism had already been well established in Japan, the chaos of this era led to many finding safety in these monasteries. Even if they weren't religious themselves, these temples would offer protection in the way of warrior monks, a monk who engages in both spiritual devotion and combat. Ashina even has its own Buddhist temple atop Mount Kongo that's called Senpou Temple, but more on that unbelievably unholy place later. After all, our young lord awaits us. So, we finally enter the outskirts of Ashina. Ow! Welcome to the outskirts of Ashina. Incredibly cold, incredibly high up, and incredibly hard to get around if you don't have a grappling hook. I don't know how the people here do it. But despite all of this, it's really pretty to look at, I gotta say. Mountains are everywhere, and there's just a never-ending snowfall. Snow that ends up combining with all of the ash around this place. And looking around, it seems like this place hasn't been taken care of very well lately. Back to Wolf though, while Sekiro is very much a combat-based game, don't forget that our guy here is a master shinobi, an expert at creeping up on his haters, allowing you to choose the loud approach or the quiet stealth killing approach. Which is great, because God knows that there's some enemies in this game that I just do not want to deal with. But the Ashina military definitely does not fit in that category, which is awesome because they're all over the place. We overheard earlier that Ashina is preparing for war, so we picked a shitty time to make our way to the castle. Troops are stationed all over the place. It also explains why we don't bump into any normal people just living their lives. But remember, despite us being stuck in the middle of this conflict, it has nothing to do with Wolf or Kuro. More importantly though, look at the size of this big-ass bird. Ashina roosters do not fuck around. Unironically, a great source of food for the people here if they have the courage to challenge such a magnificent creature. I do have something that might explain their size, but our insight is not high enough yet. We have a whole lot more to learn about Ashina. Just nearby is a broken building with a dead body inside holding a shuriken wheel, one of many shinobi tools we can make use of with our prosthetic. It's also a device made by Emma's master, Doujun. Maybe the sculptor could help us with the installation process. On the way back though, guess who finally showed up? The infamous From Software dogs, of course. This time, they're tamed by the soldiers because, you know, God forbid they're ever on our side. And after making our way back to the temple, the sculptor is, of course, more than willing to help us out. However, as he starts discussing the practical use of it, his tone begins to shift.
殺す相手なりの殺し方を持つ。そういうことじゃ。
随分と詳しい。
いかんな。いつまでも血生臭いことを言うておるから仏の顔も鬼になるのよ。
The more he speaks of bloodshed, the more demonic his sculptures become, huh? It really seems like this nice guy is atoning for something, which would explain why he would show such kindness to a stranger. While still odd, it definitely seems as though this sculptor really is trying to help us. Wolf slowly coming to the same conclusion as well. So after the sculptor installs our new shuriken wheel, we make our way back to the outskirts, where we meet our next mini-boss, General Naomori Kawurata, a general of the Ashina army, them being known throughout the entire nation due to all of them being skilled in the Ashina sword style. Remember that Isshin Ashina is a name that is feared throughout the entire nation. So hopefully me building up the general like that makes it a little less embarrassing that I died. But just when Wolf is about to die once again,
狼よ、我が血と共に生きてくれ。 And just like that, we've never been so back. We can also see just how powerful the dragon's heritage really is. And going off of that faint memory, it seems like Kuro gave Wolf this incredible ability by his own decision rather than someone else's. And let me tell you, you'll see just how much people are willing to give up for a gift like that. So Kuro must truly trust Wolf to give him such a special thing. A gift that I wasted on fucking General Kawurata. Since I usually replay this game every year or two, I'm used to getting my ass beat in Act 1 before everything clicks again. The first time I played this game, I probably died to General Kawurata like 10 times. I'm not kidding. Forcing a Souls fan to fight their inner urge to roll away is always a challenge, even after multiple playthroughs. So if you're new to this game and you're struggling early on, you're not alone, trust me. But thanks to our young lord, we pull through, rewarding us with both a gourd seed and a prayer bead. The gourd seed giving us an extra heal, and the prayer bead by itself does nothing. But after gaining 4 of these, we can increase Wolf's vitality and posture. Since we did die though, let's go check back in with Emma since she was curious about the dragon's heritage. And yep, just as we thought, Wolf is able to come back from the dead. Repeatedly. The weirdest part of all of this though is that Wolf is genuinely taken back by the news. Not only should he know about Kuro's ability considering it's his master, but he himself has no memory of ever even receiving it. Although, just like the sculptor, Wolf seems to be warming up to Emma ever so slightly after she upgrades his gourd.
妙な薬だ。
妙ですか。悪い気はしません。
Don't listen to him, Emma. I don't think your self-replenishing healing gourd is weird at all. Before going back to the outskirts, though, Emma ominously mentions that she does not think the power of resurrection comes without a cost. Wolf himself seems to be completely fine, but it's something to keep in the back of our heads for sure. While clearing out the outskirts of Ashina soldiers, everything seems under control before this beast of a man turns the corner, causing me to instinctually back up because of his insane aura. What you're looking at is none other than a member of the Taro troop. Guess what Taro means in Japanese? Big boy! Is that not fucking hilarious? I love it so much. The Big Boy troop. And my god, do they live up to their name. Believe it or not, everyone in this troop shares the big boy in front of us's features. So how did they get so big in the first place? Persimmons, of course. Yes, as in the fruit. Taro persimmons, to be specific. While it doesn't outright confirm it, the Taro troop is raised eating these things. They even know when the best time to pick them are. So this diet of Taro persimmons from a young age seems to have led to these big fellas that Ashina has hired to help them in the upcoming war. And while many of them hate us on sight, I cannot find it in my heart to hate them back. This is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. We also run into our first member of the memorial mob, me speaking directly to his ass because I forgot his face is on the other side. And this memorial mob sells items that they pillage off of corpses to be offered to the dead so that they may rest in peace. And wherever we find the dead, we will always find the memorial mob. Interestingly enough, he seems to somehow know that we have died ourselves before. So rather than an offering to the dead, we are able to buy things for ourselves since we've already died. Kind of like an offering to ourselves. It's kind of a weird workaround just to buy things, but these merchants have some great stuff, so, you know, whatever. The highlight of this merchant being Robert's firecrackers. Another shinobi tool that we want to get our hands on ASAP, although sadly, we lack the sen, the currency of Sekiro that is used for buying things. So, let's get our money up. While looting the area, we find an injured man right next to a broken building.
誰ぞ
そこにおるのか。
And when Wolf responds, he almost seems to recognize him weirdly enough.
その声。いや、まさかな。
So Inosuke here was a vassal of the Hirata family, and despite him being in such a horrible condition, his concern is directed towards his mother in the house next door, whose mental state has declined so much at this point that she can't even tell one person from another. Him begging us to look in on her. Wolf, I don't think checking in on a senile woman was in the shinobi code, but I mean, hey, if that's what you want to do. And Inosuke was right, as she believes us to be her son.
せがれよ、若様を見なかったかの。
Even when Wolf tells her the truth, she says that a mother knows her own son. Well, I guess we have a mom now. However, she keeps on mentioning a young master, even asking us to offer the young lord's bell charm to the kind Buddha back in the Dilapidated Temple. Something we will be sure to do when we have time. Inosuke is just grateful to us for humoring her. She is seriously lucky to have you, man. Take care of yourself. And, while morally questionable, we find a ton of sen just under her house that we help ourselves to. To pay her back, we'll take care of the angry roosters waiting outside of her house. And we managed to sneak up on another annoying member of Ashina's military. This time, a member of the Sunken Valley clan, widely known for their incredible eyesight and skills with long-range weapons. So, good thing that we're a master shinobi. Nearby, though, is what's known as a remnant, a phenomenon that, while never explained, seems to be representative of the bond that Wolf and Kuro share with the dragon's heritage, allowing us to see glimpses of the recent past through his experiences. In this one, we can see both Kuro and Emma mourning a dead member of the Hirata Estate, the same estate that Inosuke and his mother belonged to, as well as Kuro himself. And it seems as though nearly all of them died as a result of others wanting to get their hands on Kuro's blood. A lot of people would kill for eternal life. And just behind where we saw that remnant of the past, we meet another friend. Maybe.
おや？見覚えのある顔だ。ああ、忍びの旦那だ。
Anayama the Peddler, who seems to recognize Wolf oddly enough, stating that he hasn't seen Wolf since that night. And going back to when we first met up with Kuro, he too mentioned that night pretty ominously.
旦那、覚えてねえんですか?
Come on, Wolf, think! Nope, nothing. And Anayama mentions how he used to live a life as a thief, but that's now behind him. Now he lives an honest life as an info broker, as well as looting corpses and selling them to random people. However, he also offers to give us some much needed info about that night for $10, so why not? Revealing that night was Anayama's gang breaking into the Hirata Estate. And as the Hirata are a part of the Ashina family, they normally wouldn't have a problem fending off some simple thieves. However, this raid was orchestrated to happen at a time where many of the young samurai were away from home, leaving the estate and Kuro by extension more exposed than ever. So this was anything but a random raid. And when Anayama saw Wolf on that fateful night, he seemed to desperately be searching for something. So, while we still don't really understand what happened, it seems that the night that this Hirata estate was invaded was the same night that Wolf lost both his father and Kuro for the first time. After all, Kuro asked him if he was still injured after that night. So W. Anayama, one of the rare Souls NPCs that doesn't laugh in our face and actually gives us some helpful context. Back to the main path though, we can eavesdrop on some more soldiers, them fearing the so-called big bastard tied up right next to them. Also, that the big bastard has a weakness to fire. Interesting. While not fire per se, I'd imagine he wouldn't be a fan of firecrackers either. Robert's firecrackers! That joke will make sense a little bit later. These were actually brought here all the way from the southern seas. Little Robert and his father would sell these firecrackers to raise funds for their travels to Ashina. They wanted to come to Japan and Ashina specifically due to the rumors of the Undying. The father simply wanting to extend poor Robert's life. Aw, what a nice dad. Robert very well could have had some kind of sickness, or maybe he just wanted to be able to give his son the best life possible in his eyes. This also confirms that rumors of Ashina's immortality have spread even beyond just Japan. And as this is the late 1500s or early 1600s, it wasn't exactly easy for rumors to span entire oceans, you know what I mean? And looking at Ashina as a whole, one thing that you'll realize as we play is that this land kind of sucks ass. Don't get me wrong, it's very beautiful, but in terms of practicality or strategic resources, it's very lacking compared to other places in Japan. Lots of mountains and places that are difficult to traverse too. Not everyone has Wolf's grappling hook. However, what gives this land so much value to potential invaders is none other than these rumors of immortality, with the Sword Saint Isshin Ashina being the only thing stopping so many of these invaders. But of course, Robert and his father were not invaders, just a father trying to help his son. Forget the sappy stuff though, let's take on that big bastard. And yeah, that seems like a pretty apt description looking at this guy, the Chained Ogre. While the Taro troop were some big boys, this thing looks more like an actual monster, with his red eyes being the most standout feature besides his size. But while we don't know much regarding the ogre for now, we do know from those enemies that I killed in cold blood that he really doesn't like fire, or Little Robert's firecrackers. Another interesting thing about the Chained Ogre is that he's fucking impossible. Not really, obviously, I'm sure someone has already trained a goldfish to do it by now, but I don't think I've ever beaten him on my first try. Wolf, you need to move, man! Don't listen to past me, Wolf, you're doing great. I panicked, but the correct response would have been a jump above his grab. Self-reflection is very important in this game. A lot of people think Sekiro wants you to be perfect, but it really just requires you to learn from your many mistakes. Shadows die twice after all. At least that's what I tell myself to feel better. But if you don't want to bother getting good, you can always just bring some of Robert's firecrackers. A lot of Robert's firecrackers. Ugh, thank you, my goat. Another prayer bead for me, teehee. We also pick up a Nightjar Monocular so I can finally get some beautiful shots of Ashina for this video. This is used, unsurprisingly, by a group known as the Nightjars, a special force of Ashina's military that serves Isshin directly, and they specialize at keeping watch from the rooftops of Ashina Castle. As it says, not much escapes the eyes of a Nightjar. Thankfully, they aren't here in the outskirts, so we can avoid their wrath for the time being. And who's ready for another mini-boss? Except, this one is surrounded by an entire fighting force. So it's probably a better idea to flex our shinobi skills and take them all out before moving on to the big baddie. Shit! Thankfully, this is still a video game where the soldiers have the memory spans of a fish, so you can just hide and try again if you get busted. And speaking of stealth, you're also able to get an easy stealth death blow on quite a few of these field bosses, immediately wiping out one of their health bars just like we did to General Tenzen Yamauchi here. Hey, another Yamauchi! Honestly though, I don't see what Isshin saw in these losers. Nothing in the outskirts stands a chance against a master shinobi like me. Oh, it's a note.
Turn back if you value your life. You can't behead the headless. Our swords and pikes did nothing.
So, we're just going to go ahead and come back to that one in a little bit. Two big reasons. One, we need an item that we haven't gotten our hands on just yet. And the second and most important reason, I am scared. Besides, there's another scary thing waiting for us just ahead. As you can see, the bridge is out. Bummer. Thankfully, we have our trusty grappling hook to take the back way through the valley. And since nobody else around here has a cool prosthetic arm, I'd be surprised if we ran into any kind of life down here. So, meet the Great Serpent. If you couldn't piece it together, he's not exactly the friendliest guy. It's actually revered as a god of this land. Personally, this is the main reason why I would not be built for Ashina. I don't know how these people coexist with this thing just living in the valley. Needless to say, we are not able to kill a god before our first real boss. So for now, our only option is to sneak past him.
my god! Fathead! Oh, no matter how many times I play this game, that part will always scare the living shit out of me. We can see it retreat as well, probably to go see a gigantic snake eye doctor. And we successfully get to the other side of this broken down bridge. We also come across a herb catalog scrap while taking out a rat, which tells us about snap seeds which can break illusions, but more importantly, some info on our new mortal enemy. Specifically, that the denizens of the Sunken Valley would offer themselves to the Great Serpent, believing that if one wishes to become a bride, they must enter the belly of the serpent in the valley. The fuck? Only in Ashina, am I right? But weird ritual aside, it seems as though the residents of the Sunken Valley are the ones who worship this god. Not our problem anymore, though. In the area ahead, though, we can once again eavesdrop on some soldiers. Them noticing that there's a smoke signal near the castle gate. Them believing that it's from none other than Gyobu Masataka Oniwa, the demon. The same man who helped Isshin Ashina in his coup. Believe it or not, though, Isshin and Gyobu started off as enemies. Gyobu being a bandit that's entire group was swiftly defeated by Isshin. However, as Gyobu seems to value strength above all else, he was willing to serve Isshin. And despite being enemies, Isshin accepted his offer, with Gyobu going on to become one of his most trusted retainers even after all of these years. To give you an idea of just how much Isshin trusted him, he was gifted General Tamara's spear. Part of what made Isshin so loved by the people of Ashina and his supporters is that he made sure to repay those that helped him. Now that Isshin is gravely sick, however, Gyobu is working with Genichiro, his loyalty to the Ashina clan never wavering. And speaking of Genichiro, we're able to find yet another remnant, one of him and Kuro speaking after he was taken from Wolf in the beginning. So they are in fact at war with the Interior Ministry of Japan, them trying to take advantage of Isshin's condition to regain control of the land of Ashina. And thankfully, it appears that Genichiro is at least treating Kuro properly, although he directs Kuro's attention to all of the dead bodies, saying that Ashina cannot be defended by normal means anymore. So if we were to take Genichiro at his word here, he wants to use Kuro's power to be able to fend off this invasion from the Interior Ministry, as well as any other external threats that want to claim this land that he considers his home. But even if we do take Genichiro at his word, Kuro himself says that he does not wish to corrupt the lives of men. And Kuro's word is absolute, after all. And next up is an unexpectedly sad scene. This poor soldier is mourning the death of his brave horse, Kokage. Shh, you're with Kokage now. That could be our good deed of the day. And just up ahead is what looks to be a deserted battlefield, along with the smoke signals that Gyobu supposedly set. And since he's working with Genichiro, a fight is all but certain. This is also the only English line that I will be using in the whole video for obvious reasons.
My name is Gyobu Masataka Oniwa! As I breathe, you will not pass the castle gate!
So iconic. But here is the man himself, our first real boss. And he's on a horse no less. The horse's name is Onikage, by the way, which means demon shadow in English. Yeah, cool. His horse, Onikage, is also not a fan of Robert's firecrackers. Little Robert really has no idea how much I appreciate these. Gyobu Masataka Oniwa was most likely inspired by Yoshinao Oniniwa, or his son Tsunamoto Oniniwa. Both of them served as generals for the major daimyo warlord Masamune Date. He was also probably inspired by another famous samurai of the Sengoku period named Yukimura Sanada. Both rode a horse in a battle, both had an antler helmet, and both used a spear. Obviously, these things aren't super important to our story, but it goes to show you just how much thought went into a lot of these characters. And while fighting a giant samurai on a horse is really intimidating, Gyobu is very much a first boss. Which makes sense considering just how old he is at this point. While Gyobu was probably a force of nature during the rebellion, him and Isshin's generation is very much on their way out, so to speak. And the future is now, old man.
his last words being an apology to Genichiro for failing in his duty. Goodbye, Gyobu Masetaka Oniwa. Your name will live on in the heads of every Sekiro fan for all of eternity. Our reward is another shinobi tool and his memory. Reflecting on these memories of the main bosses is the only way to gain attack power in this game, at least until much later. So you'll always more or less be exactly where they want you to be strength-wise. Unless you skip some side or main bosses, of course. And now that this gigantic battlefield is ours, we begin the looting process, eventually finding the bodies of lone shadows. While we have not faced any ourselves just yet, these things are nightmares. The Interior Ministry's most trusted agents, with each of them having their own specialty, from poison to ninja hounds. Needless to say, whoever took these lone shadows out is someone that I do not want to mess with, the bodies leading to a masked figure inside.
ネズミがもう一匹。いや、その目。飢えた狼か。切る前に名を聞いてやる。名乗りわしに名乗る名などないか。忍びは大概そうじゃ。名乗らず死におる。じゃが、その左腕、忍び技師とは懐かしい。なるほど。石腕の狼か。気に入ったぞ。ならば、Sekiro、お主をそう呼ぼう。
お前は何だ。
わしはアシナの天狗よ。おうSekiro、お主もネズミ狩りをせぬか。
Tengu of Ashina! Is his carefree attitude not a breath of fresh air? Everyone is so serious because of the war or what's going on with Kuro, so it's really nice to meet a goofball. Also, wait, run that back.
石腕の狼か。気に入ったぞ。ならば、Sekiro。
He said it! So Sekiro directly translates to one-armed wolf. While it seems like it's nothing but a simple yet fitting nickname, I like to think of this name as something rather significant, if it being the name of the game didn't clue you in. With his father dead and Kuro kidnapped, Wolf is now acting on his own for the first time in his entire life. He's going to have to start making his own decisions and doing what he believes is right when Kuro is not around. So, I like to think that the Sekiro nickname is almost like this new version of Wolf. And over the course of the story, you'll see him slowly but surely transition from a loyal wolf into Sekiro, his own person. It's beautiful, really. I'm in the top 1% of Wolf fans, and so will you by the end of this video. Back to Tengu of Ashina, he insultingly confused us with a rat when we first arrived. That is, until he seemed to recognize the sculptor's prosthetic arm, immediately laughing and sheathing his sword. Yeah, I'm sensing some history there. And if there's anything about Tengu that you need to know, it's that he hates rats. So he tasks us with taking some out for him. And what can I say? He already kinda won me over, so I'm happy to kill some of those little rats for you. He then hilariously gives us a piece of paper with the description of these rats. Assassins from Senpou Temple. But wait, a Buddhist temple that hires their own assassins? That seems a little antithetical to Buddhist beliefs, but you know, whatever. After the giant snake god, I'm inclined to just go with the flow here. In the same building, we can find an old lady just kind of standing in the corner with a candle, who is really surprised that we bested Gyobu Masetaka Oniwa, then going on to say this.
けれど、何も変わりゃしないよ。戦は続き、屍は積まれ、怨嗟ばかりが満ち満ちる。あんた、考えたことがあるかい？そういう怨嗟がどこに積もっていくのかを。
Kind of a bummer, but she brings up an interesting point. Even if we defeat our enemies, the fires of war will keep raging on. People will continue to die. However, she doesn't believe that this hatred simply vanishes as people die, asking us if we've ever wondered where this hatred goes. I mean, I don't know, and I don't think Wolf does either. But it's a concept to keep in mind. Since I played these games before, you think I don't know that the old Japanese woman who seems crazy is secretly right the whole time? Oh hey, the memorial mob!
極よ、いかがかね。
こんなところにも 死者があるところ、また供養衆あり。
Wolf is always so surprised whenever he sees one of these guys. It's kind of hilarious. You'd think he'd just get used to it at some point, but I guess not.
こんなところにも。
But enough messing around, it's rat hunting time. We're so close to the castle now, but first Wolf needs to outrun some bullets. Everyone always gives the hunter credit for dodging bullets, but not our dear Wolf. A true tragedy. And just above our dearly departed gunner, we can listen in on some rat-to-rat conversation. So, 3 big bullet points. 1, that the rats are aware that Isshin Ashina is barely holding on. And from the way they speak, he probably can't even get out of bed at this point. Them also confirming that they are working with Genichiro too. And the next big point is that they seem to have another mission to kill someone by the name of Black Hat Badger. Huh. But that's all the gossip that we can gather for right now. I know we're supposed to be enemies, but just look at these little fellas. Unlike the Taro troop, we never get any kind of explanation for their short stature, but they exist in more places than just Ashina. And sometimes they just let their deformed backs lay bare for the rest of the world to see. Maybe they aren't so bad after all. Come on, who's my little buddy?
Your back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Okay, Tengu was right. I'm throwing my love for the rats in the garbage. So, rat hunting time. And these little fellas are surprisingly obnoxious to deal with if you don't have the right tools at your disposal, which right now, we don't. So, we take the first rat out no problem since he was all by himself having a smoke break or something. The other 2 are not so easy. Ugh. As you can see, their gigantic bamboo hats cover their bodies and are Kusabi Maru proof. Even Robert's firecrackers can't save us. Buddha help me. I tried to take them on like a samurai, but when there's more than one of these little shits, they really overwhelm you. So when being a samurai doesn't work for Wolf, we shift to being a master shinobi. One that stealth kills one of them, hides, and then repeats. Mission accomplished. Time to tell Tengu the good news.
Oh! ネズミを飼ったようじゃな。おう。やはりお主には人斬りの才がある。よし、褒美じゃ。取っておけ。
Whoa! Just for killing a few rats, Tengu gave us a compendium of the Ashina sword style. Remember that this sword style is what makes Ashina's generals so feared throughout all of Japan. So not only is Tengu insanely generous, but this is not something that you just find on the floor. So this goofball not only knows the legendary Ashina sword style, but is strong enough to wipe out so many of the Interior Ministry's most trusted agents. Good thing he likes us. He also refers to the style as our school of fighting, and also reiterates the win at all costs kind of mentality. So it seems like Tengu here is most likely a member of the Ashina family himself. Isshin's long-forgotten son, maybe? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine for now. With our new text, though, we can learn a lot of these skills for ourselves. Unless you grind for 10,000 hours, you're not going to be able to get all of the skills on your first playthrough. But you truly cannot go wrong with anything in the Ashina tree. However, the most important skill of all is something called Makiri Counter under the Shinobi Arts tree. I'll point that one out when it becomes more relevant in a bit. But before we can finally make our way to Ashina Castle, remember that we're supposed to deliver the young lord's bell charm to the kind Buddha back in the Dilapidated Temple. The very same Buddha that is supposed to allow someone to confront that which is inside of themselves. And Wolf has been missing such a large part of his memory since we first took control of him back in the well. Aniyama, however, gave us some context and spoke of how his group of bandits raided the Hirata Estate years ago. But that still doesn't answer how Wolf lost both his father and his master. So let's pray to the kind Buddha with the hopes that we can get our answers.
目をつぶり、鈴の声を聞いてやるといい。その鈴の音が呼び覚ますじゃろう。眠っちまってるお前さんの古い記憶を。
the Hirata Estate, 3 years ago. Now, this is complicated. As you can see from his prosthetic arm, this is not Wolf from the past. He has truly entered a memory that he had forgotten. And just like Anayama told us, this was the very same night that his group of bandits attacked the Hirata Estate, a branch of the Ashina family. The same branch responsible for protecting the divine heir Kuro. So, let's finally find out the truth of what happened here. We immediately run into a dying Nightjar ninja on our way to the estate.
お主、フクロウのせがれか。
何があった？
族どもが平田屋敷に巫女様を急ぐのじゃ。
今は幾年だ？
何をおかしな。
教えてくれ。
流泉詣での年であろ
う。流泉詣3年前か。どういうことだ？武士殿は古い記憶と言った。何も覚えてはおらぬが、これは過去ということか。
As you can see, Wolf himself is just as confused as we are about this current situation. How is he now 3 years in the past? No time to linger on such things. The divine heir needs our help after all. Holy shit, a treasure carp! While but a simple fish in our world, the humble carp will come up several times throughout our journey, offering us scales for each one that we defeat. But what the fuck are we supposed to do with carp scales anyway? I'm so glad that you asked.
どこのお主、もしお主、恋の鱗を知らんかい。キラキラ光る宝鯉の鱗、それを持てば存分に褒美を取らそうぞ。
Pot Noble Harunaga. I love this guy. How can you hate him? And while not confirmed, I have to believe he was at least slightly inspired by the hand in the bathroom of the Stockpot Inn that gives you a piece of heart for some toilet paper. Yay! Whatever, doesn't matter. Pot Noble Harunaga here is really desperate to get his hands on as many treasure carp scales as he can, believing that with enough of these carp scales, he will become a beautiful, immortal, great carp. What a noble goal. I would love nothing more than to help you achieve your dream, Harunaga. Back to the Hirata Estate, though, it's clear that we showed up near the very end of this raid, with Anayama's bandit gang already having invaded all parts of this estate. These bandits, however, are just a bunch of pushovers, for a master shinobi like Wolf at least. However, the normal people living here were not so lucky, many of them being ruthlessly cut down inside of their own homes. The kind of disgusting behavior you can expect from a bunch of bandits. After all, atrocities like this were happening all over Japan. And a lot of these bandits even took the time to get drunk since the raid is already practically over, making our job of avenging these poor people that much easier. And just ahead, we find a gravely wounded shinobi from the Hirata Estate.
なんて、ゲロども。
おい。
お主、確か、忍びよな。であれば、お堂の忍びよの奴らを、頭蓋を叩き割ってたの。
A shinobi axe from the temple. Got it. Thankfully, that brave shinobi seems to have held them off long enough to keep the civilians alive. At least long enough for Wolf to save them. We also find the temple with the axe just in time. But the bloodthirsty bandits are even too scared to take an offering from the Buddha. Wolf, however, does not concern himself with such things, quickly taking them out and snatching the axe for himself. Sorry, Buddha. It's for a good cause. And if this situation wasn't bad enough already, someone let the roosters on the loose. My god. And it's near these roosters that we find a familiar face.
よう旦那、あんたも火事場泥棒ですかい？旦那は見たとこ忍びですかね。何か探し物でも？まあ何にせよ、ここはあっしが先に見つけた場所でさ。よそを漁ってください。
So yes, we've now come full circle from what we knew before. Aniyama told us that he saw us 3 years ago and we seemed to desperately be searching for something, which we now know is Kuro. Us pursuing him in both the current day and in this memory, funny enough. Such is the fate of Kuro's wolf. He also goes out of his way to tell us about a treasure in a 3-storied pagoda for free. Wow, 3 years from now you charge me like 10 cents for that kind of information. And while Aniyama is still a part of this vile raider group, it seems that he'd prefer to quietly enrich himself rather than get drunk and slaughter innocent people like the others. The best of the worst, I guess. You can't really be picky about your friends in Ashina. And another thing that makes this current situation even more complicated is that if we kill Aniyama right here and now, he will remain dead when we go back to the current day. So while this phenomenon remains largely unexplained, there absolutely must be some kind of time travel element to this experience. Wolf being able to directly change the future as a result of his actions here. Maybe the wolf in the past just ran directly to Kuro and ignored the innocents being slaughtered as it did not concern him or his code. But now, Sekiro takes the time to check in on them. Just a possibility. And these survivors offer some helpful information as to what's really going on here. One speaking of a highly skilled shinobi hunter somewhere amongst the bandits. Another recognizes us as Kuro's bodyguard and without hesitation offers us an antidote to help us in our effort to rescue him. Remember that all of the people know Kuro and what he's worth. One of the other survivors, however, is not as happy to see us, pointing out that despite us being Kuro's shinobi, we were not anywhere to be seen when things went south, even believing that we were responsible for this attack considering what perfect timing it was. And despite that obviously not being the case, Wolf chooses to remain silent. After all, he is right about one thing. Wolf should have been here. Actually, knowing his priority list, it doesn't really make much sense that he would ever leave Kuro alone. Unless, of course, Owl had some other important mission for him. No point in speculating now, though. As just up ahead, we encounter that shinobi hunter that we heard about earlier, Isshin of Misen, a member of the Misen monks who are trained specifically for hunting shinobi. His halberd is also a great way to show you that Mikiri counter in action. Oops. Good thing shadows die twice. Is that not beautiful? I just love denying a stab. There's something so satisfying about it. And after enough of these stomps, we eventually put Isshin down. And oh my god! The wolf has 4 prayer beads in his possession. I don't know why that's always so funny. The wolf. But we can improve our health and posture a bit now. And before we move on, I really want to just take a second to look at how beautiful this place really is. It's easy to look past since everything is so hectic right now. I honestly hate that we are only able to see it while everything is burning. Imagine spending time with the person of your dreams in this peaceful and beautiful estate while I, of course, keep lookout for any potential invaders. The perfect date idea. But the person responsible for burning this beautiful place is going to pay. And after some more wolf stealth, we listen in on some more bandits here blocking the only escape route from the main estate. And apparently their leader is someone by the name of Lord Juzo. And then this little bandit piece of shit has the nerve to say that he hates selfish bastards who leave people behind at the first sight of danger. How heroic of you to say after murdering people who were just hanging out in their house. And down the hill from those others, we run into 2 more of those Misen monks. And wow, did I underestimate them. Get away from me! Oh my god, he beat me. I was like actually trying. While these enemies are entirely optional, I would rather die than tolerate this kind of disrespect. Why was that so close? And the 1,000 sen reward for killing them was actually so worth it. And it seems that these bandits even hired members of the Taro troop as well. Breaks my heart every time that I have to put one of them down. And while exploring the estate, we eventually find that 3-storied pagoda that Aniyama mentioned earlier. Except as we get closer, we come across our first living lone shadow in our playthrough. But wait, these guys work for the Interior Ministry. It's really starting to seem like this wasn't just a bandit raid for Kuro's blood. Rather, these bandits are probably nothing but a distraction as for what's really going on here. Someone who not only knew that the Hirata Estate would not be well protected tonight, but also someone with connections to the Interior Ministry of Japan. Oh, by the way, like I said, these things are actual nightmares.
At least for me. This isn't even a mini-boss either, just a nameless agent of the Ministry, trained in both hand-to-hand combat and the sword, which makes my brain short-circuit anytime they're about to attack. So I died. Except, this death did not play out like the others. Wolf waking up back in the Dilapidated Temple.
目覚めたようじゃな。いいんがよの。なかなかに死にきれぬようじゃ。
Dragon rot. Emma did warn us that our infinite resurrections would not come without a cost. Only that this cost is not paid by Wolf, but rather the people of Ashina. After enough resurrections, Wolf's blood begins to stagnate. So when the power of the divine heritage can't get the life force it needs from Wolf, it needs to take it from someone else. This time, it appears that the disease appeared in both the sculptor and Inosuke's senile mother. So I guess it's a good thing that we have the famous Dr. Dogen's apprentice waiting just outside. And while Dogen was familiar with it, he sadly was not able to ever develop a cure. And this dragon rot troubles Emma just as much as it troubles us, her offering to look through Dogen's research to potentially find a way. So we will definitely be checking back in with her shortly. I promise that Emma and I will find a solution, kind Dirty Feet Man. And now, after all that, I'm even more pissed off at this stupid Lone Shadow. He gon' pay. I mean, he just never stops, right?
You can't keep getting away with it! You can't keep getting away with it!
My god. Sometimes you are just not where you're supposed to be skill-wise, and Sekiro checks your ass. Something that I'll be relearning myself very shortly. Our reward is another shinobi tool, so the pain was at least worth it. With that done, we can finally move on to the main building of the estate where Kuro is. When we enter, we see none other than our father Owl, who does not look good.
父上。お前か。不覚を取った。このわしも置いたものだ。手当ては良い。この傷ではもはや助からぬ。それより狼よ、これはお屋敷の隠し仏殿の鍵よ。巫女様はそこに。だがこの火の手じゃ正面からは入れぬ。崖外からならば。そうじゃ。あちらから外へ出て崖沿いに進み、霊園から回り込め。さすれば抜け道が。わかりました。狼よ、忍びの掟は忘れておらぬな。はい。主は絶対狼よ、命をとしてお守りするのじゃ。父上。
Goodbye, father. He may not have been the best dad, but he still took Wolf in as his own son, training him to a level where he can go toe-to-toe with some of the strongest foes in Ashina. But there is no time to mourn, we need to go. In his final moments, he gave us the key to reach the secret place where Kuro is being held, reiterating that without him, Kuro is now the most important person in Wolf's life. And while we didn't get to spend a lot of father-son bonding time, his last actions really convey to us that he truly did care about both Wolf and Kuro. So not only are we doing this for Kuro, but also for our late father who trusted us with this important mission. And we finally make our way to the main building, coming across another Hirata shinobi scouting the area ahead, one who, like us, is desperate to save Lord Kuro. Although there looks to be way too many for someone to handle them all at once. Guess I'll have to pick them off one by one and... Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Well, I guess it's a mosh pit. And we're dead. Thank you, dumbass. Okay, new plan. Ignore our friend who is more dangerous than any enemy here, and then stealth kill the foot soldiers. Then the both of us will team up on the mini-boss. After I get in a good cheap shot, Juzo the Drunkard. The same Juzo that is the leader of these bandits. Originally, this big guy was an unrivaled sumo wrestler in Japan who eventually went on to serve a great feudal lord. Pretty crazy promotion, to be honest. But unfortunately, Juzo here blew that opportunity big time. If his name didn't already clue you in, he turned to the liquor, eventually losing his prestigious job and leading a bunch of savages. He also straight up fucking barfs on you. Gross! But while he is strong, his clear incompetence in the appearance of an interior ministry agent earlier only confirms the suspicion that something else is going on here. Someone who seems to be taking advantage of all this chaos. So let's find Kuro as fast as we can and then get out of here. Yeah, you're welcome, dumbass. And it seems as though Juzo's men have already made their way inside. We do find one survivor though, one that you might recognize. Inosuke's mother.
フクロウのせがれか。わしは恐ろしきものを見た。湧き出てくるのじゃ。次から次へと。止め殿、止め殿。
Asking us to find her son who went to go protect Kuro just up ahead. Poor Inosuke seems to have had his eyes either slashed or gouged out.
そなた、若様の、この先へ行くのは、やめておけ。
Warning us of a powerful person just up ahead who uses illusion techniques. Perhaps he did this to himself as a result of one of those illusions. And now, a lot of their behavior in the present makes a lot more sense. How Inosuke recognized Wolf, and how his mother was so traumatized from this event that her mind completely broke. Her only remembering her son and Lord Kuro. Even 3 years after this, she still rings his favorite bell charm every single day. She really loved him like he was one of her own. So let's finally confront the monster behind all of this destruction with the key that Owl gave us in his final moments.
父上、母上、少女よ、みんなどこへ行ったのだ。
巫女様、現実か。
久しいな。フクロウのせがれよ。
お嬢殿、言ってください。
そなたは
なすべきことをなすのです。
わかりました。
さて、やろうか、せがれ殿。
Lady Butterfly. Wolf himself even being dumbfounded by this revelation. One of the key figures in Isshin's rebellion, a master of illusions, and also one of the people responsible for training Wolf to become a master shinobi. Why would she backstab us, Owl, and Isshin? Because remember, this is a branch of the Ashina family. She doesn't offer us any answers as to why she is doing this though. And from the fact that it told us that Wolf lost everything here, it appears that she may have been successful in defeating us back then, but not any longer. Just kidding. I talked big, but I got absolutely fucking obliterated by Lady Butterfly this playthrough, guys. I don't know how else to say it. Funny enough, she killed me more than any other boss in this video. Even the toughest ones at the very end of the game. Like I said, sometimes when you are not at the level you're supposed to be, Sekiro will check the shit out of you. And that's exactly what happened to me during this fight. It's been a couple years since I last played, and I was not ready for Lady Butterfly. And to make it worse, she calls me a puppy every time that she kills me. Something that actually started to annoy the shit out of me. Fuck you. Thankfully though, I finally got her. Master of Illusions, remember? She even summoned a goddamn army of spirits to harass us in Phase 2. Thankfully, Inosuke gave us some snap seeds to dispel these illusions. Unfortunately, I'm a dumb ape and I used all of them in the same failed attempt. I hate myself. But no matter how long it takes you, the get good process will always do its thing. Eventually, I started consistently beating her first phase, and then, slowly but surely, the second phase became much more manageable too. So, 8 long and painful attempts later, actually like 16 if you count my revives mid-battle, here we are. For Kuro's sake, let's defeat our old teacher once and for all. In her final moments, she was proud of us, but it still doesn't make sense why she would do all of this. And now, we have finally regained all of our memories about that night which Wolf had forgotten. While it appeared Lady Butterfly was the one who orchestrated the raid, murdered our father, and kidnapped Kuro, the true culprit stabbed Wolf in the back, leaving him to die. That is, until our master came back for us. And yes, while he is immortal, he came back to this room engulfed in flames just to save Wolf, saving his life with his invaluable blood out of concern for the man who just helped rescue him. I mean, is this kid not the best master that you could ever ask for? But who was the true culprit of the Hirata raid? Guess we didn't get all of our questions answered yet. But back in the Dilapidated Temple, Emma is already being proactive about the dragon rot problem, taking samples of the sculptor's blood for research, asking us to get more if possible so that she could find a solution to this dangerous disease. And going back to Inosuke and his mother, it seems that the poor woman has passed away, because of natural causes, not dragon rot. But her giving us Kuro's charm was her way to atone for her not protecting him all those years ago. Even though I don't doubt for a second that she did all that she could. And it's thanks to her that Wolf was able to regain his memories. So thank you. And okay, before we pick back up where we left off, we have some unfinished business. Remember that temple posting about how we can't behead the Headless? The one that caused me to run away because I said I was scared? Well, while that was definitely true, another big reason that makes the fights even scarier is that it's a resource-dependent fight, requiring us to use divine confetti, holy paper made with water from the mythical Fountainhead Palace.
a place that may or may not exist that supposedly connects Ashina to the divine realm. But after applying this confetti to his sword, Wolf is able to harm apparition-type enemies. So, while most bosses allow you to retry as much as you like, when you run out of divine confetti while fighting apparitions, you're fucked. You can still technically do it, but it multiplies your damage by like 10 times or something crazy like that. But I'd say we have enough confetti to at least give this a good shot for now. And after enough grappling, we finally come to a pitch black cave, where inside we can faintly see the thing that led to the Ashina soldiers cutting the entrance off and posting that note. Well, believe it or not, that actually went better than I expected. While visually and audibly terrifying, the true horror of this fight is the lack of mobility. That mist that's being emitted from the Headless slows Wolf down a lot. And the fact that divine confetti only lasts so long already makes you want to try and kill it as fast as you can. So these fights are a mental test for sure. Not to mention the awful instant death if you ever allow it to get behind you. Oh, and I also almost forgot, Terror too, which is pretty much instant death when the meter fills up, which is how I died on my first attempt. Long story short, I am really scared, I need help, and I'm running out of divine confetti fast. So unfortunately, I am forced to do a strategic retreat for now. Thankfully, our first divine confetti farm is only just up ahead in Ashina Castle. So once we get an infinite source of divine confetti, these apparitions are just like any other boss. Just keep trying until you get it. So I'll explain what that monstrosity really is when I go and get my revenge in a little bit. Oh cool, my mistakes gave that nice guy from the memorial mob a terminal illness. By the way, nobody actually dies from this disease or anything, so don't feel paranoid about dying over and over again. The worst that can happen is that some NPC quests will be temporarily paused until you figure out a solution, and you have to listen to them have a terrible cough. And the enemies in this area are pretty much more of the same of what we've already seen in the outskirts. A bunch of buffoons and some cuties from the Taro troop. Rest in peace. Wolf can also overhear some soldiers talking about using that thing in battle, and that it does not discriminate between friend and foe when angry. That sounds pretty ominous. However, the wolf fears nothing. And while clearing out some more Ashina soldiers in the area, this happens. Only in Ashina, baby. Okay, serious question. When you have a weak military and stand no chance against your enemy, what do? Well, the Ashina military wraps a gigantic bull's horns in yarn and lights that bitch on fire. Seriously, that's the extent of lore behind this poor bull. The third prayer necklace calling it a rampaging beast and nothing more. Interestingly enough though, this seems to be inspired by the Battle of Kurakara way back in 1183. Where the Minamoto clan attached torches to the horns of poor oxen and released them into the pass where the Taira's army was situated. This, along with some other creative strategies, led to the Minamoto clan catching them by complete surprise and emerging victorious. So it's safe to say that Ashina's military planned to release this thing on the Interior Ministry. Except, as the others said, everyone is an enemy to this poor bull right now. So of course, it falls on the wolf to put the bull down for good. Poor thing. After defeating the Blazing Bull and finally entering Ashina Castle, we run into yet another seemingly crazy old lady. Yeah, get used to that. This one remarks of how an important person can supposedly be found at Senpou Temple on Mount Congo. We'll get there when we get there, lady. I got a ton of shit I gotta cover before we get to Mount Congo. And just past here is where we find yet another remnant. This one being extremely recent. Both Emma and Kuro are talking about how it is time, and Lord Genichiro is waiting on the rooftops. Kuro claiming that he will now use the reed whistle to call Wolf rather than the other way around. Seems like Emma has access to Ashina Castle during this time of war, too. Interesting. After finally making our way to the rooftops, we overhear some soldiers hyping themselves up about how this battle determines the fate of Ashina. So, let's go crush their spirits. Oh, Oh, it's always so satisfying. General Kuranosuke Matsumoto. Say that one 5 times fast. But we of course have another general skilled in the famous Ashina sword style. But thanks to our dear friend Tengu of Ashina, we also can make use of the Ashina sword style ourselves now. Thankfully, that surprise death blow gave us some time to take out the little Ashina gremlins before finally finishing off the general. It may be kind of evil, but there's something really hilarious about killing a group of people that were just hyping themselves up. And Ashina's military getting so weak over the years only makes our job that much easier. This mission of ours would be infinitely harder if it was 20 years ago. And while navigating the castle, we find another weirdo sitting alone in a corner. Turns out that this man is being hunted by the samurai of the castle because of unfortunate things that happened, as he says. So he wants us to wipe them out. And whatever his intentions are, that was kind of already on my to-do list, so you know, whatever. And after effortlessly killing the samurai, we return to what is now our true friend, giving us a memo about the Nightjar Ninja of Ashina Castle. The same ones we learned about earlier who patrol the rooftops of this place and keep an eye out for intruders, just like us. And it turns out that these smoke signals on the roof are markers for these ninja. So they offer us guidance to the top of this place, but we should also assume that we are definitely going to run into some of these nightjars. We didn't get a name, but glad that we both got something out of it. And while navigating the roof, we get spotted by our first nightjar. They really do have some good eyesight. They aren't too bad by themselves, but they will regularly get the jump on you and aren't opposed to working together, unfortunately. And aw, look, they even fly kites. I'm always ready for it now, but on my first playthrough, that actually made me jump 30 feet in the air. Fucking hilarious. Also, definitely effective defense for invaders. How very smart of Isshin. Eventually though, I get overwhelmed and employ the turn off your brain and run to the next sculptor's idol strategy. Which finally brings us to both the inside of the castle and our infinite divine confetti farm. Doubling is a good early skill farm. You can seriously just stealth kill this fencer over and over again. Weirdly enough, I can't seem to find an exact drop chance, but in my experience, it's usually like every 5 to 10 kills or something like that. Since they take like 10 seconds though, it's really fast, and thankfully in this game you never need to worry about over-leveling, so do it to your heart's content. These fencers are also students of Isshin Ashina, all of them having mastered the Ashina blade since they wouldn't even be allowed to enter the dojo section of the castle if they didn't. Isshin would even regularly pop in without warning just to make sure that they were always at their best. But that was back in the day, of course. Now they don't pose much of a challenge at all. Oh, it was a Makiri! Fuck! In fact, this entire castle section really drives home the point of how weak modern-day Ashina is. Think about it. This castle is the most well-defended place in all of Ashina. The guards are even fully prepared for war right now as well. So it isn't even like we're catching them off guard or something like that. This is also only the 3rd area of the game. It's still so early in our journey, and yet Wolf is able to almost effortlessly cut his way through Ashina's last defenses without much of a problem. Even if he is a master shinobi, it should not be this easy for one man to wipe all of them out. It's more clear than ever that without Isshin, the people of Ashina have truly become weak, both physically and mentally. And from the earlier remnant, it seems that Genichiro's answer to this problem is Kuro's blood, the dragon's heritage. It seems almost like a shortcut though, doesn't it? The Sword Saint originally took this land by force and made the Ashina clan respected throughout all of Japan with nothing but his own skill in the first place. He had no need for things like immortality or magic blood, a mindset that inspired those serving under him as well. And while Genichiro is certainly very skilled himself, as we saw in the beginning, he believes that simple skill is no longer an option for Ashina at this point. And as he seems to be on top of this castle with Kuro, we will most definitely be needing to put our new skills to the test. On our way, we also pass by what appears to be Isshin's dojo guarded by some nightjars, along with a note. Dear Emma, the Ashina Castle gate has grown loud with the sound of scurrying. The Tengu will see to the rats. Worry not, Isshin. Aha! So Tengu is definitely working with Isshin after all. But Emma too? In the beginning, she refused to give the name of her master for his safety. Could her master really be Isshin Ashina himself? The plot thickens. And nearing the end of our rooftop journey, after entering a window, we notice that fog now covers our escape. Seems that we walked right into an ambush, one set up by another of Isshin's students.
Jinsuke Sase. And this is actually one of the most fun mini-fights in the game in my opinion. Mostly because it's just kind of a deflect fight. As you can see, he likes to slowly close the gap with his hand ready at his side. And when he does, you quickly deflect twice. So simple, yet so satisfying. And while it was closer than expected, the beauty of Sekiro is that you can lock in at any time. Sometimes you'll blow all of your healing in the beginning and then do the rest of the fight hitless by some miracle. It's a beautiful thing. After beating him, we also find a drawing depicting a samurai fighting as well as some text. Ghosts once lurked the lands of Ashina. The ghost's lightning was one of the Fountainhead gods. Unstoppable by normal means. Avoid ground, reverse the lightning. Huh. So I guess if a god ever tries to strike us with lightning, our only option is to jump in the air and just redirect it back at them. The people who have been struck by lightning in our world must feel so stupid. And before we finally reach the top of this castle, we have one more remnant of Kuro and Emma. Kuro asking about what's going on with Genichiro, to which Emma replies, the Rejuvenating Waters. What she calls Ashina's secret weapon and something that also grants immortality. Whoa! But this rejuvenating water seems to stem from the dragon's blood that Kuro possesses. Except wait, if Genichiro has already become immortal from these rejuvenating waters, why would he have a need for Kuro and his gift in the first place? Emma did confirm that it stemmed from the dragon's heritage, so maybe it's some kind of inferior or sullied version of it? Just something to keep in the back of your head for now. But if Genichiro is immortal, then that definitely complicates things. But, you know, no point in just speculating. After all, he and Kuro should be only just ahead. When Wolf lost both his master and Kuro after Hirata, he gave up on everything. And now that we know that this loss happened 3 years ago, imagine how long he was just rotting in that well. And with Kuro's blood, he was probably caught in the cycle of dying from thirst or starvation, before forcibly being resurrected again against his will, until finally a glimmer of hope appeared. His master was alive and they could escape Ashina before war breaks out, but it's then that Genichiro Ashina appeared, not only taking the victory in Wolf's arm, but also the boy who gave him hope again. He was completely defeated and left with nothing. But even at his lowest, Wolf never gave up once he found out that Kuro was alive. He had a new purpose. He's turned what used to be a weakness into newfound strength. He's confronted the part of his past that he had once forgotten. He's been learning how to navigate the world himself rather than just following orders. But while Wolf has been doing all of this, Genichiro has just been chasing the idea of eternal life, something that seems antithetical to the beliefs of the man that he respects most. Genichiro seems to believe that the dragon's heritage is the only way to save his home of Ashina, something that means nothing to Wolf. He's only here to save Kuro, who doesn't wish to corrupt the lives of men anymore, so Wolf heads to the rooftop to confront Genichiro Ashina once and for all.
Isshin 様は命を保っておられるのが不思議なほどです。
そうか。巫女よ、もう一度言う。不死のちぎりを俺と結べ。
できませぬ、源一郎殿。たとえひとたび敗れるとも、命を賭し、主を必ず取り戻す。それが我が忍びなれば。
お迎えに参上いたしました。今しばらくお待ちくだされ。なるほ 様を殺しきらぬ限り流因を我が手にはできぬ。忍びよ、再び間に得ようとは。まだだ、巫女の忍び。流因の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。見事だ、巫女の忍びよ。惜しいな。主を変えるつもりはないか。 ざれ言。ざれ言だと。このアシナを守るためならば。力であれ、従えてみせる。巴の神見せてやろう。何がそこまで貴様を支える。
あなたが勝ったのですね。
お主。
争うつもりはありません。巫女の忍びよ。源一郎殿、もしや落ち水を。
アシナは、この国は俺の全てだ。そのためなら俺は人間をやめよう。死人帰りか。
First off, a big round of applause for our wolf who just redeemed himself. Second, let's break down some of what just happened before moving on. First off, Genichiro did in fact become immortal by drinking these rejuvenating waters. His eyes also turning red, not unlike the chained ogre from earlier. Oh, also, he has the power of lightning, I guess. Didn't see that one coming. And not just any lightning, but the lightning of Tomoe, a name to remember going forward, although we don't know much about her for the moment. And prior to him entering his final phase, the conversation between Wolf and Genichiro actually revealed a lot. Mostly that Genichiro claiming that he's doing all of this for Ashina really does seem to be true. It's not just some noble excuse for him to pursue power for himself. And after seeing Wolf's improved skills, he even brings up the possibility of him serving a different lord. Of course, meaning him after he inherits Ashina. Wolf, of course, immediately rejects this notion. But it goes to show that Genichiro is not fighting out of some kind of hatred for us. Rather, he really is fighting us on behalf of Ashina, while Wolf is simply fighting for Kuro. In another world, Wolf and Genichiro could have easily become allies who fight side by side for the sake of Ashina. Genichiro taking Kuro by force, however, kind of prevents the two of them from ever talking it out. And after the fight, Genichiro escapes the castle, believing that he needs to carry this burden of Ashina all by himself. After all, that's what his grandfather that he admires so greatly did. It's honestly kinda sad, and it's from this moment that Genichiro goes on his own journey, one that we don't get the details of until much later. Wolf, however, has finally redeemed himself. While he wasn't able to defeat Genichiro and save Kuro back then, both Wolf and us by extension have improved so much since back then. And now we can talk with Emma once more, her now being much more transparent about her intentions.
お主は一体誰に仕えている？
アシナ一心。私は一心様に仕える薬師です。
So Emma was serving Isshin Ashina this entire time. And yep, he does disapprove of Genichiro's Dragon's Heritage approach to saving Ashina. That's why he sent Emma to snap Wolf out of his Depressed in the Well arc. He wanted him to get Kuro out of here, seemingly unable to do all of this himself because of his condition, and most importantly, that it's his own grandson. You'll soon see that even if it's to his own detriment, Isshin prefers to let people find their own way. But that's enough about Isshin. I'm sure Wolf is just dying to reunite with someone downstairs.
お迎えに参上いたしました。我が主。
よく来てくれた。
参りましょう。アシナを脱さねばなりませぬ。
狼よ。我が血は、流因は、人を死なぬようにする。そなたもそうだな。
はい。
私はそなたを救いたかった。時を戻せたとて、きっと同じことをするだろう。だがな、死なぬというのは、よどみを生む。不死のちぎりも、落ち水も、流害も皆そうだ。人としての生き方を歪めてしまう。私は、流因の不死が生む、よどみの連鎖を断ち切りたい。 狼よ。それを手伝ってはくれぬか。
Now it seems as though Kuro has been doing a lot of thinking while we were busy killing. He's always resented his blood and what it makes men do. And it truly is an unwinnable situation for such a kind-hearted child. Even if men weren't so easily corrupted by this power, the dragon rot would still kill innocent people who did not deserve it. While to almost everyone else, this gift of immortality is nothing but a blessing, to this child it has meant nothing but death, it leading to the Hirata raid, which resulted in the deaths of so many people who loved Kuro. Him having this blood led to his loyal wolf getting his arm cut off and being left to die. Nothing but misery. So our master now wishes to sever these ties to immortality once and for all, including his own, putting him at risk. So our two options are to help Kuro with this or obey the Iron Code. And this is actually a false choice meant to show you just how deeply the Iron Code is drilled into Wolf's head. And unlike other Souls games, Wolf is very much his own person. Even if deep down he wants to help his master, the thoughts of his father and the Iron Code still bind him, leading to only one choice.
できませぬ。巫女様をお守りすること。それが我が父より課せられし掟なれば。
そなたは私を救うため、幾度死に、そして蘇ってくれた。2度か、3度か、あるいは数えきれぬほどなのか。
巫女様をお守りするためならば、幾度でも。
そなたを不死の永劫の任に縛りたくはないのだ。狼よ、共に不死立ちをなしてくれ。
御意。
ありがとう、狼よ。
Kuro, you convinced him! It feels almost meta, right? Wolf only obeys his master, so when we ask him to say something, he refuses. But when Kuro does, he eventually gives in. Kinda cool. But anyways, Kuro then gives us a text that led him to the idea of Immortal Severance. And it turns out, all we need to do is enter the legendary Fountainhead Palace and get the tears of the Holy Dragon. You know, in and out, 15-minute adventure. Just kidding, obviously, that's fucking crazy. To normal people, at least. Kuro's wolf, of course, will do whatever he asks of him. The first big problem being how to enter this Fountainhead Palace in the first place, as it's not somewhere people can just simply visit themselves. Remember, it's in that place that you can supposedly enter the Divine Realm. Kuro then speaks of another divine heir who used to live in Ashina Castle before him, Lord Takeru. And while he's long gone now, he did leave something behind. Wrapped in the aroma of the Fountainhead, I return to the Divine Realm. So that simple vague comment is enough to lay out our new goal. Getting a bunch of random stuff that will make our clothes smell like Fountainhead Palace. Seriously, that's it. And it's not stuff that we could just pick up at Target or some shit either. We really have our work ahead of us. Kuro says that he will continue reading the books here for more answers around his blood and immortality as a whole, and asks us to speak to Isshin for some tips on where to look. Whoa, wait, the legend himself? Oh my god, does my gray look okay? I'd imagine he must be really depressed considering the current state of his land, his grandson, and his illness. So despite us being on the same side, we should probably prepare ourselves for anything. After all, this is the strongest and the smartest man in all of Ashina.
巫女様の命にて。
おう、
伺いたいことが。
その前に、先じゃ。
はあ、
褒美に取っとけ。
Sake?
落ち水に見入られた我が孫、源一郎。よくあれを止めてくれた。礼を言うぞ。
我が父の掟に従ったまで。
忍びの掟か。なるほど。お主、フクロウのせがれか。あの国取り戦で拾われたわらしよな。
は。
巡ってここに至るか。人の絵にしてはつくづく面白い。そうは思わぬか。のう、Sekiroよ。Sekiro。お主をそう呼ぼう。
あなたは。
して、そのお主が何を知りたい？
That's right, the goofball Tengu was none other than Isshin Ashina himself. Not nearly as sick as the rumors made us believe. Don't let his disposition fool you though, his illness is still definitely terminal. Despite this though, it seems a life of being bedridden is not in the cards for Isshin Ashina. Him loving this land so much that he continues to help from the shadows, even if it means indirectly going against his grandson too. If you remember, we first met Tengu when he had killed some of the Interior Ministry's agents, tasking us with killing rats who we found out were hired by Genichiro. He even thanked us for dealing with his grandson on the rooftop earlier. Despite them being on opposing sides though, it's clear that he still respects Genichiro enough to allow him to lead Ashina however he sees fit. He's just kind of going to quietly correct his bad decisions in the shadows as he sees it. What a good grandpa. One so good that I almost forgot to ask about Immortal Severance. Him pointing us towards something known as the Mortal Blade. A blade that can kill those who are incapable of dying. Those who are infested, as he called it. That's weird, Hanbei used the same exact word to describe his immortality back at the temple. Apparently this legendary sword is found at Senpou Temple, but one problem. Anyone who draws the sword drops dead. A gigantic problem for most people, but not Wolf, obviously. But Senpou Temple has since been closed, Isshin saying he has no idea what those degenerates are even up to at this point. But we can still reach Senpou by taking a path through the dungeon. That's convenient. Before leaving though, let's re-gift his sake right back to him because it's funny.
お主、わしのやった酒をわしに飲めというのか。気に入った。もらおう。
Isshin being more than happy to drink the sake that he literally just gave us as a gift. I love this dude.
やはりこれじゃ。時にお主、源一郎はどうじゃった？
どうと。
刃を交えたのじゃろ。
ただ強かった。そして異様な技を。
ほう。
巴の雷とは一体。
And it's while sharing a drink that he begins to talk about Tomoe a little bit more. Him even saying that she almost dances while she fights, putting him in a trance. Looks like Isshin had a bit of a crush. And that she was the one who had brought him the closest to death throughout his lifetime. Holy shit, I do not want to mess with that lady. And as we're ready to leave, Isshin gives us some more parting wisdom.
そして戦では、関わる者の願いやら企てやらが渦を巻きおる。迷えばその渦に飲まれ。
戦に敗れる。
そうじゃ。肝に銘じておくがいい。赤炉よ。迷えば敗れるぞ。
Write that down, write that down! So thank you, Grandpa. I love you dearly. Before we officially embark for Senpou Temple, though, let's fill in Kuro on what the plan is. Wolf, relax. Kuro is just coughing because of all the dust in here. It's nothing to worry about. And we have a ton of stuff that we have to do, so we can't get hung up on silly little problems.
Arigatou, Okami. 私には少し勘抜きが固くてな。
良いのです。
We tell our young lord about the Mortal Blade, and it turns out that Kuro is an unbelievably fast reader. Him already finding leads on the incense while we were sharing a drink with my goat. First is a special flower that only grows in the place where the waters of rejuvenation converge. Kuro coming to the conclusion that it must be somewhere in the Sunken Valley. The same place that we stabbed that great serpent god in the eye. I'm sure it's forgiven us by now. And just like that, we officially enter the scavenger hunt part of the game, which is my favorite. We can either grab the Mortal Blade at Senpou Temple, the Lotus Flower in the Sunken Valley, or an important stone from Mibu Village in the depths of Ashina. Something not even Wolf or Kuro know about yet. So it's totally up to you on how you tackle this. Personally, I like to head to the temple first for the legendary Mortal Blade, so that's where I'll be heading. Well, after some distractions, of course. Before we leave, there's a shinobi door in the same area as Kuro and Emma. And after entering, we find ourselves back at the Dilapidated Temple. Wild shortcut, honestly. And logically speaking, I have no idea how the hell that works. The castle is like way over there. But while a crazy shortcut, it's honestly not all that useful since we can just fast travel to both places ourselves anyways. But it does explain how Emma was able to take care of Isshin at the castle despite hanging around here. And from a reaction to the sculptor developing dragon rot, she seems to also hold some kind of soft spot for him too. While we don't know why yet, I'd say he deserves it. And just outside from the sculptor is our self-proclaimed real friend from Ashina Castle. Fujioka, the info broker, who unsurprisingly sells us information along with some other cool stuff. Anyways, taking the shortcut back to Ashina Castle, we catch up with Emma too. Her still surprised that Genichiro drank the Rejuvenating Sediment, which is just a concentrated version of the Rejuvenating Waters. And what seems to separate it from the dragon's heritage that we have is that he doesn't come back to life per se, rather his body is just extremely resilient, seemingly being able to heal wounds that would be fatal to a normal person. So theoretically, if Wolf were to really go above and beyond in making sure that he killed Genichiro, he'd stay dead for good. That is why he's so desperate for Kuro's blood even after he already drank the Rejuvenating Waters. He wants the ability to literally come back from the dead, not just heal wounds that would be fatal to a normal person. And from this point on, we will start coming across multiple versions of the Rejuvenating Waters, each of them having different results and side effects, which makes it incredibly confusing to figure out. And the funny thing about these Rejuvenating Waters is that they really do not spell anything out for you. I know that's usually the case with most things in From Software games, but I am not kidding this time. Despite it being such a major concept in the story and world of Sekiro, there's not even a wiki page for it, to give you an idea of just how little is confirmed. Isn't that crazy after all these years? But needless to say, I've got plenty of educated guesses along with a combination of fan theories and me theories to drop on your head. I just wanted to point that out early so you can start to get your brains working whenever they appear. I will also be doing a breakdown of all the different types of rejuvenating waters towards the end of the video. That way we can use all of the information that we've learned to come up with some good potential explanations. So don't stress about it if you get a little confused about the rejuvenating waters going forward. For now though, a good start would be to ask our favorite Dr. Emma about these mysterious waters. Her master Doujun spent time researching these rejuvenating waters for their obvious medical marvels, but someone burned all of his research. And remember, this guy created the prosthetic arm and was like a master doctor and inventor. So all of his work being burned was seriously a travesty. This guy was like hundreds of years ahead of his time technologically. Thankfully though, Emma says that a senior apprentice of Doujun's managed to salvage some of his work. She ominously says, the mood getting pretty weird after that. Like she has some kind of issue with this Doujun. It's actually pronounced Doujun, but I'm going to stick with Doujun. You'll thank me later when I'm rapidly saying Dogen, Doujin, and Dosaku in rapid succession. After the silence though, we fill her in on the plan to sever immortality. And then Wolf says something a little out of character. Who would have guessed our Wolf was such a softie? It's so nice to see him make a companion on equal footing that isn't just an authority figure. Emma feeling the same way. Her duty to help Wolf and Kuro is complete, but she still offers to help them in any way that she can. Aw, she really does care about them. So why don't we share some sake with her too? Her being really excited to have some of Isshin's favorite sake.
いただきましょう。おいしい。何か話してください。
一つ聞きたい。
はい。
剣の死は誰だ？
剣。私はクス氏ですよ。
誰だ？
一心様です。
So it seems that Wolf is able to see that Emma is much stronger than she lets on as a simple doctor. Her confirming that Isshin taught her the way of the blade so that she could defeat a demon. Although, she just plays that off as a joke right after. I think jokes are supposed to be funny, Emma. But it's cool, I love you anyway. Anyways, as much as I'd love to spend the rest of my life with Emma and Kuro, we need to start our own journey. And Wolf can rest easy knowing that our master is now safe with these two. Back outside the castle, we overhear some guards talking about putting armor on someone from the Taro troop. Lucky? I wish that was my job. The guard hinting that his armor comes off easier than we'd think, cluing us to use a shinobi tool that we don't have quite yet, as it will rip armor straight off of some of the enemies. Personally though, I would never do that to a member of the Taro troop. If they need to die, it should be as quick and painless as possible without shaming them. And just up ahead, oh my god, look! He's just hanging out with the fucking dogs! Ugh, why must Ashina use these kind souls for war? Remember, quick and painless. Shuriken the dogs and kill the bell big boy.
What have I done?
And before moving on, we notice that we're just above Ashina Reservoir, the same place where Wolf first woke up and made his way to Kuro in the Moonlit Tower. So after some more rat killing in the name of Isshin, we find ourselves by the Moonlit Tower once again. The soldiers at the entrance apparently have word of a shinobi in the area. Another one? That's weird. Thanks for the info though, losers. After making our way inside of the building that we were sneaking under in the beginning, we find the broken horn of none other than Gyobu Masataka Oniwa, which gives us that shinobi tool that yoinks armor right off of enemies. Nice. And back at the Moonlit Tower, we meet our first official member of the 7 Ashina Spears. Shikibou Toshikatsu Yamauchi. Our third Yamauchi, and the highest ranking member of the Yamauchi clan yet. And he killed me. Okay, this time let's get a cheap shot to increase our chances. As I mentioned earlier, Isshin was a big believer in rewarding people for their help. A big part of the reason why he had so many loyal followers who respected him not out of fear, but gratitude. And it was the most loyal of Isshin's samurai that were given a lance as a token of his appreciation. These loyal samurai being known throughout the land as the 7 Spears of Ashina, just like Yamauchi here. Although in current day, there's only a few of these spears that are left. And I referred to him as our first official spear because we've actually already taken one out.
My name is Gyobu Masataka Oniwa!
The demon. Remember that Isshin gifted him General Tamaro's cross spear, an incredible honor. My headcanon is that Gyobu Masataka Oniwa preferred to keep the demon part of his name since it sounded cooler. And after enough back and forth, we finally finish off one of the few surviving spears of Ashina. In the tower behind him, we can also find another remnant of Kuro from the past. Him reflecting on Wolf's words of, "Do what must be done." Yeah, that definitely sounds like our stoic Wolf, alright. But we can see poor Kuro once again lamenting the fact that he was born with this power. Don't worry, buddy, we'll figure something out. And while we did take out one of the 7 spears, the guards earlier also mentioned a shinobi in the area. While looking around, we spot someone peeking into the well that used to be Wolf's home. Jinzaimon Kumino. He's in charge of patrolling the moat and seemingly also on guard for a shinobi. But weirdly enough, he doesn't press Wolf on it. Rather, he's distracted by something else.
時に忍び殿、この辺りで三味線の音を聞いておられぬか。音をたどってきたところ、この井戸穴に行き当たったのでござる。
A shamisen? Definitely don't hear anything.
知らぬ。
そうでござるか。
Despite that though, Jinzaimon is certain that he hears it. And not only that, but he can't stop thinking about it, believing that the melody is calling to him. He sounds crazy, but I mean this is Ashina after all, so who knows. Besides, he seems like a nice enough guy. So let's help him look for the source. Maybe the well? Oh shit, that is not a shamisen player. You already know how we're starting this fight. So, the shinobi is none other than another agent of the Interior Ministry. My favorite. I wish we could just call Isshin to take care of this guy. Or Tengu of Ashina, sorry. But needless to say, I did not get him on my first try. Hate these guys. On the second try though, I entered the mythical flow state.
Like I said earlier, one of the best parts of Sekiro is struggling on a boss and then locking in out of nowhere. As for what he's doing here, the reasoning is pretty self-explanatory since the war between Ashina and the Interior Ministry could break out at any moment. Probably serving as a scout, but it's interesting that he was in the same exact spot that we woke up in. As the son of the great shinobi Owl and a master shinobi in his own right, it's not much of a stretch to assume that the lone shadow may have been sent with the specific purpose to assassinate Wolf. The Interior Ministry trying to take out Ashina's powerhouses before they officially wage war. To think, if those Ashina idiots in the beginning had the same proactiveness, Wolf would not have wiped out almost their entire fighting force. God, the Ashina army is stupid and weak now. Doesn't matter though, that's another problem dealt with. Oh, praise Buddha. And just behind him in the well is a back entrance to the abandoned dungeon that we're supposed to be making our way to. Except one problem. Yeah, we'll just deal with that one later. But seeing that apparition reminds me of another one. I'm of course talking about that headless freak that forced me to retreat because I wasted all of my divine confetti. But now, with an infinite source of it, this weirdo is done for, even if it takes me 100 tries. So, let's finally talk about this headless. First, I want to mention the disturbing grab attack that it uses on Wolf's ass when it gets behind him. What the headless is actually doing here is pulling out Wolf's Shirikodama. In Japanese folklore, this is a mythical ball that contains a person's soul that just happens to be located in the anus of the human body. Except in Japanese folklore, it's normally kappa that do this. Water-based yokai who will take victims to drink their blood, eat their livers, or, of course, drown and extract their Shirikodama to gain spiritual power. Very unpleasant. However, while the Headless's gross grab attack move is inspired by the Kappa, they themselves seem to be something else. The Headless themselves seem to be inspired by Kubika Jiri. During the Sengoku era, a common disturbing trend was samurai taking the heads of their opponents as trophies. But because the victims of these samurai were buried without their heads, they were unable to find peace in the afterlife, which causes them to come back as restless yokai and eat the heads of other people. Their name actually literally translates to headbiter, except unlike the real yokai, our headless friend here doesn't seem to have a spirit head that he can eat with. So the headless seems to be From Software's take on the Kubika Jiri with a sprinkle of Kappa soul extraction. As I said, the inspiration runs really deep in this game. Thankfully, I have finally overcome my first headless. And yes, I said first, unfortunately. It leaving us Akko's Spirit Fall. Throughout the game, you'll find plenty of consumable sugars that can buff Wolf's offense or defense. However, defeating these headless allows you to draw from your spirit emblems that you use for your prosthetic attacks. The description confirming that these headless were once heroes who fought for their country. Maybe this one was the Akko from Akko Sugar. That sounded really stupid. Oh my god, it's the Glup Shido from Star Wars. Anyways, after redeeming ourselves against the Headless, let's finally get back on track and enter the abandoned dungeon through the front. Well, this place is sad and gross, and just after entering, we're greeted with a pretty pathetic sight. What looks to be someone who has just been starving down here for who knows how long. Him not putting up much of a fight either, understandably. And while looking at some more dead bodies nearby, our pathetic friend has sprung back to life. Oh, ew! I didn't even know they could do that! After killing him once more, though, he remains dead for good. So they are capable of reviving only once. Definitely sounds like it has something to do with the rejuvenating waters. Is this where Genichiro has been experimenting with it? I mean, that would explain all the bodies here. Emma did mention that one of Dogen's other apprentices, Doujun, recovered some of his research on these waters. And wouldn't you know it, we find one person just standing here in the middle of all this death and decay. Him confused on what we're doing down here. Fair question. And when he asked Wolf if he was a shinobi, I decided not to answer to be aloof and mysterious. But he ended the conversation there, so I guess I need to be honest.
私は道中、落ち水の施術の支度を任されております。早速ですが、忍びのお方、師匠から預かった文をお渡ししましょう。司祭はこちらに。
Okay, so this suspiciously normal person is Doujun, originally an apprentice of the legendary Dogen. Now, however, he seems to serve someone else, Dosaku, and he was tasked by Dosaku with preparing a medical treatment with these rejuvenating waters. Only he requires a strong shinobi or a young large soldier like a Taro troop member, not offering us any more details. Now, due to the nature of this quest and the fact that it forces you to cut off other NPC quest lines and get items in later areas, we're going to be coming back to Doujun here much later. For now, just remember that Doujun is here in the Ashina dungeon and is the leading expert on experimenting with these rejuvenating waters. And while never outright confirmed, more than likely the one responsible for Genichiro's newfound pseudo-immortality with the rejuvenating sediment. We also find some red lumps. Gross. A lingering trace of one who was unable to achieve their desires. Also coming with the side effect of having red eyes, strangely enough. Interesting. Also bugs. They are not our friends this time. These crickets are usually pretty passive, but are not opposed to randomly attacking you. So, they gotta go. Plenty more of those two-lifers down here as well, along with the grave. Here lie the vassals of the Ashina clan, executed after the Great Rebellion. May their spirits rest. While Ashina may have respected their dead at some point, it's clear that that time has passed. And just beyond the offering tower, we find that strange figure that we saw when taking the back way. Another apparition enemy if the weird stuff didn't already clue you in. That is a Shichimen Warrior. And it's a little tough to get a good look at it, so here's some concept art. Yeah, not the friendliest looking people. Now, unlike the Headless, there aren't any obvious yokai connections here. The closest being the Shichinin Misaki. The yokai themselves are a collection of 7 spirits, and anyone who comes in contact with them is met with, you guessed it, death. They also replace the member of the 7 that killed them, so the number of these spirits is always exactly 7. Also, like the Kappa and many other yokai, are usually found near water. And while there are some stray puddles on the ground, keep in mind that it's here that experiments with the rejuvenating waters are conducted. Except there's one problem with this connection. There's only one of these Shichimen warriors and not 7. Shichimen itself means 7 faces, so its name literally translates to 7-faced warrior. Except now we have another problem. There is definitely more than 7 faces on this thing. It even has a centipede, ew. So if it is connected to the Shichinen Misaki, it's definitely a loose connection. In game, however, we always find these apparitions near dead people or restless spirits. We found it just past that offering tower to those that died in the rebellion after all. And they're always performing that strange ritual whenever we find them. So I can only guess that they derive some kind of power or nourishment from the dead. And the only time they're ever mentioned in-game is in one memo, one that simply calls them angry spirits with many faces. So since there's so little to go on, I just think of them as spirits that absorb some kind of energy from the dead with their rituals. They can also hit Wolf with a Gallic gun. He can parry almost anything, huh? But let's let it join the dead people that it seems to enjoy being around so much. The item we get for killing it is the ceremonial tanto, which was used in ritual offerings to the dragon. Another possible explanation for their behavior, but I really don't know. Crazy that Ashina just has these things lurking about. But we're doing a pretty good job so far cleaning up the streets ourselves. So after finishing off good old 7-Face, we can finally take the elevator up to Senpou Temple, home of the Mortal Blade. But shortly after entering,
そこの御人、この千宝寺は今や御仏の教えより外れたが、皆そうであることを捨て、死なずの探求に見入られてしまいました。虜となれば何をされるか分かりません。お帰りになられた方が良いでしょう。それでももしこの千宝寺に入る理由があるのならば止めることはいたしません。ただどうかお気をつけて。
Thank you for the heads up, invisible child speaking through the tapestry. So, the Buddhist monks here abandoned their faith to search for immortality. Why am I not surprised? Grandpappy did call them degenerates earlier.
More importantly though, whose voice was that? It really did sound like they wanted us to leave for our own good, but I mean that invisible kid clearly doesn't know how the Iron Code works. We aren't leaving here without the Mortal Blade.
それでも進まれるのですね。せめて私たちがあなたのご無事をお祈りしましょう。
Aw, they do care. Wait, we? So there's more invisible kids in this place? Forget that though, look at the scenery. The second most beautiful place in all of Ashina. While the mainland was covered in snow and ash, Mount Kongo is vibrant and lush. A beautiful place to worship Buddha. It's too bad the monks here don't care to do that anymore, which probably sent them back big time in reaching nirvana. While there are different schools of Buddhism, the main idea of the religion is to eventually liberate yourself from suffering through what's called the cycle of rebirth, eventually defeating what's called the three poisons of the mind: greed, ignorance, and hatred. It's also referred to as attachment, delusion, and aversion. And the amount of reincarnation it takes to achieve this state of being wholly depends on the karma that you accumulate throughout your life. So broadly speaking, do good deeds and there's a good chance that you'll be born as a deity in your next life. Renounce your faith in pursuit of immortality like the monks of Senpou Temple and you risk being reborn in Naraka. The worst of the 6 Buddhist realms to be born into. It's literally hell. Anyways, I'm not trying to overload you with a bunch of Buddhism right off the bat. It's just important to point out that the entire premise of Buddhism is to spend your life accumulating good karma, which is then carried over into your next life. And while the amount of rebirths is dependent on the person, you will eventually reach enlightenment if you stick to this journey. So take a second to really understand what the monks here abandoning their faith in pursuit of immortality truly means. It's literally the complete opposite of what they believed in. Buddhism wholly revolves around rebirth, so choosing to never even die in the first place is as far away from Buddhism as you can possibly get. That is how far the monks here have truly fallen. And that's just the beginning of it. But enough about that. After all, it's finally time for the moment that I've been waiting for.
置いていかれてしもうた。みんな、小太郎を置いてどこへ行ったんじゃ。おら、どうすればいいんじゃろう。
なぜ泣いている。
皆に置いていかれてしもうたんじゃ。
A friendly member of the Taro troop? Am I dreaming? Don't wake me up, don't wake me up, don't wake me up. Meet Kotaro, who's crying because everyone seems to have left him behind. Him even having a hard time remembering who everyone is. Poor guy. But he's desperately trying to get his hands on a pure white flower. And I don't know about you, but I don't need any more context. I will find this flower for Kotaro no matter what. And just behind Kotaro is where we run into our first monk of the Senpou Temple. Except he doesn't look that out of the ordinary or anything. So maybe he's friendly like Kotaro. Just kidding, obviously we're met with monk hands. Which is not unusual since warrior monks were traditionally trained in hand-to-hand combat. Holy shit! I was not expecting Wolf to murder the living shit out of that monk. But he deserves it though, trust me. There's a lot of horrible secrets that we're going to have to uncover about this place. But also amazing ones, like this rat flying a kite. And after taking him out, we can fly it ourselves! Fuck yeah, Wolf, you enjoy yourself. I'm going to assume that Owl didn't really let him fly a kite when he was a kid, so you earned this. But, yeah, that's kind of it for this kite. For now, at least. Making our way towards the main hall, we unsurprisingly see a ton of these monks wandering the area. Thankfully, we can take the road less traveled in the trees. And when that doesn't work, we can whip out our new ninjutsu that we learned after defeating Genichiro, allowing us to make a blood cloud so that we can either escape or get some other stealth kills in. But eventually, we make our way inside one of these buildings with, you guessed it, more evil monks. And even an expert in stealth from the Taro troop hiding behind the shrine. That was a good try, buddy. But the wolf sees all. Just outside is yet another crazy old lady. Or maybe the same one from Ashina Castle before. It's hard to tell, honestly.
蛇垣はの2つあるぞい。1つは生垣、 一つは干し柿。あっちじゃ。生柿はあっちじゃ。駆け越えて穴くぐり。
So, 2 fruits of the serpent, one dried and one fresh. Her giving us some vague directions on where we can find these fruits and then demanding rice. From the divine child, no less. Kuro? I wasn't aware that he produced rice. But while she sounds nonsensical, remember, the crazy old women are always right. And there does seem to be some truth to her story, as we can see some shedded snakeskin just hanging from a tree over there. But that's a problem for future Wolf. For now, we have a ton of these monks to take out, whose official names are Seekers, by the way. Maybe because they're seeking immortality? I don't know. But the cream of the Senpou crop are the Spear Adepts right here, which is why I'm opting to stealth kill this one. Their Naginatas being very reminiscent of Sohei, actual warrior monks who were very prevalent during feudal Japan. Very gifted warriors who would protect land and also intimidate other rival schools of Buddhism. The Spear Adepts in Sekiro, however, specialize in beating the living shit out of you. One of the hardest enemies in the game, weirdly enough. But when that problem is dealt with, we are met with a broken bridge. So, looks like we need to once again take the road less traveled with our grappling hook. Too bad it's filled with rats, which, if you can remember, are literally assassins from Senpou Temple. The question being, what do these creeps need assassins for in the first place? Adding to the mystery is one lone tree by a cliff littered with Buddha statues, and a red and white pinwheel. Wait, Kotaro wanted a white flower! He must have been talking about the pinwheel! Except wait, this one is red and white. That just won't do for our Kotaro. And just behind us is a rather ominous looking bridge leading to the other side of Mount Kongo. Figures. For the sake of your son, huh? Well, I'm doing this for my master, Armored Warrior. We all have our reasons. Speaking of armor, though, his looks a little different from what we're used to seeing, right? It very much seems to be inspired by Nanban armor. Nanban meaning Southern Barbarian, which is how the Japanese referred to Europeans at the time, since they initially arrived at Japan from the south, usually referring to the Portuguese and the Spanish. And Nanban armor is sort of like traditional samurai armor that's based on late European armor. So, long story short, this armored warrior here definitely does not seem like he's a local. Maybe from another part of Japan, or even somewhere much further. Remember Robert's firecrackers from earlier. Rumors of Ashina's immortality have gone well beyond just this country. His father journeying across the sea just to give his son a chance at a longer life. So Ashina definitely attracts a lot of people looking for immortality for one reason or another. But regardless of the Armored Warrior's origins, we need to get our hands on the Mortal Blade. So goodbye, Armored Warrior. Oh shit, that's some sturdy armor. Oh my god, an opponent that we can't stab or slash? What else are we supposed to do? Huh, what would Isshin tell us? Win by any means necessary, probably. The wolf has an idea. Wait, Robert? Oh god, we just killed Robert's dad. Why couldn't you just let me pass? His journey brought him all the way here to Senpou Temple on Mount Kongo, all for the sake of his son. And while we killed the Father of the Year, we never get any word about what exactly happened to Robert. Perhaps it was already too late and he passed away before they could find what they were looking for. Which, if you can believe it, is much better than what would have happened to Robert if the monks of Senpou Temple got their hands on him. We'll understand the extent of that shortly. But goodbye, Armored Warrior. You were the best father that a sick Robert could have ever asked for. And your son's firecrackers have saved my life more than just a few times. Hope you both are together again. And thankfully, they added some treasure carp in a pond just ahead to cheer us up after all that sadness. Don't forget that we still need to make Pot Noble Harunaga a great carp after all. Once again though, the beauty of this mountain is lost on us because of all the monks and rats all over this place. You can always visit yourself though. Mount Kongo is actually the only real-world location inside of Sekiro that we can visit ourselves in-game. But enough fun facts, let's turn our attention back to the monks of this temple. The strange childlike voice warned us that they have turned their backs on their faith in pursuit of immortality. But what exactly does that mean? We currently know of two methods to achieve some form of immortality: the Dragon's Heritage and the Rejuvenating Waters. The first is specific to Kuro's blood, and the other we don't really have any knowledge about just yet. Ew, centipede! While it put up a pretty decent fight, Wolf managed to put it down. Oh, never mind, of course it's immortal. Definitely seems pretty similar to the Rejuvenating Waters, but I don't remember one of those things busting out of Genichiro. Well, unlike the Dragon's Heritage, the Rejuvenating Waters are a little more crude. Remember that Dogen was the leading expert on the Rejuvenating Waters, but Emma told us that all of his research was burned. His apprentice Doujun now trying to study them for medical purposes. Or, I mean, that's what he claims at least. So what I'm trying to say is that these rejuvenating waters are something that nobody in Ashina truly understands. Only the rumors of it bringing immortality, which, as you can imagine, is enough for most people here, including the Senpou monks. But unlike someone like Doujun, who was able to work with what little remained of Dogen's research, the monks here had no knowledge of these waters really at all. So imagine the surprise of the monks when they realized what the waters were capable of. Only the theme of this version of the Rejuvenating Waters seems to be centipedes, usually representing things like impurity, strength, and the unknown in Japanese folklore. And get used to seeing them because they'll be popping up a lot, even after we leave this place. As for where the centipedes came from, like I said at the castle, it never really spells it out for you. And I can't give you my theory until much later because it involves a gigantic fish carcass. But there seems to be two main schools of thought. The first is from the Hanbei side story, if you wanted to take that as fact, where these centipedes got a little thirsty and just happened to drink from the rejuvenating waters, inadvertently giving them some of these immortal side effects. A surprisingly simple explanation. And when these centipedes are ingested by a person, they too gain the benefits of living forever. Although, I don't really know if I would call this living. The other idea is that these centipedes exist in some of the rejuvenating waters almost like a virus. Similar to how you'd get sick from drinking dirty water as opposed to clean water. Although, outside of that comparison, no version of the rejuvenating waters is like clean water. Kuro and Emma mentioned that it seemed to be almost like a cruder, bootleg version of the Dragon's Heritage after all. But even if we did know their origins, that still doesn't explain what happened here at Senpou Temple. One thing is for sure though, the centipedes have a lot more control than you'd think. Even going as far as to selectively choose a leader, changing their names out of loyalty, which is exactly what happened to long-armed centipede Senun right here, transforming the monk into something that isn't even remotely human anymore. And as you can see, it attacks like an absolute maniac, which is perfect for my ears. Ugh, so satisfying. And before we get more into the evil stuff, let's finally meet the monkeys. Monkeys are one of my favorite animals in the world, but killing them in this game is just absolutely fucking hilarious. Like, Wolf did not need to do all that. Anyways, we have one final challenge before reaching the main hall of this place, as it's guarded by two spear-adept psychopaths. Forget about the get good stuff I was saying earlier, these two are impossible. So here's the plan. Gachin's sugar, so we're harder to detect. Stealth kill one of them, hide inside of the blood mist, kill the other one. Boom, bang, Master Shinobi. I'm the best. Oh, almost forgot about Jerry. Anyways, back to the awfulness of this place. Inside the main hall are a bunch of monks that have been completely taken over by these centipedes. And while there's nobody here for us now, remember that old woman back in Ashina Castle that I told to shut up when she wanted us to come here? Well, if we arrived here before defeating Genichiro, we could have come face to face with the head priest of Senpou Temple.
許しておくれ。オチの巫女たちよ。残ったのはあの子だけ。
Apologizing to who he calls the children of the rejuvenating waters. However, that is not what they were. They were just children. Children that the sick monks of Senpou Temple used to further their own goals of becoming undying. Everyone throughout Ashina knows of Kuro's family and the dragon's heritage. However, Kuro was of course born with this ability, something that was seen as sacred throughout most of Ashina. So while it may have been easy for the monks at Senpou to stay true to their beliefs when they thought that immortality was completely out of their grasp, things changed when they realized that they too could achieve this, only with something else: the rejuvenating waters. An idea so tempting that they not only renounced their faith, but fell victim to complete and total madness, somehow deciding that they needed to create a divine child of their own, just like Kuro. So what did they do? They hired what we know as rats to kidnap innocent children to perform these twisted experiments on. What did these experiments involve? Well, look no further than Hanbei the Undying, a victim of Senpou Temple that managed to escape. After the rats collected children, they would be force-fed these centipedes that ingested the rejuvenating waters, killing practically all of them in the process. That is why Hanbei hates his immortality. He's now forced to live forever with one of these centipedes living inside of him. Something forced on him by a bunch of delusional adults who had no problem killing innocent children to emulate something that the rest of Ashina viewed as sacred. These monks once dedicated their lives to being good people and helping others, only to have abandoned their humanity in every sense of the word. Sure, they're living, but are they even alive anymore? They're blind. Their skin has turned gray. They abandoned everything that they believed in and can't even think for themselves anymore. They kidnapped and murdered innocent children just in the name of living longer lives, all to create an artificial divine child of their own, killing all of these children in the process. Well, all except one. The same holy person that the old woman was referring to earlier. A young girl that is now known as the child of the rejuvenating waters. He also realizes that Wolf is the shinobi of the true divine heir, leaving him with one final request. The only surviving child of Senpou always wished to understand why she was forced to go through all of this. So he hands us a book explaining some of their twisted beliefs. To be undying is to walk the eternal path to enlightenment. Thus, I must become enlightened to understand why I cannot die. So they didn't completely renounce their faith. It's more like they were following some bastardized version of it. After all, Buddhism revolves around embarking on this journey of enlightenment, a journey that will take people multiple lives to achieve. And now they make sense of their current disgusting actions by claiming that becoming immortal means spending their entire lives walking this path of enlightenment. And while I have no interest in redeeming this sick monk in front of us, this may at least offer closure for the only surviving child who successfully became divine. And this head priest is the only monk on this mountain who seems to have really grasped the weight of what he has done. Him leaving Wolf with some parting advice.
そなたはそなたの御子を一人にするでない。行きなされ。失ってから悔いるのでは遅いのじゃ。
While no amount of remorse can undo the disgusting things that he's done, at least there's one person here who can bear the weight of all of these atrocities. Isshin was being nice and calling them just degenerates, but we need to get what we came here for. The Mortal Blade. Only, it doesn't seem to be anywhere. The only thing here is a bell in front of the Buddha.
猿が3匹。一つは空か。
Monkeys! Yeah, we definitely needed something to lighten the mood. Welcome to the elusive hall. Somewhere that appears to be at the tallest point in like the entire world. But are we even really here? Or is this some kind of illusion? And if you noticed, I'm surprisingly lax considering there's a boss bar at the top left of the screen. The folding screen monkeys. As you can see, unsurprisingly, right here on the folding screens. And before we get into the monkeys, let's speak to the last decent Senpou monk left. So this monk seems to literally be the only one left who is stuck by his faith. Possibly completely unaware of what the current state of Senpou Temple is. But this appears to be more of a test than a boss. And after defeating these folding screen monkeys, the divine child's voice will reach us. We can even see from their memory that they're friends with the divine child. I like her already. But these monkeys are based on the Buddhist interpretation of a Japanese proverb about the three wise monkeys. See no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. Or, in layman's terms, don't dwell on evil thoughts. And wouldn't you know it, one of these monkeys has incredible eyesight but poor hearing. Another has really good hearing but poor vision. And the third will use its voice to alert the others but has bad hearing and vision. See no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. So it's a monkey roundup. My kind of boss fight. But before leaving, the monk mentions that another person came here earlier. Except while he chased the monkeys, he seemed to eventually give up, implying it to be none other than Genichiro. Knowing that we stand in his way, it's no surprise that he would be chasing after the Mortal Blade, a weapon capable of killing the Undying. But unlike our rival, we will not fall victim to these tricky monkeys. And while you can be smart about this, I prefer to just relentlessly pursue these monkeys when possible.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit!
Okay, that's all three. Except there's still a fourth of the health bar left. Even when we go back to talk to the monk, there's no mention of a fourth monkey. So what if I told you that there was a secret fourth monkey? One that is so easily forgotten as it's never even mentioned in the Buddhist interpretation, which is probably why it's completely absent from the folding screen unlike the others. We got here from a Buddhist temple after all, so we need to turn our attention to Confucianism for a second. Their interpretation of this proverb being see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, and do no evil. But okay, we know the meaning behind the monkeys, but that doesn't really bring us any closer to finding our target. I've looked everywhere and I just can't find this stupid... Oh? Footprints from behind us? And what is this thing that I'm running into? Unless... Oh my god, I'm a genius. Just kidding, on my first try that took me like 45 minutes. The cool thing about the fourth monkey is that he is constantly behind you from the moment that you enter the Hall of Illusions. So you could seriously turn around and kill him instantly if you already know the trick. Really cool. But after killing the fourth monkey, the divine child's voice is finally able to reach us.
"あの子たちはただ私を守ろうとしてくれただけ。なれどそれは叶わぬようです。目を閉じてください。奥の院にてお会いいたしましょう。」
Wolf is really getting around, huh? We find ourselves in the most peaceful and serene place on Mount Congo. We're also rewarded with a puppeteer ninjutsu. Cool. And inside the only building is a young girl, the divine child of the rejuvenating waters. The only child that managed to survive the temple's cruel experiments.
何故参られたのですか？
不思議りを求めに。
抜けぬ刀とご存知か？
ああ。
抜けぬとは抜いて帰った者がおらぬということ。それでも試されるのですか？
抜こう。
そうですか。
わかりました。
覚悟が終わりならば改められよ。なぜ皆死を厭わぬのですか。あなたは一体。その右目、流因の呪いを受けているのですね。
不思議に確かにもらい受けた。
The mortal blade is ours! And wow, it really does just insta-kill whoever draws it. Unsurprisingly, this child was the one who tried to warn us of the dangers of Senpou Temple when we first arrived here. Another kind-hearted divine child, who also is able to immediately identify who we are due to us immediately coming back to life. And despite Wolf always being so reserved, he is very honest with her, explaining that he needs this blade to get his hands on dragon's tears to sever his and his master's immortality. The prospect of this, unsurprisingly, appeals to her as well, which makes a lot of sense considering the horrible things that she's been through. And even after overcoming all of that, she's still just forced to sit here. But she does share Kuro's wish and hopes to help us in any way that she can, blessing us with rice, an irreplaceable part of Japanese culture that represents fertility and life, as well as being a common offering in Buddhist rituals. So while rice may not seem like all that much at face value, it's actually a pretty meaningful gift. She will even continue to produce rice for us from this point on whenever we consume the rice that she gave us. So while we only came here for the mortal blade, we ended up leaving with the blade, rice, and another companion. A very special one too. Despite her being artificially created by the monks here, she has certainly become something special in her own right. And when leaving this magical place, we find ourselves back in the main hall. As the door was locked tight though, the only way in was past the folding screen monkeys who were protecting her. Sorry guys. But with that, we've officially finished everything that we needed to do here in this unholy place. And our new ally will come back into play in a major way a little bit later. But while we finished our main objective, we do still have some unfinished business here in Senpou Temple. First, it's worth mentioning the bell. Back where we fought the Headless earlier, there's a teeny little passage that Wolf can squeeze through, leading to a cut-off section of Mount Congo with a bell. Not just any bell either,
but a demon bell.
One that is possessed by a demon who is transferred to the unfortunate soul that rings it. It pretty much just makes all of the enemies tougher and more durable, while also increasing item drop rates and even adding some more items to the loot pool. And you can always just turn it off at any time. So, you know, feel free to ring it if you ever need some items or you just hate yourself. Next up is my brother from another mother, Kotaro. We found a red and white pinwheel earlier, but Kotaro clarified that he needs a pure white flower. And we're able to find this while taking a rather out-of-the-way pathway on the side of the mountains, along with the legendary monkey booze. Finally, but who should I share it with? We'll worry about that in a bit. Before returning to Kotaro though, let's give some of that rice to the crazy old woman from earlier who really wanted some, her offering us some words of advice. If it's fresh fruit you want, fly a kite. Wind the puppet, fly a kite. Or, in other words, puppeteer ninjutsu on that rat near the kite from earlier. I told you crazy old women always have the scoop. Okay, rat, your existence now consists of flying this kite for the rest of your life. An upgrade from murdering and kidnapping children for centipede monks, I'd say. Now, back near the old woman, we can use this kite to reach another part of Mount Congo. And it's here that we can get our first look at the Ashina depths. covered by tons of trees and an unbelievably thick mist everywhere. It also probably reminds Wolf of a place from his childhood, Usui Forest, where the late Lady Butterfly helped train Wolf in the art of becoming a master shinobi. In fact, Owl didn't even acknowledge Wolf as his son until he was able to survive in these woods while fighting illusions. But despite his flaws, Wolf does owe his life to Owl. Rest in peace, Father. Eventually, we reach the end of this short area, giving us an amazing view of the Sunken Valley, where we'll be heading next actually. And despite the woman telling us that fresh serpent fruit was just over here, there's nothing for us. For now, at least. So with this area unlocked, all that's left to do is to give dear Kotaro the white flower that he's been searching for.
Oh! 思い出したぞ。皆は越智の巫女様たち。そうか、オラは真っ白い風車を取ろうとしたのか。あの子の分の風車を。
The divine children of rejuvenation. So poor Kotaro was never abandoned in the first place. He was in charge of looking after these kidnapped children. That is, before the monks killed all but one of them. Kotaro, of course, being ignorant to what was really going on here. To him, these children were just his friends. So him losing all of them had a very deep impact on Kotaro. But thankfully, he heard that shinobi like us are able to spirit people away.
神隠しした先にきっと皆がいる。皆のもとに行かねばなんねえ。何せオラは巫女様たちのお世話係だからな。なあ、お願いできねえかな。
Of course I will. I'd love nothing more.
おお、ありがとう。ありがとうな。
So, with one of our many shinobi tools, Divine Abduction, we grant Kotaro's wish. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Why did they make him scream like that? Don't worry though, our big boy was just startled is all. As when we re-enter the Hall of Illusions, here he is happier than ever.
いやいや、そんなことはないですよ。あの人は目つきは確かにいいとは言えねえです。だけどもとてもいいお人です。おい。おお、あんたか。よく来てくれたな。ほら、みな、忍びさんも来てくれましたよ。ああ、巫女様たち、ちゃんと挨拶しなきゃ。ああ、そうか。忍びさんには見えないか。
越智の巫女たちか。
そうさ。見えないけれどもいるんだよ。みなかわいい子たちじゃ。さて、あんたには礼を言わなきゃなんねえな。こいつを受け取ってくんろ。本当にありがとうな。
どうした？
巫女様たちもありがとうと言っている。
And just like that, Kotaro's wish is granted. While Wolf is unable to see them, it appears that the children who were sacrificed continue to live on in this place, them only revealing themselves to Kotaro, who goes out of his way to tell the kids that we're a good man, the biggest heart in all of Ashina. And now he's able to spend the rest of his days with the children that he loves so much. The closest thing to a family that Kotaro has. This is also the happiest outcome for our dear Kotaro. Unfortunately, we will get a look at some other sadder endings to his quest a little bit later. But don't worry, I made sure that this was the canon ending for him in this playthrough. But with Kotaro's wish granted, let's return to Ashina Castle to make our way to the Sunken Valley. While exploring, we overhear some more Ashina soldiers talking about a little scoundrel who came running through here, comparing him to an animal like a raccoon or a badger. Sounds like another person of interest. So after some searching, we find a bunch of dead rats from Senpou Temple littered all over the place, with one more with a black hat inside of the building. Another disgusting child snatcher from Senpou.
だからよせっつったんだけどな。まったくしつこくって嫌になるぜ。めんどくせえ。おめえはヨタカの衆か？いいよ。まあそうだろうな。風情がちげえ。だがどうやら同業だ。俺は黒笠のムジナ。おめえは？
Except wait, Black Hat Badger? That's the same person that we heard about from Isshin's rat hunt ages ago. The rats were given specific orders to hunt this badger down, and clearly he looks to be a step above the normal rat. So maybe he's defected from the temple? His attitude is very standoffish, but he's willing to sell Wolf some pretty cool stuff, like an umbrella! Sounds kinda stupid, but this thing will be unbelievably helpful in the next area. Despite the badger's help though, don't forget what kind of things this rat has done. I'm sure our paths will cross again though. To the Sunken Valley we go. On our way, we overhear some more soldiers talking about how they're running low on salt, which they've been using for treating the wounded as well as cooking and purifying the dead. Logically speaking, you might be thinking that using your last remaining salt on purifying the dead is a waste, but I want to remind you of this freak. They need to do that. But we once again see just how weak the Ashina military is, and before an inevitable invasion from the Interior Ministry too, no less. Maybe Genichiro should be focusing more on the logistics rather than just chasing immortality, huh? Thankfully, that's not really Wolf's problem, is it? Best wishes. Although little did Wolf know, he was walking headfirst into a trap. A monkey ambush, is it? Come, monkey. Show me the extent of your hatred. After our run-in with the monkey mob, we come across what looks to be a small temple. One with shiminawa hung above the entrance, which is rope that is regularly used for ritual purification in the Shinto religion. They typically indicate a sacred place as they supposedly ward off evil spirits. And a sacred place is right, because inside we bump into oh shit. I mean Tengu of Ashina.
Oh, Sekiro ka.
これは
ナイフのネズミどもよ。
Looks like he just killed another agent of the Interior Ministry, saving us a fight with him. I love you. Still protecting this land from the shadows while everyone else believes that he's bedridden. He truly does love this land, but it's just past him that we can enter the Sunken Valley. And it doesn't take long for us to come face to face with the Sunken Valley clan. The clan who offers themselves to be eaten by the Great Serpent, which in their minds is a wedding ceremony between the two of them. Very romantic. And as they live in this windy and snowy valley, this clan is well known for their incredible eyesight, opting to use firearms to complement this advantage of theirs, which makes our life a living hell. However, the bottom of this valley seems to be dangerously toxic according to the item description of antidote powder. After all, there's always a poison area, right? But Sekiro's is one of the nicer ones for sure. The upper section is a lot meaner, especially when we finally arrive at the gun fort set up by the Sunken Valley clan. We can even find a dying rat who stood no chance against their firearms. So, let's begin the mandatory YOLO run. And as if gunfire from hundreds of yards away wasn't enough, we also have a mini-boss, Snake Eye Shirafuji, who, unsurprisingly, managed to kill me on my first try. Now, while part of the same Sunken Valley clan as the other gunners, these Snake Eyes are a special case. Descendants of the legendary and ancient Okami clan. It was made up entirely of women, and they had, you guessed it, unbelievable eyesight. Way better than your average member of the Sunken Valley clan. They're also one of the few enemies that the Sabimaru poison blade is good against too, as the Okami women were susceptible to its poison. But I don't really need to pull out all of the stops against Shirafuji here. Kusabimaru is more than enough. Barely. Despite us beating her though, our challenge has only just begun. Time to put our bulletproof umbrella to good use. Isn't it glorious? Whoa, what? Forgot about the hole in the bridge. Thankfully, it brings us right back without even giving us a second to gather ourselves. I mean, what game do you think we're playing? Now, this gun fort is filled with members of the Sunken Valley clan, requiring Wolf to slowly take out all of the gunners in the area unless you just want to run right by them, which, you know, good luck. And unfortunately, this clan is smarter than most of our other enemies in Ashina, setting up a ton of gunpowder traps all over the place to make stealth that much harder. Oh, fuck my life. So, after like 20 minutes of shinobi activities, we clear the entire fort out. It always feels so bizarre whenever you kill everyone here and there's like no danger anymore. Almost like it's too good to be true. It is actually safe though, so you can go back and get all of the hidden items from before that we couldn't pick up earlier due to the onslaught of bullets. And just behind the gun fort is a tight squeeze inside of this mountain, leading us to yet another centipede chief from Senpou Temple. This time it's Giraffe. I love it. We already know how these long arms come about after Senpou Temple, but what is one doing all the way out here? Well, we do find ourselves in what looks to be a place of worship. Although due to the current state of the monk here, I'm going to assume that he could not be bothered to spread the teachings of Buddha. More than likely, the Sunken Valley clan were working with some of the monks over at Senpou Temple. After all, we've already seen plenty of clan intermingling throughout Ashina already. All the way back in the outskirts, we saw members of the Taro troop and even a member of the Sunken Valley clan. So, while it is pure speculation, I really don't think it's a stretch to assume that they'd be willing to assist these monks if it meant getting their hands on the rejuvenating waters themselves. But then again, there is a distinct lack of centipedes bursting out of the Sunken Valley clan. So if they did drink any of the rejuvenating waters, it had to have been some of that weak shit, that off-brand shit, that Ashina Fufu shit. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying. So let's just finish off Giraffe here and move on. Well, fuck, this isn't good. Coming back before the bridge, it seems like this great serpent is not letting this one go. Unsurprising, considering that we stabbed it in the eye earlier. You can see for yourself that despite it being considered a god by the people here, it lacks the ability to heal such a terrible wound. Wait, a one-armed wolf and a one-eyed snake. There's some kind of proverb or sitcom in here somewhere. But whatever, let's just keep going because it's kind of creepy just waiting underneath a giant snake. Thankfully, we escaped. Except, I don't know about you, but the idea of a gigantic, vengeful snake lurking about does not sound that great to me. So, let's head back to that area of Mount Congo hidden behind the kite. And after arriving, we run into Black Hat Badger of all people. What could he want in a hard-to-reach place like this?
Yo, Omeka. Yaboyo wa sunda ka? Okage-san de na. Kono haka wa? こいつは俺のガキの墓だ。そうか。ガキがいなくなった後、何やら急にラッパの人が面倒になってな。オチの試しだ、人さらいだ、黒笠の責務だ。この寺は何もかもめんどくせえ。だから抜けたか。ああ。
Wow, so yeah, Black Hat Badger did in fact defect from the temple. He spent his life helping the monks in kidnapping and eventually killing these innocent children, only for him too to eventually lose his own son. We don't find out how he died, but it certainly seems like karma if I've ever seen it. Him possibly coming to the same conclusion too, as after losing his own child, his job as a Black Hat began to rub him the wrong way. He began to realize that he has been causing the same exact pain that he feels in losing his son. The temple, however, was not going to simply allow him to leave of his own free will, sending even more assassins after him. But regardless of his past, it's never too late to change. An important part of Buddhism that everyone else here seems to have forgotten. You see, the worst of the Buddhist realms to be born into is Naraka, and this isn't due to the judgment of some god, but rather a direct consequence of your actions in life. Other religions will doom sinners for all of eternity in the afterlife, but Buddhism always leaves room for you to become a better person. That is what the cycle of rebirth is all about. Sure, some people will never learn and spend the rest of their existence burning in Naraka, but even the most despicable people have the capacity to change and become a better person. So while Black Hat Badger may have spent his life committing evil, it's never too late for him to truly change. So I wish you the best, Rat. You watch out for yourself too. And just behind Black Hat, get a look at this. Looks like even the Great Serpent can get sleepy. Honestly, it looks kinda cute curled up like that. But the wolf knows what must be done.
fucking cool! I love that so much. And just like the old woman said, we get fresh serpent viscera, except it only looks like a fruit, and it's really the heart of the Great Serpent. Ew. Just going to put that in our pocket for later. But with the Great Serpent gone, we can now navigate the Sunken Valley in peace. Although the Sunken Valley clan might be upset that we killed their god/husband, but I'm sure they'll get over it. Wait, my wolf senses are tingling. Another monkey surprise. Now this section of the Sunken Valley is run by the monkeys. I wish so badly that we could come in peace, but combat is the only way, sadly. If you can remember all the way back to the beginning of this video, I mentioned how an unknown key figure in Ashina's rebellion, the shinobi orangutan, would test his skills against the monkeys here in the Sunken Valley. Well, here we are. There's also some nightjars here that kind of kill the monkey vibes of this place, annoyingly enough. Eventually though, we come face to face with a truly horrifying sight. A group of monkeys getting shit-faced on monkey booze with only one thing in common. They all want us dead. So the wolf takes on his hardest challenge yet.
This party's getting crazy. Let's rock.
That was fun. And we got our hands on some more monkey booze. And with the monkeys gone until we rest again, we finally have a chance to admire the beautiful Bodhisattva Valley. So these Bodhisattvas are beings who have completed the path of enlightenment, achieving nirvana for themselves. However, even though they already reached the end of their journey, which spanned multiple lives, they choose to stay behind, to help others on their path to enlightenment. True compassion, a feeling that does not seem to be shared by the local monkeys. And just past the next idol, we get a look at the biggest monkey that we've seen yet. But we'll come back in a little bit to confront the incel monkey, since we still have more of the Sunken Valley to see first. Oh hey, another old lady. But just like the one at Senpou pointed us towards the fresh fruit, this one points us towards the dried fruit. It's a little hard to get excited knowing that our reward is just some dried out snake heart, but I mean hey, it's something. And unsurprisingly, she wants rice before telling us the secret. So after making a quick trip to the Divine Child, bless her heart, we give her some rice. She then tells us to become a trainer of monkeys. Make the monkey dance and he'll be eaten. Sounds funny, let's do it. To the bottom of the Sunken Valley we go. And yep, there is definitely poison down here, which pales in comparison to the true apex predator lurking at the bottom of this valley. I am of course talking about the Elder Monkey, a bloodthirsty veteran who carries 2 swords to overwhelm his opponents. I can stealth kill this one right now, but I would never disrespect such a worthy foe. Come monkey, face me. Obviously I'm fucking around, but they're actually pretty hard. Always fear an old monkey in a profession where monkeys die young. That's actually pretty much it for the bottom of the valley though. Surprisingly short. There is, however, a dark cave down here. One with, meet the most mysterious enemy in the game. Mostly just because it was weirdly difficult to track this enemy down. But this is called a rock diver, and it really does not show up that often. And aside from them being confirmed as spirits, that's really all there is to know about these strange beings. As far as inspiration goes, the closest I was able to find wasn't a yokai, but a disturbing practice that was prevalent during the time. Hito Bashira, which translates to human pillar. And this was the act of burying people, who were alive by the way, during the construction of certain projects. This was seen as a prayer to Shinto gods in hopes that the buildings would be spared from natural disasters. Pretty disturbing stuff, but as this cave likely wasn't man-made, maybe it's the lingering spirits of those sacrificed to the Great Serpent. Maybe the women who offered themselves as brides for the snake linger here to protect the den of the Great Serpent. But I don't really know why, since we already killed the... fuck. Yep, there's another Great Serpent, and yeah, this is a little bit strange. Mostly because all of the item descriptions in the game refer to the Great Serpent, as in singular. But clearly that is not the case since we very much killed the other one. This one seems to be guarding a shrine hidden deep within this place.
It's most likely the location where the Sunken Valley clan would sacrifice themselves to the snake in the name of marriage. But it seems like the snake is not into wolves, since it's not really letting us get anywhere close to it. But remember what the wise old woman said: make the monkey dance. Sorry monkey, it's the only way. Whew. There is no escape either. But it's here that we find the dried serpent viscera. Yay? Still don't really know what it does, but it was so hard to get that it has to be important, right? And the existence of a dried great serpent heart also confirms that there must have been a third great serpent at some point too. We'll be able to do some more speculation on the great serpents a little later when we have some more info to work with. And before heading back on track, we have some unfinished business back at the Dilapidated Temple. First, Hanbei the Undying. As I said earlier, our friend Hanbei here has a whole side manga that I'd recommend if you're interested. But to summarize the beginning of it in so many words, he originally served under General Tamura during the rebellion. And believe it or not, he was killed by Isshin Ashina himself, except he, of course, could not die. So after his master's defeat, he then roamed the lands of Ashina. If you're still on a Sekiro kick after this video, I definitely recommend it. Since I don't really want to just summarize the whole thing here, because there's multiple new characters, and this game is confusing enough as is. But like I said, it does offer some answers to what would be otherwise unknowable questions in the game, including our next boss, so I'll be bringing it up again shortly. I also hope that you haven't forgotten about this. Dragon Rot, a result of Wolf continuously coming back to life. When Wolf has no more life force for the dragon's heritage to pull from, it needs to take it from somewhere else. The innocent people of Ashina. But Emma was working hard on a cure. And after Wolf gives her another blood sample, she finally figures something out. If Wolf offers a dragon's blood droplet at the sculptor's idol, an item that increases resurrective power, it will cure everyone afflicted with Dragon Rot. Emma, you did it! Doujun would be proud. Before leaving, we also fill in Kuro on what we've done at Senpou, and the sad story of the divine child of Rejuvenation, which only further confirms in his eyes that this immortality needs to be severed once and for all. But now that we've cured the Dragon Rot, we should check on the first person that was affected by it, the sculptor. He did save Wolf's life, so it's the least that he could do. When Wolf arrived though, he seemed to be in the middle of a conversation with the Buddha, and when Wolf presses him on it,
お前さ、人の話を聞いてたか。
どうなのだ。
炎じゃ。
炎。
all he sees are flames. Flames that cover all of Ashina. Him also immediately ending the conversation right there. Why is such a kind man so troubled? You know what? After having made the mood awkward, let's treat him to some of that monkey booze that we earned earlier. You interested?
猿酒か。相も変わらず辛い酒だ。だが、これが懐かしい。
よく飲んでいたのか。
猿どもの住む谷。そこで忍び修行をしておった。
一人か。
いや、二人でじゃな。わしらははぐれ忍び。
So this sculptor used to be a shinobi himself, reminiscing on practicing his skills navigating the valley and sharpening his skills on the monkeys. Wait, orangutan? The same shinobi orangutan who helped Isshin take Ashina from General Tamura. Now it makes sense why Isshin let his guard down during our first encounter the second that he saw our hand-me-down prosthetic arm. He knew that it was from his old friend Orangutan. Except here he is now, just spending the rest of his days carving Buddhas. What could have happened to him? He also mentioned a partner of his, one that would make music with her whistle while he rewarded himself with monkey booze after a long day of training in the valley. But that's all we're going to do for right now. So let's confront our next boss, the Guardian Ape. Except he has a tail, and apes don't have tails, but, you know, whatever. There's way weirder things in Ashina. Now, just what is this monkey's problem with us? Well, nothing, really. He's just cranky that we aren't a sexy female ape, because, as it turns out, the lotus flower that we're looking for also attracts female apes. So he just kind of gets really pissed off when he sees Wolf. And to add to his frustrations, do you see that in his neck? This guardian ape seems to have only just barely survived a beheading. That's really gotta hurt. Maybe it was Orangutan or his partner that did it way back when they were still training here. But yeah, he's just kind of a cranky ape who isn't above farting on Wolf's face. An act that Wolf does not take lightly. Oh, damn! It's always so brutal every time I watch it. Wolf finally finishing the job of whoever got halfway through his neck. So, with the horny ape out of the way, we can finally go grab that lotus flower. Oh my god, who could have seen this coming? Most of you by now, I'm sure. So this is clearly not your ordinary ape. Now using the sword that Wolf just used to cut its head off while holding its severed head to induce terror, which kills us instantly. Very fun. And the reasoning behind this ape's immortality relates back to both Hanbei and Doujun. Essentially, one of Doujun's experiments with the rejuvenating waters was roaming the lands of Ashina. He wasn't so different from the chained ogre, just kind of lost in its own frenzy. And eventually, the test subject and Hanbei came face to face. A battle of two immortals. Except, it did not really play out like that. Before their battle concluded, guess who showed up and ate the crazy experiment filled with the rejuvenating waters? Yep, this guardian ape here thought he was just eating someone as a snack, but he ended up ingesting not just someone with the rejuvenating waters, but one of the centipedes, which is now controlling him. But interestingly enough, it seems to lack the kind of control that it had over the monks. Members of Senpou Temple are literally just husks for these centipedes at this point, but I really doubt that the centipede was looking for an ape wife. Maybe the human brain is just something that they can control, while a more primitive one is susceptible to its base instincts. Or maybe it's just less potent since he consumed someone who ate it rather than just eating it himself. And it doesn't really matter though. The bottom line is that he ate someone with an immortal centipede and now he's become infected by accident, leaving Wolf no choice but to put it down once again. Dead for good. I mean, Wolf remembered to use the mortal blade to kill it for good, right? He didn't naively use Kusabi Maru due to his inexperience fighting immortal creatures, right? Right? Yeah, whatever. I'm sure that definitely won't come back to haunt us. But now, with the apes seemingly gone for good, we can claim our prize, the lotus flower, which only blooms here in the depths of the Sunken Valley where the Fountainhead waters pool deeply. So apparently, the legendary Fountainhead Palace is only just above us. If only we had planes in Sengoku, Japan, we could just save ourselves all this trouble. It's crazy how many cool legends were ruined by the existence of planes. And back in the Dilapidated Temple, look, it's evening now. We're getting a lot done in one day. And it seems as though Wolf has been thinking a lot about what Orangutan has done for both him and his master by extension. So he has something to say to the sculptor.
Miko-sama. お救いすることができた。
わしにゃ関わり合いのない話だ。
いや、礼を言う。
少し目の影が薄くなったようじゃ。
なんだと。
それで何か用か。
My god, this must be what it feels like to be a parent. In the beginning of this adventure, Wolf trusted absolutely no one, often choosing to just stay completely silent rather than converse with them. But now he harbors no reservations about thanking those who helped him and the one most important to him. So I agree, Orangutan. The shadow in Wolf's eyes is definitely becoming lighter. Orangutan in turn opens up about how he abandoned the path of the shinobi, although he can never part with the prosthetic that Dogen made for him. Still in disbelief that another shinobi missing his left arm happened to appear, believing it to be fate. And I mean, as far as coincidences go, it really does not get crazier than that. Whether it really was fate or not though, it's what led Wolf to meeting all of these people in his life. So, once again, thank you, sculptor. Now, to catch Emma and Kuro up on our progress. First, Emma offers us some Ashina sake to share with the sculptor. His favorite tea, as she says. So we'll be sure to do just that a little bit later. And speaking to Kuro, we have a problem on our hands. It seems that part of the Fountainhead ritual requires requires Kuro's blood. A big problem since those blessed with the divine heritage are unable to bleed. This also being a huge problem for the last divine heir and their guardian, Lord Takeru and Lady Tomoe, who, like us, wish to sever immortality once and for all. And it's because of the notes that they left behind that we are even able to figure out this crazy ritual in the first place. Except, as we're clearly trying to finish what they started, they must have been unsuccessful. Speaking to Dr. Emma about this problem, she reminds us that we already have an answer to this. The Mortal Blade. Wolf, you really gotta remember that you have a legendary weapon at some point. This blade being able to harm even someone born with the dragon's heritage. So problem solved. Glad we were proactive about completing Senpou Temple. However, we still have one more item on our shopping list. A note from a rotting prisoner mentions a fragrant stone, one located at a village in the depths of Ashina. One that I mentioned earlier because I know all. It also seems like this prisoner from the Ashina dungeon had the fortune of knowing Kotaro too. We'll come back to that one. But this village is supposedly sacred even though Kuro has never even heard of it. And the way to enter this place is a bottomless hole behind the well that we woke up in. So somewhere back in Ashina dungeon? When we revisit the dungeon, we run into Jinzaimon of all people, the man who swore that he heard a shamisen calling out to him. And he's once again completely lost in thought when we talk to him. And now the shamisen player seems to be crying. After Wolf snaps him out of it though, he points us towards the source.
調べが聞こえるでござろう。
何も聞こえぬ。
And yeah, it still seems like it's just him, as I still don't hear anything. Sorry, man. You may be crazy. But going towards the source, according to Jinzaimon, we see one lone torii gate. Usually found in Shinto shrines, these gates are meant to represent the transition from the mundane to the sacred. Only thing is that it leads directly to a bottomless pit, with an old lady who's egging us on to throw our body down there. Kuro did say that the way to this village involved a bottomless hole, so anything for Kuro. Whew. I don't know how people are expected to get down here without a grappling hook, but I'll take it. Damn, it's dark down here. There's also some more people from the dungeon that must have just died falling down here just to be brought back once again. That kinda sucks. Eventually though, we reach a poison pool, and it's only the first of 2 big challenges ahead of us before we reach this village. And rather than explaining it, let me just show you. Snake Eyes Shirahagi. Except, unlike our last Snake Eyes mini-boss, this one is surrounded by even more Snake Eyes. So it's gunfire from every direction while you're trying to fight. Definitely one of the tougher situations in the game, but it's nothing that a master shinobi can't handle. Our first order of business is running out of pure fear to the sculptor's idol that's hidden in the back of this place. So after taking out some Snake Eyes that would have a view on us, we're able to deal with Shirahagi one-on-one. There's still more Snake Eyes lurking about though, so we really need to stick to this little spot right here. And boom, I'm the best. That usually takes me either 2 tries or 200 tries. And with the mini-boss dealt with, we can clean out the rest of the goobers in this awful place. And I don't know why these Snake Eyes have set up camp in this poison pool. Seems way more pleasant in the upper reaches of the valley. But before moving on, we see another one of those Snake Eyes bleeding out on the floor. Only it wasn't Wolf that did this.
何にやられた？
おお、ザル。首が。
Large ape? Uh-oh. Yep, it's definitely our headless friend from earlier. He went to the lotus flower in search of a mate, but this cave is actually its den, where he, does this. I don't know if that means he's in pain or if he just really wants some ape love. Doesn't matter though. We can't just let something like this wander around freely. Unfortunately, he hits like a truck. Wow, that was like twice as worse as I thought. Just like his second phase from earlier, he likes to use the sword that was used to behead him while also using his severed head for terror buildup. After the first death blow though, something new happens. Aw,
Aw, it did find love after all. Would be a much sweeter story if I wasn't fighting a duo boss fight of crazy apes. The only real instance of a duo boss fight in all of Sekiro, strangely enough. And while it is terrifying, it's actually not as bad as it looks, as long as you stay calm. Pretty much, you bait out the Guardian Ape's psycho scream so that Mrs. Ape begins attacking you, and then you just focus on her. At least that's how I normally do it. It can definitely be an endurance battle, but eventually she goes down. And then once again, it's just the two of us. Him being really upset that we probably just killed the only woman who could love a headless ape. And while fighting the Guardian Ape, you're also able to use the spear to yoink out the centipede that's controlling him. Does a ton of posture damage too, until eventually it goes down once again. Except this time, Wolf will not make the same mistake, opting to finish it once and for all with the Mortal Blade, giving us the rare Immortality Severed pop-up. Good job, Wolf. You've learned from your mistakes. And the remnant of the fight tells us that the Guardian Ape originally had a mate that it loved dearly, except after he became immortal, he was forced to watch his beloved die of old age. Even the flower he offered her after she passed away has since turned to dust. So despite being an ape, he too views immortality as nothing but a curse, forced to live on after the one he loved died a long time ago. And now I feel terrible. Cool. And if you were to come back to this den later, you'd find another Shichimen Warrior, performing yet another ritual near the dead that goes well beyond my understanding. But after defeating it, we get the Malcontent's Ring, labeled as Kingfisher's. The same Kingfisher that Orangutan spent all of his time with in the Sunken Valley. And this whistle of hers was something that he loved to hear after a long day of training in the valley. We actually got her finger too, right after defeating the Guardian Ape boss. So, the one who got halfway through the ape's head with that sword was Orangutan's old friend, Kingfisher. And the fact that her finger was inside of its stomach tells us all we need to know. And after the sculptor notices it,
お前さんそいつをその指をどこで手に入れた？
落ち谷の獅子猿が食らっていた。
そうか。猿の腹の中とはな。そいつを貸しな。お前さんの忍び義手に仕込んでやろう。
I'm sorry that we didn't get there sooner, Orangutan. And I'm also sorry to you for the low quality there, since I needed to use another video. It's kind of a long story, but I spent hours trying to get that dialogue after missing it, only to realize that it was all for nothing. Presumably because it was New Game Plus, so I already had the finger when I started the game. But whatever, doesn't matter. I'm clearly super over it by now. So, just beyond the Ape's Den, we can officially enter the depths of Ashina. The atmosphere of this place is unlike anywhere else we've been in Ashina. Creepy, quiet, and deserted. I mean, where'd everyone go? Bingo? This is also the same forest that we got to look at all the way up at Mount Congo. Mist everywhere, along with apparitions of nightjars. Enemies that begin to appear all over Ashina as we progress further in the game. An oddity that's never really explained. It's not surprising that Isshin would keep tabs on Ashina, but why are they spirits? Very strange. But somehow, Jinzaimon has also made his way down here, except this time he's certain that he saw her. A beautiful woman calling to him who just disappeared into the mist. He then recalls something that his father told him. Never enter the hidden town shrouded deeply in the mist, he said. Despite this warning though, he remains steadfast in meeting this mysterious shamisen player. And since we already need to head there, why not clear the path for our friend here? Although the mist here is definitely thick. It's not just any mist either, as it's able to create spirits of enemies not so different from the nightjar ones that we encountered earlier. And let me tell you, you do not want to fall down into the mist right here. Trust me, there is a horrible surprise down there that we'll deal with a little later.
After some tree traversal, we find a large golden Buddha along with a very rare sane monk from Senpou, asking if we would slay the one that opposes the path of Buddha, telling us that this man is responsible for the shadowy fog to fool the villagers. And we can find him in an old building. Got it. And in this next area, you can get a better look at these apparitions for yourself, along with the building that we're looking for. Only the front door is locked, so we need to enter in through the roof, eventually finding a branch to grapple up to in the thick mist, along with a surprisingly wholesome sight. Another drunk like Juzo back in Hirata, except this one is drinking with the monkeys. Ugh, what a dream. One that Tokujiro the glutton doesn't deserve. That's my dream. Now, I've got like next to nothing on this guy. I have no idea why he is in such an awful, hard to reach place just drinking with monkeys. I'm sure they just reused the character models more or less, but you know, maybe he's Juzo's brother since they look alike. And alcoholism just runs in the family? I don't know. Let's just say that he was a famous sumo wrestler like Juzo, but he hated people, choosing to live alone in these woods with the local monkeys. His backstory doesn't really matter to Wolf though, as he defeats his second drunkard, claiming the unrefined sake as a bonus reward. Nice. And just as we're about to reach the roof of the one responsible for this mist, we pass by someone hung up from their feet. Ugh, along with the sound of a flute. Now, what in the fuck is that? Well, I'm going to leave it to your imagination for the time being, as I need to prepare myself for the hardest battle of Wolf's life. Just kidding, he's literal garbage. The Mist Noble. This strange creature is what's responsible for this mist everywhere. Except the monk also mentioned that he was fooling the villagers as well. So what exactly is its goal then? Let's just kill it and ask questions later. And the building that we were battling in seems to be an illusion as well. Definitely some strange powers that thing had. But with the mist, and by extension all of those spirit enemies gone, the loot is ours. But remember that horrible surprise that I said was waiting for us in the beginning of this place? Well, happy birthday. Hope you like Headless. I can still vividly remember the fear that I felt bumping into him in the thick mist during my first playthrough. I, however, have grown stronger since then. It was going great, but as always, terror is the absolute worst. A problem that we will get a solution to very shortly, actually. And thankfully, I managed to kill it with like literally 1 health left. Second Headless down. And before moving on, we speak to the monk that helped us, him wishing that Lord Buddha could return to Senpou Temple once more. I don't really think that's gonna happen, but we don't really need to tell him that. And with the Miss Noble gone, we can finally make our way to the village that we've been looking for. But not before running into my literal arch nemesis, another nameless lone shadow. Except this one is seriously the worst. It's a respawning enemy that, like all other lone shadows, has its own specialty. This one using the poisoned Sabimaru shinobi tool against us. Why does it always take everything that I have? I seriously hate that guy so much. I don't hate any other normal enemy in the game more than him. But shortly after dealing with that headache, we finally enter Mibu Village for ourselves. So this is the sacred village, huh? We know that because of the Mist Noble, the people here have been essentially cut off from the rest of Ashina for a while now. And clearly this place and its people are not doing too well. At some point though, this village was something pretty special for this land. Since we first started our journey, we have found plenty of different Mibu balloons. And all of them came with different blessings that we could take advantage of. More money drops, more item drops, more resurrective power, you get it. These Mibu balloons are more than likely meant to represent the Japanese lanterns of the Obon festival in Japan, which is meant to honor the dead and offer them guidance with their lanterns. Something very applicable to this place, since if you didn't notice, the residents look pretty dead. So, what happened? Is it more rejuvenating waters bullshit? Well, there's a local that we can speak to inside of one of the houses. Ah, yes. Basket, basket.
Oi.
After Wolf snaps him out of it though, he calls him an honorable person. Even Wolf is like, do you need something, or... But after the awkward introduction, he opens up a little bit about the current state of Mibu Village. When Wolf asks him about what happened to the village, Basket Guy doesn't know either. Only that everyone else seemed to go insane at nearly the same exact time. And Basket Guy was also in this daze, but it seemed to pass once he threw up due to all of the sake that he drank. And the head priest of this sacred village would sometimes treat him and the rest of the people here to sake. Except, sake makes you thirsty, so when it ran dry, the people began drinking the water in the ponds and rivers. Yeah, I don't really think sake makes you that thirsty. Considering that this strange sake came from the head priest, I'd say he's our #1 suspect for the time being. His shrine being found all the way up towards the river source. And the priest also said this to the residents: "Let us become citizens of the palace, like Fountainhead Palace." We have been running all over this province to find random things that smell like Fountainhead just to gain entry. So getting to that palace is not easy. This head priest is either full of shit or knows something that we don't. So let's get to the bottom of this. Our favorite basket man reiterating that he's going to try his hardest to resist drinking. Hey, good luck, man. I really like your basket. I'm rooting for you. And honestly, the concept of being in a constant state of thirst no matter how much water you drink sounds pretty horrifying, especially when you're in such an isolated village like this one. It's not like Emma can just come here and do house calls. The name of this village, Mibu, also literally means life born of water. Interesting. And going with that, the villagers here are different from all of the other enemies that we've seen so far. Just take a good look at them. They somehow look even worse than the monks at Senpou, who are literally just being controlled by centipedes. And going with the village name, they almost have an aquatic look to them, like they drowned and just came back to life or something. Oh, and another thing, they don't die. Except unlike Wolf, the villagers of this place re-emerge from the muddy soil rather than just reanimating after they die, even holding us in place for the others, creepily enough. So what's happening here in Mibu Village is different from anything else that we've come across. And while the villagers are mostly very easy for Wolf to take out, the literal infinite respawns are a bit much. No, they got somebody from the Taro troop! If I had one wish, it would be for the people of Ashina to leave the Taro troop the fuck alone. Thank God Kotaro is safe from the sins of man. Before the gross reanimated villagers though, as Kuro told us, this used to be a sacred village. There's even great serpent skin near the entrance. Maybe this is where the owner of the dried serpent viscera used to hang out. But this place was once filled with black pine trees and an ever-smoldering flame. Dark Souls. But this ever-smoldering flame is how people used to find a way to this village through the thick forest. Except at some point, the villagers here began to resent fire. Not unlike those who have red eyes after drinking the rejuvenating water. Before moving on though, we once again come across our shamisen-obsessed bro, Jinzaimon. Except he's not really in the best shape.
忍び殿か。あの調べに気を取られ、深くを取り申した。しかと聞こえる。きっとこの先にあの女僧者が。やはりわしを待っておったのじゃな。
She's only just ahead, is she? And after taking a few steps forward, for the first time, we hear the shamisen player for ourselves. Here she is, the shamisen player who lured Jinzaimon all the way here to Mibu Village, crying just as he said. And when we take a closer look at her, she seems to be covering her face with a basket and her skin is this palish blue color, almost like she isn't human herself.
なぜ泣く?
悲しいのです。
何が悲し
い? 今頃は作座様。 どこにどうしてございましょう。それがわからぬのが悲しいのです。会えずともせめて知りたい。なれど頼りを出しても帰ってこぬ。 誰も居場所を教えてくれぬ。ねえ、御人、作座様はいずこですか？
知らぬ。
ああ、あなたも嘘つき。どうして皆隠すのですか
Oren of the Water, one of my favorite mini-bosses lore-wise and how fun the fight is. Although on my first playthrough she wiped the floor with me like 30 times, her fight definitely teaches you the art of jumping on an opponent's head when they go in for a sweep attack. But who exactly is she? She asked Wolf about someone named Lord Sakuza, but when we tell her that we've never heard of him, she isn't buying it, immediately attacking us. So who or what exactly is she? Well, it's a little complicated. One thing for sure is that she's a yurei. Unlike yokai, who can take many mythological forms like the kappa, yurei are traditional ghosts as we know them. Spirits of people who can't move on for one reason or another. Her clearly being tied to someone by the name of Lord Sakuza. And from here, I found two very applicable stories from Japanese folklore. The first being the yurei of the blind female musician. Not unlike what happened to Jinzaemon, this story begins with a man who hears a beautiful singing voice from inside of an inn that he's staying in. Her being a goze, which means blind woman. And at the time, these blind women would more often than not make their living playing music, mostly the shamisen. But after the man heard this blind woman sing, he was completely convinced that her face and body must be just as beautiful as her voice is. And in a very creepy fashion, the man snuck into her room in the inn and hid in the dark. So when the woman came back to her room, he immediately pounced on her and they started having sex. Strangely enough though, she was actually pretty into this weird scenario. The two of them spending the entire night making love in complete darkness. Only the morning after, the man discovered that the woman was unspeakably ugly, as the story goes. She, on the other hand, was beyond happy that she finally found love. So, what did the man do? Learn to look past her appearance and love her for what's on the inside? Yeah, that's not how these stories go. He actually took a walk with her up a mountain and pushed her off, immediately killing her. A true gentleman. And this may be why Orin is covering her face. She may be ashamed of her face because of what happened. And by the same time next year, he had somehow completely forgotten about the incident. Yeah, the guy in the story really sucks. However, the blind woman did not, appearing before him as a yurei and telling him, "Have you already forgotten last autumn? You played with me and then tossed me away when you were finished. I have no eyes, but I see you now." She then grabbed him by his ankles while he was in bed and dragged him to the graveyard, where she stopped in front of what's called a certain grave, presumably hers, and embraced him, pulling him under the ground. I'd say that's pretty well deserved. Also reminiscent of what the enemies of Mibu Village do to Wolf. And reflecting on what Jinzaemon said earlier, his father told him that under no circumstances should he go to Mibu Village. Yet Orin lured him there all the same. So based off of the folklore that we just talked about, perhaps Jinzaemon's father is Lord Sakuza, and he was intended to be the man of the story and Orin the blind woman. Sakuza is a lord after all, so maybe he did this out of shame. So in this scenario, Jinzaemon would actually be Orin and Lord Sakuza's son. And going with that idea, I also found another theory regarding Orin's inspiration from a 6-year-old Reddit post from Kyra Taylor. Thank you, Kyra. And this post pointed me towards another yurei, a rather common one called a kasodate yurei, ghosts of mothers who died during or shortly after childbirth who remain in the world of the living because of their attachment to their child. So rather than his father telling him to avoid Mibu Village out of shame for killing Jinzaemon's mother, it was because of the memories of losing his wife there. Maybe he already saw her come back as a yurei and wanted to move out of Mibu with his son so that they can move on. As I've said, the inspiration runs unbelievably deep in this game, so it's a little unclear just how much of these two stories apply to Orin here, who eventually Wolf manages to defeat.
よかった作座様が代わりにあの子をよこしてくれた。そこにいるのですね。
Lord Sakuza brought me that man in his stead? Jinzaemon?
そこにおるのは 忍び殿か。
ああ。
忍び殿には礼を申さねば。
礼だと。
あの女僧者を連れてきてくださったであろう。ついさっきわしを撫でながら調べを聞かせてくれた。今までとは違う子守歌のような安らかで温かい調べじゃ。奏でながらこう言うてくれた。よく来てくれましたねと。やはりわしを呼んでおったのじゃな。忍び殿、これをもらってくだされ。わしはもう眠いので。
After chasing the sound of her shamisen, he finally found her. Just after Wolf defeated Orin, she came to see her son, playing a lullaby for him before fading away once again, allowing him to die happy and comfortable in an otherwise creepy and lonely place. And in his final moments, he gave us Jinza's Jizo statue, Jinza being short for Jinzaimon. This statue, which represents parental love, also comes with a message. Lord Sakuza, please take this cloth and use it to bundle this little one so that he may live on in peace. Much of the specifics of what happened between Jinzaimon and his parents goes unsaid. However, one thing is clear. Orin loved her child Jinzaimon very dearly, and despite being separated his entire life, the two of them were able to spend their last moments together, dying happy. A bittersweet ending, but one that Jinzaimon wanted. So hopefully, they're together now. Wolf, however, still has a stone that he needs to grab here. I hope the folklore detour didn't make you forget that this village is full of infinitely respawning, perpetually thirsty people. Just past where we fought Orin, we finally make it to the head priest's temple. Except there's a pretty big group of villagers who desperately want to be let inside. And since this village chief has been the source of this strange sake, it wouldn't be a stretch to assume that he still has some stashed away for himself. Even though that would not be a very priest-like thing to do. But after wiping out the villagers in front, that's exactly what it sounds like. The front door, however, is locked, leaving us with only one option. Shinobi door. And it's inside that we meet the village priest.
Oi. Oi. 何をしている?
Doujun? おお、よいぞ。溶けてきたぞ。
Yeah, he's crazy. And an asshole. He pretty much got everyone hooked on this strange sake, only to hoard it all for himself. And he did all of this just to become a humble servant of Fountainhead Palace. A servant. Goes to show you just how sacred that place is to many of the people in Ashina. The head priest, however, is starting to run dry, leaving us to find him some more. And while he doesn't deserve it, we need to advance the narrative, sadly. The only question now being, who is responsible for all of this? Who convinced this lunatic that drinking enough sake would allow him to become a servant of the Fountainhead Palace? Well, the answers to these questions will become much more clear once we make our way to the legendary Fountainhead Palace for ourselves. So let's make our way to the final piece of the puzzle that we're missing, the stone. Only, it's of course never that easy. The Corrupted Monk. Now, who is this beautiful and intimidating woman? Well, let's begin with her mask, a hanya, a mask that's traditionally worn in Japanese theater, which is meant to portray the souls of women who would become demons due to either jealousy or obsession, which in the case of the monk here, I would assume is probably referring to immortality, or maybe just her loyalty to Fountainhead Palace, as what we're fighting right now is nothing but an illusion created by the true monk. Her doing this to stop outsiders like us from reaching the fabled Fountainhead Palace. And there's some more interesting folklore to dive into regarding this monk, but we will have another chance to talk about it a little bit later. Wink wink nudge nudge. And despite this only being an illusion, it puts up a hell of a fight. But as always, the wolf pulls through. Also, one of the few shinobi executions without a cool extra death blow at the end. I guess some illusion isn't really worth a cool finisher. But with her gone, we get two very important things. First, the ability to swim, a concept that is normally very illegal in Souls games. But with this, we can find a ton of optional goodies throughout all of the bodies of water that we've seen, from Mibu Village all the way back to the Hirata Estate. Very nice. And second, of course, access to the stone that we need. But wait, the second that we pick up the final item that we need, whether it was the Mortal Blade, the Lotus Flower, or the stone, it triggers what we can call the end of Act 2. So it would be wise to take care of any unfinished business that you have, because depending on your choices, the game could be ending very shortly. So we have some stuff to do. First, let's finally complete Doujun's quest from the abandoned dungeon, since we needed that water breathing technique to complete it. Last we spoke, he wanted us to find a strong test subject to experiment on with the rejuvenating waters for their medical applications. Although, he doesn't really seem like the type of guy that you would want to take at his word. So as far as the test subject goes, we have two options. First is Jinzaimon, who we could have sent to the dungeon during his journey to Mibu Village. Unfortunately, he has since died, which leaves us with only one heartbreaking option from a backup save. Our dear Kotaro. If you recall, we sent him to the Hall of Illusion shortly after giving him a pure white pinwheel. It felt kind of random, right? Well, these pinwheels at Senpou are more than likely meant to represent lotus flowers. And in Buddhism, lotus flowers are meant to represent both purity and enlightenment. So, with a pure white pinwheel, Kotaro is able to reunite with the divine children of Rejuvenation and live happily ever after. Except we also found another pinwheel, half white and half red. The red almost looking like some kind of stain on an otherwise pure white pinwheel. And considering the current state of Senpou, it's not a surprise that we found countless versions of these impure pinwheels and only one pure white one. So if we were to give one of these half-pure, half-impure pinwheels to Kotaro, this leads to two other outcomes for our friend. The first is one that you probably wouldn't expect. We can send him to work for Anayama, that thief that we met in the outskirts who recognized us from Hirata 3 years ago. The same one who makes a living selling items that he found on dead people. And Kotaro acts almost like an assistant to Anayama, the two of them getting along pretty well. Unfortunately though, as we'll see later, this is not exactly the best choice for Kotaro either. But the worst choice of all is sending him to the abandoned dungeon, which I will be doing for educational purposes. Buddha forgive me. Him mentioning that his daddy is there. Which reminds me of that note we found cluing us in on that fragrant stone in Mibu Village, the one asking for Kotaro's forgiveness. And we can only assume from the state of Ashina dungeon that he's no longer alive. Back in the abandoned dungeon, we can actually get a look at an incoherent Kotaro sitting in the cell just behind Doujun, who thanks us and is sure that the master he serves now, Dosaku, will be pleased. A man that strangely enough can't be found anywhere inside this dungeon. We know that Doujun used to be a senior apprentice of Emma's previous master, Dogen. Doujun having recovered what was left of Dogen's research on the rejuvenating waters to help him in his own experiments. And without Dogen in the picture anymore, Doujun is probably the leading authority on the rejuvenating waters in Ashina. Emma also seems not to trust this guy either, despite him seeming relatively normal, all things considered. But if Emma doesn't like him, then I don't like him. Doujun tells us that it's about time for him and his master to finally get to work. So after leaving and coming back, we can eavesdrop on Doujun inside the surgical facility.
いかがでしょう、六角様。このように大柄で怪力の持ち主なのだ。
なるほど。支度。は、落ち水を用意いたします。これもアシナのため。始めなさい。
はい、どうぞ。
So Doujun and Dosaku are about to begin the procedure. Only his master Dosaku doesn't seem to be anywhere inside. But I mean, we definitely heard two very distinct voices. So, upon taking an underwater secret pathway to enter the facility from the back, we get a better look inside. And somehow, despite hearing two men, it's only Doujun that can be found here. So let's try and get some answers.
いかがでしょう、道作様。道中。ん？ああ、まことですね。師匠、私がうまく言い含めておきます。忍びのお方、感心しませんな。我らに断りなく、この施術場に入られては困ります。お引き取りください。
So there was never another person after all. Inside this cell is also a note from his master, Dosaku. My disciples have abandoned me for Dogen. Unwilling to dirty their own hands, they all left me for that hypocritical quack. Doujun, my last disciple. Even if I die, the research must continue. Finish the procedure for Ashina's sake. Dosaku.
あれはもはや人ではない。おい。 ああ、忍びのお方ですか。
Leaving and returning once again, Doujun now asks something else of us on behalf of his late master, Dosaku. Retrieve the eyes of a red-eyed carp at the bottom of the Mibu Village pond. And after hunting the lone red-eyed carp in the pond, we return to him once again, where he reveals something interesting.
これで施術がまた一つ進む。きっと師匠は手放しで喜ぶでしょう。だが、私はどうだ?
So Doujun, despite asking these things of us, doesn't seem to be nearly as excited about this research as Dosaku. We can even overhear this conversation between the two of them after returning.
ああ、どうだかな。一体何を？それを私に使うというのですか？そうです。お主が。 なるほど。おやめください。やはりこれはもはや井戸からは外れております。何故このようなことを。ああ、師匠、おちみちに握られてしまわれたのですね。我が死よ、答えてください。 答えてください、師匠。なぜ答えない。答えろ、道作。道作！
As I'm sure you figured out by now, Doujun and Dosaku are the same. In a game filled with the supernatural, we actually have a real explanation for this strange behavior. I'm of course talking about split personality disorder. Throughout this game, we've heard this Dogen brought up many times despite us never having met him. The medical marvel who was also capable of inventing something as incredible as the shinobi arm along with many of its tools. So if you were an aspiring doctor or inventor, it's pretty obvious you'd do almost anything to learn whatever you could from this man. So the students of another doctor of Ashina, Dosaku, abandon him to study under Dogen instead. And losing all of his students to another better doctor, of course, angered Dosaku greatly. He did, however, have one student that stuck around, Doujun, who was a diligent student to the master that he respected so greatly. As we've seen, Doujun has been surprisingly polite and thankful to us for our help, while Dosaku seems to be much more cruel, pushing Doujun to do terrible things that he could not forgive himself for. But don't you find it strange that Emma did not mention Dosaku to us once? She only seemed to have a problem with his student Doujun. Well, what if I told you that Doujun did not create this personality from his dead master, as this Dosaku never existed in the first place? The notes we read from Dosaku earlier were unknowingly written by Doujun himself. As the academics Red Lump says, Dosaku and Doujun were the quintessential master and disciple. Often when pursuing the ideal self, one needs to only look within. Due to Emma's disdain for Doujun, he may have previously acted more like the Dosaku Dosaku side of himself, cruel, desperate, and envious of Dogen's reputation. Doujun felt like he had to prove himself, and as his students left him for Dogen, they also probably saw glimpses of his instability for themselves. Remember what Emma told us? Dogen's works mysteriously burned down in a fire, and Doujun was the only one who recovered anything. So, while unconfirmed, I think that he did it. He couldn't compare to Dogen, so he burned all of his research, stealing what remained for himself. We never find out what happened to Dogen as well, so Doujun may have even killed him himself, but I don't know. But eventually, he set up shop here in the abandoned dungeon to make the final breakthroughs regarding the rejuvenating waters for himself, proving to the world that he is a better doctor than Dogen, in his eyes at least. And while I am filling in the blanks myself here, he was more than likely granted permission for this research from Genichiro. I don't think it's a stretch considering his role in Ashina and its future, and the fact that he got his hands on a uniquely special potent version of the rejuvenating waters. It also doesn't seem like much of a stretch considering that the abandoned dungeon is right next to the castle too. And it was here that Doujun's experiments began. Just like Kotaro, Doujun began kidnapping the people of Ashina, performing all kinds of disgusting and unholy experiments on these people, which seemed to take a mental toll on Doujun. While he seemed like an asshole prior to his work in the dungeon, there's a big difference between an asshole and someone who feels nothing. And it's around this time where I think he created this other personality for himself. I find it very interesting that the personality tied to his actual name seems more normal and doubtful of doing these terrible things to innocent people, while this other personality he's created, Dosaku, seems to represent his aspirations. Doing whatever disgusting means it takes to get the results that he's looking for and feeling no remorse about it. He's even willing to sacrifice his only student for the sake of finally reaching a breakthrough in these mysterious rejuvenating waters. Doujun, of course, not realizing that the two are one and the same. He's likely been insane for a very long time now. And we see the result of this experiment just further ahead, with Kotaro now having red eyes. You have no idea how much I hate this. And defeating him rewards us with a red lump, the same item that we found here earlier, which comes with a side effect of red eyes. And back in the cell, Doujun can't seem to communicate with Dosaku anymore. And back where we found Kotaro, we now find that Doujun/Dosaku did experiment on himself too. His fighting style also reveals that he seems to have been from Senpou Temple, which is also coincidentally connected to this dungeon. And regarding these experiments, we have to ask ourselves why. What is the end goal of creating these red-eyed, pseudo-immortal people? Well, I think that this was the real answer that Genichiro came up with regarding Ashina's future. Doujun was meant to create an army of these red eyes for Ashina. Remember that the specifications for test subjects were strong young warriors. And if Ashina had an army of these red eyes, it would be something to be feared throughout the nation and the world. Only, Doujun was never able to completely figure out how to easily replicate these red eyes. If the countless bodies in this place didn't already clue you in. Of course, in the end, he was able to accomplish this, but only at the cost of what little was left of himself. So it falls on Wolf to put this dangerous lunatic Doujun out of his misery once and for all. I have no doubts that the world is a better place without Doujun in it. And by the way, I just want to remind you that on this playthrough, Kotaro is still safe and sound in the Hall of Illusions. So don't worry. And next up is Hanbei. And after knowing what the Senpou monks put him through, it's really not all that surprising that he desperately wants to die. He was once a loyal follower to General Tamura 20 years ago, but since his defeat, he's just been aimlessly wandering around Ashina. He even allowed himself to die by Wolf's hands before even introducing himself. And while it was a hopeless endeavor earlier, Wolf now has the mortal blade. Hanbei immediately noticing it on Wolf's back.
不思議りだ。なんと、誠にあったか。ならば、そこもとよ。不思議りで、我が死なずを絶ってはくれぬか。
And now, we finally have the ability to grant Hanbei the death that he wants, or continue to allow him to just roam Ashina infested. And while under normal circumstances, I'd say that giving up on life is not the answer, Hanbei's immortality was forced on him. Everyone he's ever loved is gone, and he is doomed to spend an eternity wandering Ashina, along with the centipede that lives on inside of him. So who knows how much longer Hanbei will be Hanbei. So Wolf reluctantly accepts Hanbei's request.
承知した。かたじけない。底本の腕ならば苦しまず行けるというものだ。の？ああ、任せろ。関城殿にも礼を言わねば。次に底本が来るまでに死での準備をしておこう。ようやく行ける。追い腹を切れなんだ無念。ようやく覚悟は変わらぬか。ああ、底本に切られたいのだ。承知。さあやれい。
He's finally at peace. But with Hanbei's final request and Doujun's complicated story finished, that leaves us with two more things before we pick back up where we left off. Some headless hunting, and then some drinks with our dear friends. The first headless, Lord help me, is only just outside of Ashina Castle. So why couldn't we just fight it before? Yep, this thing just exists in the fucking castle pond. Imagine you're in charge of cleaning the pond and you see this thing in the bottom. And I really hate this fight. It has some new moves like water projectiles and an attack like Wrath of the Gods and Dark Souls. But the worst part is that you can't add divine confetti to your weapon underwater, so if it runs out, you're fucked. And every time that you leave the water, the headless is completely healed. So you need to do it in one go and pretty fast. Something that I still have never done first try. Please! 6 tries later though, and here we are. I hate that guy. Our next stop on the headless hunt is the Sunken Valley, where before, this small area housed a prayer bead and some enemies. Nothing else. But with our new swimming technique from Mibu Village, we can make our way to a very hidden cave, containing, you guessed it, another headless. Terror fucking sucks. Thankfully though, this is a standard headless, and while still definitely not a walk in the park, it's a lot less terrifying than the water battle for sure. Another hero of Ashina put to rest, and with the headless gone, this place actually looks kinda cool. Unfortunately, we have other important places to be, like drinking sake with our friends. First is our savior, the retired shinobi orangutan, who we give his favorite tea that Emma gifted us earlier, which reminds him of Lady Emma's father, Dogen. He then fills Wolf in on how Dogen was a truly incredible man, and this arm of ours is his legacy. So in a way, Wolf too owes this man his life, as none of what we've done would have been possible without this arm of his. And after sharing another drink, he opens up more about Emma and Dogen. As it turns out, Emma, just like Wolf, was also found on a battlefield all alone as a child. This immediately resonating with Wolf. Except while Owl was the one who found Wolf, raising him as the ideal shinobi, it was Orangutan here who found Emma. Or, more like the other way around. Emma found him, and he gave the starving child some rice, which led to her following him. The two of them sticking together for a time until eventually Dogen would go on to adopt Emma himself, her then going on to follow Dogen's footsteps to become an incredible doctor in her own right. She cured dragon rot after all, something that not even Dogen could do. So while both Emma and Wolf were just children on a battlefield, the two of them seem to have had very different lives. Maybe that's why Emma has always been so kind towards him. The last drink that we have with the sculptor, however, is a little more ominous. Offering him Isshin's favorite sake causes his wounds to begin to ache, since, as it turns out, it was Isshin Ashina himself who cut off the sculptor's arm. Although the sculptor does clarify that Isshin did this for his own sake, going on to say this.
飲まれかけたわしのためにな。
何に飲まれかけたのだ。
修羅。まあ信じるか信じないかはお前さん次第じゃが、 せいぜい気をつけな。修羅の影にな。
Shura, the first time that we've heard that name. Do you recall the conversation that we had towards the beginning of this video with the old lady near Tengu? There will be more wars, more corpses, and even more hatred. But where does all this hatred go? Shura itself is referred to as a demon, but that's not exactly true. Rather, it's more of a demonic transformation, something that can happen to anyone. In Orangutan's case, a shinobi. I'm sure you're familiar with Wolf's upbringing in the Iron Code at this point, but there are many people who are expected to kill for one reason or another, whether it's the Iron Code or just another master that they serve. In Wolf's case, it's of course been his father and Kuro, but others may do it for their clan, their country, you get the point. But when one person takes countless lives, what kind of effect does that have on them? Slowly but surely, they begin to lose their humanity, their own morals, their own sense of self, until they are no longer human, just a mindless killing machine, or in other words, a demon. Shura. It isn't as if they are possessed by some demon, but rather they become this empty vessel filled with nothing but hatred and the desire to kill absolutely everyone. Reasoning with someone who becomes Shura is not an option, as they are no longer who they were before. So going back to Orangutan here, he was in the midst of this transformation himself. But thankfully, Isshin's quick thinking saved him from fully turning into this demon. Except it was not without consequence, as now he still has these visions of Ashina being engulfed in fire. He may have been spared the transformation, but it has stuck with him in a very real way, spending the rest of his days carving Buddhas with the hope that it will keep Shura at bay. Him leaving Wolf with some words of advice. Beware of the shadow of Shura. It's true that like Orangutan, Wolf is also a shinobi who has spent his life killing others. Wolf has been almost like a tool for others to kill with, and while he has definitely grown throughout this journey, nobody is safe from the consequences of their own actions. So hopefully Wolf will be able to maintain his humanity. And what better way to maintain your humanity other than getting trashed with the legendary Sword Saint? What's cooking, good looking? It's been a while since we last checked in with Isshin, him not even having seen the Mortal Blade yet. With some wise advice, Wolf must always know who or what he's going to kill before he unsheaths the Mortal Blade. Hesitation means defeat after all. I am like a sponge for everything this man says. And before we start drinking with Isshin, we can eavesdrop shortly after he sees the Mortal Blade, calling it the Crimson Mortal Blade, and that the one he has must be the black one, and how tragic it is to abandon oneself in the name of strength, making it seem like there's another black blade in Ashina capable of killing the Undying just like ours. And from his lamenting, it seems as though this is what Genichiro has been up to, retrieving a mortal blade of his own. The monk did mention that he gave up against the folding screen monkeys, but Genichiro getting his hands on his own mortal blade is definitely a scary thought. So let's just get that out of our heads and start drinking with our pap-pap.
Sakeo.
Oh, 気が利くな.
First, some Ashina sake, where Isshin reflects on life before his rebellion against General Tamura. How this land used to be filled with life, water flowing right from the source. People truly loved this land and most importantly, made great sake. But then, they became weak, allowing themselves to have their land taken by General Tamura and the Interior Ministry by extension. So his rebellion was them taking back what was theirs in the first place, at least in their eyes. Now though, he believes that this once beautiful land is filled with nothing but death, something that we've confirmed for ourselves many times over by now. And some fabled Dragon Spring sake makes our dear Sword Saint continue to reminisce about the good old days. This time about the fun times of war where he would drink with his own allies, including Wolf's father, Owl, who, despite seeming so serious, would get drunk off of barely any sake to Isshin's amusement, leaving Wolf speechless.
それは
お主の父もバカ者じゃった。バカ者どもに。
And last but not least, monkey booze. And just like that bit from the beginning of the video, he learns what it means to breathe fire. Also adding that monkey booze is also referred to as Shura's wine before opening up about how he encountered Shura in Orangutan a long time ago. Isshin goes on to describe Shura in his own words as well as getting very serious with Wolf.
昔、わしは修羅を、いや、修羅のごときものを切ったことがある。
それは言った。
切り続けた者はやがて修羅となる。何のために切っていたか、それすら忘れ、ただ切る喜びのみに心をとらわれるのじゃ。お主の目にも修羅の影があるぞ。せいぜいわしに切られぬよう肝に銘じろ。
So Orangutan's words were not just a cautionary tale, as Isshin can see the shadow of Shura in Wolf's eyes as well, outwardly saying that if it should come to it, he will kill Wolf. It's easy to forget with his silly disposition that despite his illness, this is still the strongest man in Ashina. So Wolf would be wise to listen to Isshin and hold on to what makes him human. And what better way to remind him of his humanity than to spend time with our dear Emma? And during the last drink that we shared, she told us that she learned the way of the blade in order to kill a demon. And while she played this off as a joke earlier, we now understand what she meant. Orangutan, the man who saved her, was nearly taken by Shura, and the thought of this happening again to him or someone else she cares about was enough for her to learn the blade from Isshin Ashina. Something I'm sure was not a walk in the park. And after some monkey booze, she starts to open up to Wolf about her past. While we heard the gist of it from the sculptor earlier, I'd rather let Emma explain herself.
はい。何せ私は猿に拾われた子です。信じていませんね。幼き日、戦場跡に一人、私は呆然と立っていました。何も泣くことも怒ることもできず、ただ呆然と。そうしたら猿が握り飯を食っていた。
猿がか？
はい、それはうまそうに裏飯と思いました。そうしたら今度は猿が握り飯をくれたのです。とてもうまかった。
親切な猿だ。
誠に親切な猿でした。
A very kind monkey indeed. I love that she confused orangutan for an actual monkey. And I mean, it makes sense since he spent all of his time training in the Sunken Valley with the other monkeys. But there's nothing like some shared trauma of being a child on a deserted battlefield to bring two people closer together. So, another drink. Her now discussing how she has been practicing medicine since she was a child, which isn't surprising considering who her father was. She then reflects back to a difficult patient that she had a while ago, a shinobi who didn't even know that he was hurt, nor did he know how much pain he was in. She then asks Wolf if any of this sounds familiar to him, where he says,
なんだと?
いいえ、何でもございません。
So based off of what Emma just said, it seems like she treated Wolf before their first meeting back in the Dilapidated Temple. Although, like the events of Hirata, Wolf doesn't remember this at all. More than likely, she treated him at some point after the disaster at Hirata Estate. After all, he just lost everything, rotting away inside of that well for who knows how long. So when Emma was treating him, Wolf was probably in a state of shock. Without either of his masters, what else is there to live for? At least that's how Wolf probably saw it. And our final drink of the night is a genuine conversation between the two of them that I'm going to just let play out.
まったく。
どうした？
いいえ。この龍泉を一心様が手に入れると、アシナの城にわらわらと人が集ってきて、騒がしい酒宴が始まるのです。そういう時は道元様を置き去りに城の裏手など散策しておりました。
城の裏で何を？
そうですね。源の渦を。
それは何だ？
遠く源の水の流れいずる方角、そちらの方に見える大きな渦雲です。渦雲は雷をまとっています。源一郎殿はよく刀を振るっていたものです。その雷の渦雲を睨みながら。
Wasn't that just the sweetest? It adds a lot of life to a place that's so filled with death, as Isshin said earlier. This castle used to be filled with students begging to learn from Isshin, gigantic parties with the people here. This beautiful land used to be so filled with life, but it's just as Kuro said, immortality corrupts men. Maybe by finally severing the link to immortality, this place can once again become a place filled with life. So goodbye, Emma. Thanks for the drink. I love you. What? And with our fun completed, let's finally grab the last item for the incense back in Mibu Village. And just look at this cave. Beautiful! We can see the stone that we need just sitting on the table too. The shelter stone. Except when we try to return to Kuro, the entirety of Ashina Castle is completely cut off. All of our sculptor idols are gone, so we need to make our way back there once again. And we've been hearing that the Interior Ministry could invade at any moment, and that moment seems to be right now. Unsurprisingly, the Ashina forces don't even stand a chance. And after fighting some of the Interior Ministry's Red Guard for ourselves, I can confirm that they are extremely unpleasant. It seems like they came here with a plan too, as the bridge that we first used to enter this place has been completely destroyed. So now this castle is completely cut off from the rest of Ashina. And while it's not that surprising that Ashina's military is outmatched, it is surprising just how pathetic they truly are. I can imagine why the current state of things would really piss Isshin Ashina off. If these were my people, I'd be embarrassed. But, of course, nothing matters to us here except the safety of Kuro. Emma and Isshin, too. So, just like before, we use the rooftop signals left by the night jars to make our way towards the roof once again. Only the Interior Ministry seems to be aware of these signals as well. The central government of Japan definitely does its homework. And would you look at that? A red guard rat! I love it. It's like a shiny Pokemon, but Isshin would never forgive us if we let it live. It's not just their Red Guard attack force either, it's also the stupid Lone Shadows. I really fucking hate you. Eventually, we make our way back inside of the castle, which has now been overrun. But the completionist in me can't stand that our old idols have been deactivated, so I need to turn them on again. And on our way, we eavesdrop on some more guards. Them saying that if the old lord falls, they'll be swiftly defeated. Showing that not only do they not have confidence in themselves, but they also don't have confidence in Genichiro either, who seems to be completely absent when this land and its people need him most. Black Hat Badger is also nowhere to be found. The only thing there now is a Nightjar ninja who's willing to put it all on the line just to kill Wolf. I didn't even know they could do that! And all throughout the castle, you'll regularly see the Red Guard and the Ashina army fighting it out. Because, despite us being in the middle of this unavoidable conflict, Wolf has absolutely nothing to do with any of it. He does not care what happens to this land one way or the other, as long as Kuro is safe. And on our way to the building that we saw Tengu in just before the Sunken Valley, we're greeted with a surprise. Lone Shadow Masanaga, the Spear Bearer, who really seems to have it out for us for some reason. So what did we do to him? Actually nothing. Back when we first saw Tengu here, he had already killed the Interior Ministry's agents that were lurking around, including another lone shadow named Masanari. So pretty much, he thinks that we killed his friend, brother, whatever, when it was really Tengu. Thanks, old man. And I really gave it everything I had, guys. I just suck against these people. All of my heals, all of my spirit emblems, all of my revives, and yet, it still was not enough. I'm inclined to side with the Ashina military for no reason other than they're against the lone shadows. But, you know how it is. On the very next try, I was able to get him down without even using half of my resources. I love this game. Now you and your special lone shadow can spend the rest of your lives in Naraka together. But that's enough fun. This is an invasion, after all. Back in the castle, it's been completely overrun by the Interior Ministry. It isn't just them, though. Also, one of Ashina's Hail Mary strategies. And no, it's not a bull whose horns they lit on fire this time. It's a chained ogre being held at the bottom of this castle. And while during our first battle it seemed like some random creature, we now know that this was probably just another victim of Doujun. An innocent civilian that was kidnapped in the name of creating an unstoppable army to save Ashina from, well, a situation just like this. Of course, it's too late now though. Wolf putting the poor soul out of his misery. And when we enter the dojo just before the roof, there's a lone
lone shadow waiting for us, with another one waiting in the corner who likes to watch, I guess. He's gotta go first. Lone Shadow Vile Hand. And if I was smarter, I'd have used the Puppeteer ninjutsu on the corner guy. Hindsight while you're editing is 20/20, I guess. And despite being pretty strong, even for a lone shadow, there's not much of note to say about this guy. The only remotely interesting thing is that he's immune to poison. Yeah, really crazy stuff, right? But after we defeat Vile Hand, there's nothing else separating us from Kuro. So after defeating him, we make our way to the top of this castle, passing a dying Nightjar ninja on the way.
エマ殿が狙われておる。お二人を頼めるか。分かった。お主に頼み事とは全く尺じゃ。
Wait, Kuro and Emma are being targeted? By the Interior Ministry or someone taking advantage of the chaos like back at the Hirata Estate? There's no time to waste.
お主のことはよく覚えているぞ。死んだと聞いていたが、一体何を企んでいる？フクロウよ。
企むなど滅相も。さあ、我と共に参りましょうぞ。この袋は巫女様の尊いその恩知お守りしたいだけにございます。
お主も流因に見入られたか。話すことはない。去るがよい。
はいすみませぬが、懐かしきこの眺めをもうしばし堪能したか。満足しましたら帰ります。
The great shinobi Owl, Wolf's father. But how? We saw him die with our own eyes back during the invasion of Hirata 3 years ago. But now, here he is. Kuro seems to believe that Owl has been seduced by the dragon's heritage as well, refusing to accompany him. But what about the Iron Code? If Owl were to command Wolf to take Kuro by force, he wouldn't have any choice. Father's word is absolute after all. If it were to come down to it, what path do you think Wolf would choose? He spent his entire life as a shinobi, a killing machine for his superiors to use as they saw fit. But what about what Wolf wants? Throughout this journey, we've seen him start to blossom into his own person that's capable of thinking for himself. But now that he's faced with his father, does he have the courage to stand against the man he owes everything to if it means protecting Kuro? Or does the wolf simply remain loyal to the code until the very end? Well, let's reunite the two of them to hear what his father has to say.
父上、生きておいでだったと。
計りごとよ。お前こそあの世死んだと思うておったがな。
巫女様のお力にて死人より帰りました。
それよ。わしはあの巫女の力を流因を手中にしようと思う。
ですが。
分かっておる。第一の掟により父が命じる。主を捨てよ。今よりあの巫女はお前の主ではない。
巫女様を捨てる。
そうじゃ、狼よ。父の言葉に従い巫女を捨てよ。
The most important choice in not only Wolf's life, but for all of Ashina as well. The first choice being to obey the Iron Code and forsake Kuro. From the moment Al first found this cub all alone on the battlefield, this code was drilled into his head. It's how Wolf has been able to navigate this world up to this point in his life. He never had to make any difficult decisions for himself since he was just simply following orders. So what if Wolf remained loyal to the Iron Code and the shinobi way of life up until the very end? And despite him feeling conflicted, he just reverted back to what he's believed his entire life, embracing the idea of being nothing but a tool that his father uses for killing as he sees fit, even if it meant killing those who had done nothing but help him and Kuro throughout this journey. Would Wolf even be himself at that point? Would he even be human? Well, let's see the consequences of this decision for ourselves.
父の言葉に従い、巫女を捨てる。それで、良いのだな。
掟は絶対、主よ。巫女を捨てまする。
それでこそ、わしのせがれよ。これで、我が波動も、これは物騒なお客人じゃ。だが、道元殿のご息女と争うては、今は亡きあのお方に申し訳が立たん。ほう、なかなかどうして。狼よ、そなたに任す。見事打ち破ってみせよ。
御意。
私はかつて修羅を見ました。あなたの中に同じものがいる。それを切らねばなりません。参る。
赤炉よ。お主、愛想はまるでないが、不思議と憎めぬやつじゃった。さあ、修羅に落ちる前に切ってやろう。再び修羅をそうとはな。 Sekiro よってやれぬか。待たせたの。だがこちらの守備も上々じゃ。しかし老いたりとはいえあの一心に勝るとは。さすがはわしのせがれじゃの。これで全て我が手の中よ。芦名もナイフ殿もこの国元食うてくれるわ。我ウシユ本在。なぜお前が死ら
違う、そなたはシュラではない。
兵士、民草合わせて死者数千。生き残りはほとんどなし。芦名は戦国最も悲惨な殺戮の舞台となり、その地には後々まで鬼が潜んだという。
Not only did Wolf kill his closest allies, but also thousands of innocent people. Isshin warned him that he saw the shadow of Shura in Wolf's eyes, but due to his illness, he was not able to stop him in time. And during Wolf's battles with Emma and Isshin, it seems as though Owl went to go take out Genichiro so nobody else could stand in their way. Him returning with both his head and the black mortal blade that Isshin spoke of earlier. Owl was willing to use his son as nothing but a tool, no different than how Wolf uses shuriken. Owl also backstabbed his old friend that he took back Ashina with decades ago. The two of them even shared drinks together, and Owl was willing to throw all of this away just for the sake of achieving immortality. So why is it that such an evil man like Owl is spared from becoming Shura? Well, the man clearly only cares about himself and his own ambitions. Wolf, on the other hand, has barely any sense of self to begin with, serving masters and following orders from as long as he can remember. remember, always enduring any burden that was placed on him without complaining or wishing for a better life even once. So in that pivotal moment, him choosing to forsake the master that he cares about for the sake of Owl's code was Wolf letting go of what remained of his humanity. After killing Emma, he holds her for a brief moment before letting go, and it's in this exact moment that I believe the Shura transformation began. Wolf growing a sick smile on his face after killing her before Isshin finally confronts him. It's as he told us, Shura kills solely for the joy that it brings them and nothing else. The embodiment of hatred and death. This is no longer Wolf. He's now become Shura, a demon who kills anyone and everyone indiscriminately. The kind-hearted Emma, who, like Wolf, was a child all alone on the battlefield. The two of them getting closer, and she even continued to help Wolf and Kuro after her mission was completed. It means nothing to Shura. The sword saint Isshin Ashina, who, despite his illness, became a mentor to Wolf, setting him on this journey in the first place, as well as being the only mentor to Wolf that genuinely cared for him, a connection he may have once wished to share with his own father. This, too, means nothing to Shura. Owl, the man who adopted him as his own son, who taught him a code so well that he ended up choosing it over even the most important people in his life. And while Wolf may have not been able to stand up to him in the end, Owl and the code mean nothing to Shura. And worst of all, Kuro, his young master that refused to let him die back in Hirata, giving him something that countless people spend their lives chasing: immortality. Someone who never tried to take advantage of Wolf's kindness and loyalty. The one who has been Wolf's entire reason for making it this far. And the one to bring out his humanity more than anyone. Shura kills indiscriminately, and Wolf has both mortal blades in his possession. So Kuro and the rest of Ashina stand no chance. This war between Ashina and the Interior Ministry is irrelevant now in the face of a demon. Thousands of lives lost no matter what side they fought for. Wolf going on to be remembered as nothing but a demon that now lurks in Ashina. A fitting end for a loyal Wolf that spent his entire life acting as a killing machine for other people, never once thinking for himself. Except, none of this sounds like the Wolf that we've come to know, does it? When Owl found this young boy on the battlefield, he thought he could mold the boy into nothing but a living weapon. After losing his family, home, and everything else, he seemed to be completely empty inside. But what if, this whole time, Wolf always had something that the backstabbing great shinobi Owl could never teach him in a million years? Compassion.
忍びよ、目覚めてください。あなたの主のために。
これはどうやらまだ日の定めではないと見える。
先ほどの御人か。母の相手をしてくれ。
忍び殿には礼を申さねば、あの女僧者を連れてきてくださったであろう。あの人は目つきは確かにいいとは言えねえです。だけどもとてもいいお人です。本当に本当にありがとうな。
巫女様をお救いすることができた。わ
しには関わり合いのない話だ。
いや、礼を言う。
少し目の影が薄くなったようじゃ。
なんだと、今までの助け、かたじけない。
まるで今生の別れのよう、いつでもお声掛けください。
なるほど。石腕の狼が気に入ったぞ。人の絵にしてはつくづく面白い。そうは思わぬかのう、赤色よ。
久しいな、狼よ。 できるものか。たとえひとたび敗れるとも命を落とし主を必ず取り戻す。それが我が忍びなれば。
お迎えに参上いたしました。
せがれよ、なぜこの父の思いがわからぬのだ。忍びの掟を忘れたか。
掟は己で定める。そう決めました。我が主のように。
少しは成長しておるようだな。やろうか。狼よ。参る。久方ぶりよな。おい！そうつ！親は絶対逆らうことは許されぬ。守れておらぬぞ。立つ！主は絶対命をとして守り、奪われたら必ず取り戻せ。このままではまた奪われよう。待ってくれ！
そして戦では関わる者の願いやら企てやらが渦を巻きおる。迷えばその渦に飲まれ
戦に敗れる。
そうじゃ。肝に銘じておくがいい。赤炉よ。迷えば敗れるぞ。
嬉しいぞ、狼よ。よくぞ育った。3つ！恐怖は絶対。一時の敗北は良い。だが手段を選ばず必ず復讐せよ。できるかの？わしに復讐を。 見事。何？
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
I never get sick of Sekiro looking into Owl's dumb, beady eyes and hitting him with the
"No thanks, bro."
A code is determined by the individual. That is what Sekiro has decided for himself, just like Kuro did. It's fucking beautiful. What do you want me to say? If you're this far and don't think the game is peak by now, go throw some cold water on your face. But now that in this timeline, Wolf was able to stand up to Owl, he's now truly become his own person. Our naive Wolf has really grown up right before our eyes. But let's go back to Owl for a second. He confessed that faking his death was all part of this elaborate plan of his. So the only question is, what was it all for? Like, why would a master shinobi fake his own death just to show up 3 years later to try and trick Kuro into giving him the dragon's heritage? Doesn't really make any sense. And even though he is dead for real now, we still have a lot more to learn about Owl. During the whole build-up of Wolf's growth, it felt better to just jump right into the cutscene with Wolf rejecting his father. But when he first tells him no, he's shocked at the idea of a shinobi showing compassion. And this is the only real insight that we ever get into Owl's upbringing. He was probably raised as a master shinobi the same as Wolf, only unlike his son, Owl had enough of an ego for the both of them. And remember his last words as Wolf killed him, "That's my boy." So maybe, in his own twisted way, Owl did care for Wolf. And while what you think of these characters is up to you, I'd wait just a little bit longer before you start sympathizing with Owl. But with the emotional confrontation out of the way, I'm sure there's someone that Sekiro wants to see more than anybody.
狼。
ご無事で何より。
フクロウは
切りました。
すまぬ。
クロウ様。
すまぬ。
なすべきことをなしたのです。
狼、ありがとう。
After catching our master up, Kuro sympathizes with Sekiro for what he had to go through. And they also talk about how Owl had a withered branch from an everblossom tree. Well, actually, he stole it, naturally. But this was not an ordinary tree. It was one brought to Ashina from the divine realm by the previous divine heir, Lord Takeru. But when a branch was stolen, the tree began to wither away. Thanks, asshole. But it's okay, as we have plenty of other items that can make us smell divine. So, let's do it. Except, we're still missing one thing, the divine heir's blood. Under normal circumstances, one born with the dragon's heritage is incapable of bleeding, but with the mortal blade, we are able to do exactly that. Only Kuro doesn't want Wolf to see for himself. Our young lord is such a badass. But now that our clothes smell like the divine realm and the Fountainhead Palace has been burned inside of Sekiro's mind, we can return to that beautiful cave just beyond the corrupted monk at Mibu Village, where Sekiro will supposedly be transported to the legendary Fountainhead Palace. So, without further ado, let's pray and hope that this entire adventure wasn't for nothing.
So how about the 10 billion foot rope man, huh? Well, we already encountered a rope bundle earlier called Shiminawa that was used for purification rituals in the Shinto religion. But what about this weirdo? The closest comparison I've been able to find is a Wara Ningyo, a straw doll usually in the shape of a human that's used to ward off evil spirits. The idea was that the evil spirits who brought diseases would nest in the straw doll rather than a human body. And considering this is how people enter Fountainhead Palace, it makes sense that this giant rope being would prevent anyone who didn't belong here from entering. And thankfully, because of the incense, Sekiro passes the vibe check. Honestly, before making this video, I assumed that this had to be an established folklore creation of some kind. It's just so weird and unique and non-hostile, which makes it weirder. But nope, this is a FromSoft original, and it has served its purpose and never moves from this spot ever again. It used to freak me out, but I like it now that I know it poses no harm to us. It also kind of puts in perspective how rare it must be for someone to enter Fountainhead Palace this way. The last people to do it seem to be the last divine heir and his bodyguard, Lord Takeru and Lady Tomoe, and now Sekiro. And the legendary palace is only just past this incredibly suspicious and scenic bridge. Here she is, the true corrupted monk, the one responsible for that apparition back in Mibu to prevent people like us from entering this palace, as well as a former priestess of Fountainhead named Priestess Yao, as well as a recipient of the super gross Immortal Centipede version of the Rejuvenating Waters. But she seems to have taken the position of keeping normal people out of such a sacred place like this. She also happens to be my pick for the most underrated fight in this game. I love fighting her, and her 3 health bars give me plenty of time to yap about the yokai that she was definitely inspired by, considering they share the same exact name, Yao Bakuni, an 800-year-old nun that accidentally became immortal by eating an undersea creature. And the exact creature that she ate seems to vary, but the most common thing I found was a Ningyo, which is like a creepy Japanese mermaid that supposedly granted eternal life. And the 800-year-old nun then had to experience the woes of immortality that we've seen plenty of times up to this point, forced to outlive her parents, her lover, and of course her own children, with the nun never aging a day. Except in this story, the nun gave up on living after hundreds of years, choosing to pray in a cave that she will be able to die like everyone else again. And eventually, she turned into a stone. Gotta love these folklore stories, right? But, of course, all of this may have just been inspiration for the former priestess Yao right here, as she seems to very much enjoy her immortality in Fountainhead Palace to this day. Fountainhead Palace being the closest place to the divine realm in all of Ashina. This sacred part of Ashina was even said to attract the attention of gods. And if you can remember back to our original goal, we came to Fountainhead Palace to retrieve the tears of the divine dragon, which is needed in order to sever immortality. Only, the dragon is located in the divine realm, not Ashina, and Fountainhead Palace serves as our gateway to this divine realm. But first, we need to deal with this troublesome immortal woman. Thanks, Buttercup. And with the bouncer of Fountainhead Palace out of the way, we can finally enter a place that many in Ashina would only dream of seeing for themselves. Fountainhead Palace. Absolutely beautiful. It was probably even more beautiful before the flooding that seems to have taken many of the buildings here. And you'd really think that the most sacred place in all of Ashina would be in better shape than this. Although there are definitely a lot of people who still call this place home. Most notably, the Okami clan. The very same clan that the Snake Eyes of the Sunken Valley are descendants of. Except, while the Snake Eyes had great eyesight, the Okami clan has even better eyesight, and control over lightning. In fact, if Sekiro wanted to try and skip this entire place and swim to the other side, this happens. A fucking lightning soccer ball. We'll be dealing with that narc later, don't worry. But while the Snake Eyes worship the Great Serpent, the Okami clan worships the Divine Dragon. And in Japanese culture, the style and appearance of these dragons was very heavily inspired by Chinese dragons. Remember that tidbit for later, trust me. And unlike the kind of dragon that most people would imagine that just kind of hoards gold and kills people, many of the dragons in Eastern cultures are much more majestic rather than threatening. Long serpent-like creatures that are practically always associated with water for one reason or another. Water, of course, being another thing with strong spiritual significance throughout these cultures as well as this game. And these dragon water deities were believed to be responsible for things like whether it would rain or not. But now, what about the great serpents? Well, due to the look of Japanese dragons, it's clear that there is definitely a relation between the two. But the exact relation kind of differs on the story though. Some tales will tell you that they're simply the land equivalent of dragons, while others will tell you that snakes are capable of becoming dragons themselves. So while the two are commonly associated with each other, I wasn't able to find a direct connection between the great serpents and the divine dragon. But we will be coming back to both of these mysterious beings a little bit later. So, enough folklore, let's actually start making our way through this place. The first enemy we come across, besides the all-star soccer player, is what looks to be yet another Miss Noble, even playing the same exact flute as the one shrouding Mibu Village in mist. And also, like the Miss Noble, they're very weak. However, the Fountainhead Nobles have something else up their sleeve. Check this out. Enfeebled, an ability of theirs that drastically ages their target as well as shortening Sekiro's health to barely anything. These palace nobles literally suck the life out of him. Who could have guessed that the residents here would also be obsessed with staying young forever? Their clothes are also reminiscent of what Japanese nobility would wear during Japan's Heian era. And since Sekiro takes place at the end of the Sengoku era, these nobles had to have been here for like 400 years minimum. I would have loved to see what Fountainhead looked like at its best, but just like Ashina, it seems the impurities have even infested this place too. Despite being such a sacred place, it's now just as filled with death as the land below us. It's not all bad though. One of my favorite things about this place are the members of the Okami clan, when I'm not fighting them at least. As to show appreciation towards their dragon deity, they dance. It's honestly kind of beautiful. This also probably refers to Kagura, a Shinto ritual ceremonial dance that indicates the presence of gods. In this case, the divine dragon. Does it even acknowledge their dancing because it's in the divine realm? I don't know. But it doesn't really matter because this is their way of paying respect to the dragon. It's kind of nice that despite this place being a flooded mess filled with death, the Okami clan still pays respects to the dragon here. And even though, unfortunately, we are enemies, I love appreciating them from a safe distance with the music. And this next section is one of the few semi-required stealth sections in the game. Of course, you could just run right through it, but if a noble hits you with enfeeblement, it's over. So through the power of editing, let's just skip right through it. Except for what seems to be the only sane person that can hold a conversation in this palace.
お若いお人、お気をつけください。
She tells Sekiro of how the nobles desperately want to sap the youth out of him, as well as asking a favor. It turns out that the old woman's father was made a noble of this palace. But once he became a noble, he was all of a sudden entranced by a carp. Not just any carp, but the great carp. And in this brainwashed-like state, he spent years just feeding and tending to this great carp and nothing else. So she asks Sekiro to free her father from the carp's bewitching powers, as she can't really do anything as a lowly servant of this palace. She's actually living the life that the head priest of Mibu wanted to live so desperately. So, as the only other sane person here, I'd be happy to help you out. I'm also intrigued by this great carp. Another thing I did want to mention was the palace hounds, who, as you can see, have the same kind of derpy fish-like appearance as the nobles here. Safe to say that we'll finally be getting some answers about the rejuvenating water waters very soon. But before moving on to the second half of this place, we still have one more challenge ahead of us. The Sakura Bowl of the Palace. Another mini-boss that really tested my patience due to a lack of information. However, we do have the Sakura in its name to work with, which refers to cherry blossom trees. And in Japanese culture, a lot of the tree's meaning is also kind of contradictory, representing both life and death, beauty and violence. And all of these ideas come together to represent the fragility of life. A person is meant to live their lives the same way as a sakura petal falls off of the tree, quickly and beautifully. Of course, its placement in this place being incredibly ironic considering the current state of things, as most people in Ashina and Fountainhead prefer to just die slow and gross instead. As for what that exactly has to do with our bull here, I'm not so sure. Maybe a domesticated bull from the palace who drank some of the rejuvenating water, since if you get a look at his face, that thing ain't natural. It also has a branch from one of the sakura trees in place of its horns. How it got there though, I also genuinely have no idea. Sorry. Try as I may, I can't always get inside this man's head. And also sorry to the bull for stabbing it in the ear. But with the sakura bull out of the way, we can finally cross the bridge to get to the second half of... Carp! Not just any carp, but the great carp. My god, it's beautiful. I feel myself becoming bewitched already. No wonder pot noble Harunaga wants to become one. Don't let its beauty fool you though. It is not friendly. Thankfully, it went back to its den. Or, at least, that's what I thought. But with an all-star soccer player and a gigantic fish, water travel is completely out of the question. So, our only option is to slowly make our way around okami-infested territory. But, going back to water, there sure is a lot of it here, huh? So, is this the source of the rejuvenating waters? Well, be patient, okay? We're going to be doing a lot of detective work in the second half of this place, as there are not a lot of definitive answers. So bear with me, because we're going to go from like a 5 to a 10. First, we need to turn our attention back to the face of this palace, the Divine Dragon. We know that in Japanese culture, dragons and water are commonly closely connected to one another. And even before the dragon arrived here in Ashina, the water of Fountainhead already possessed its own special qualities. As for what these special qualities were originally, we don't know. However, some applications of the water may give us a better look. Divine Confetti is confetti imbued with a divine blessing specifically made for driving away apparitions. This is, of course, done using water from Fountainhead. There's also Mibu balloons. Balloons filled with Fountainhead waters that give different blessings to whoever pops it and prays. So, water that can repel apparitions and give blessings to those who pop balloons full of it. If that really was what the Fountainhead waters was used for, it actually sounds pretty unproblematic and understandably sacred to the land of Ashina. So it wouldn't be surprising that at some point this special water attracted the attention of the Divine Dragon of the Everblossom. It traveled very far from its home in the west a long time ago to take root in this already sacred place. So the question is, what the fuck happened? Well, the Divine Dragon seems to come with its own share of special properties, most notably immortality. And it's unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the dragon taking root here began to dilute these Fountainhead waters. Of course, we never really learn what is going on inside of the head of the Divine Dragon, but honestly, I don't believe that it ever had bad intentions for the people of Ashina. The fact is though, it never belonged here in the first place. It existing here in Ashina was unnatural, and most importantly, it made the once sacred waters of Fountainhead impure, so to speak. Think of the Divine Dragon and the Fountainhead waters as oil and water. Neither of these are necessarily bad, but the two just can't exist together. Except, while oil and water naturally separate, the dragon and the waters of Fountainhead blended together to create what we now know as the Divine Waters, an unrefined version of the rejuvenating waters, which we can see plenty of up here in Fountainhead. And as we've seen up here in Fountainhead and down in Ashina, this undying water corrupted the people here. The addition of this undying element has made the people both desperate and selfish. I mean, to be fair, it's not hard to believe that the idea of eternal life would be appealing to the people here, especially during the Sengoku era. Obviously though, the results of this tainted water vary pretty heavily. We'll get into those a little bit later so I don't overload your brains. Another part of why I don't believe the Divine Dragon has bad intentions is that its existence is not
all just a net negative. I mean, the Undying people kind of outweigh the positives in my opinion, but we can also look at something like lapis lazuli, the rarest upgrade material in the game. Anything forged with this will never break or rust thanks to the blessing of the Divine Dragon. They even transcend human intellect, so the hopes of a stupid YouTuber discovering its secrets are astronomically low. But remember the Sabimaru? Its blue rust was said to repel okami women in the wars of old, the same people who currently worship the Divine Dragon. So was this its way of giving the people of Ashina a way to fight them back? Or just a coincidence? It goes beyond human understanding, remember? So first, with all of the information that we have to work with now, I want to go over everything we know about the dragon's heritage, as Kuro and Emma believe that the rejuvenating waters originally stemmed from it in the first place. Now, someone who is born with this gift, like Kuro, is not able to die, or even bleed for that matter, without the use of the mortal blade. And someone born with this power is also able to enter an immortal pact with someone. The previous divine heir, Lord Takeru, entered this with Lady Tomoe, Genichiro's teacher and Isshin's crush, and, of course, Kuro with Sekiro. However, it seems like this immortal oath doesn't always go smoothly, as when this fails, a Sakura droplet is created. So it seems like the divine heir and the bodyguard need to already have some sort of connection to one another. But when it does work, the one who takes the immortal oath is able to continuously revive after death, it drawing from their constantly regenerating life force. Except when done too often, Sekiro's blood begins to stagnate. So in that case, it needs to draw life force from the innocent people of Ashina in the form of a terminal disease known as dragon rot. That's what we know. So now, it's speculation time. The first question is, how does someone gain this power in the first place? Well, since Lord Takeru and Lady Tomoe were alive during Isshin's generation, and Kuro is only a child, it seems like only one divine heir probably exists at any given time. Back in Hirata, Kuro mentioned his father and mother when he was stuck in Lady Butterfly's illusion, the only time that they're ever mentioned. So I can only assume that the two of them died, either during the raid or before. Something that wouldn't have been possible if his family shared the same ability. Plus, I'm sure if there was someone else with this ability, Genichiro would have targeted them after getting whopped by Sekiro on the roof. So with the info that we have to work with, it seems like there's one person that's granted the dragon's heritage upon being born. How they're chosen, I don't know. But the two divine heirs that we do know of, Lord Takeru and Kuro, both wished to sever these ties to immortality here in Ashina. They were even willing to put themselves at risk to do so. And we've of course seen how nice of a kid Kuro is for ourselves. So unless it's a coincidence, maybe it manifests itself in pure people that would not abuse this power from the dragon. Maybe in a previous life, Kuro did something worthy of being born with such a spectacular ability. I mean, at least it's spectacular on paper. But the biggest question of all is where this ability came from in the first place. Obviously, it's from the Divine Dragon of the Everblossom, as we can see these Everblossom leaves whenever Sekiro resurrects. And obviously, the name Dragon's Heritage is kind of a gimme. But is the name literal, and the first user was somehow a descendant of the Divine Dragon? I mean, maybe. But personally, I think it's more likely that this ability was originally a gift from the Divine Dragon to the people of Ashina. Almost like a gesture of good faith for allowing it to make a new home here. Only, I don't think the dragon counted on just how much it would corrupt the people here. The atrocities that people would commit just to get their hands on a power like that. Or, on the other hand, maybe it's an unintentional result of it simply existing here in Ashina. Maybe it originally left its home in the West because it caused a ton of chaos due to its ability there, too. As much as I would like to give you definitive answers to all of these questions, it's impossible. So, I'd encourage you to draw your own conclusions about the dragon going forward. But after all that explaining, my brain is mush. So before tackling the unbelievably complicated rejuvenating waters, let's take an extremely necessary pot noble break. Pot Noble Koramori. Koramori shares the same ambitions as our darling Pot Noble Harunaga, but he's a lot more pompous. Definitely acting more noble-like than the grounded yet hauntingly beautiful Harunaga. There's also the all-star Okami soccer player that we need to deal with. She kicks lightning balls at you that you'll have to dodge one way or another, but once you get close to Shizu, she goes down in like 2 seconds. Apart from her possibly being a tribute to Lady Shizuka from a time even earlier than the Sengoku period, there's not much
much to say about the Okami leader here, other than I hate her. Our mini-boss hunt doesn't end there either, sadly, as there's yet another Shichimen Warrior just underneath a waterfall here at the palace, who, for some reason, always gives me an incredibly hard time. It doesn't even play out any different than the other fights, it's just for some reason there's something about this guy. Something like this always happens. What the fuck is wrong with you? And yes, his health did regenerate when I got back, thanks for asking. But you know how the Get Good process works by now. Everything in this game is beatable, even if it takes you infinitely longer than the average person. With him out of the way though, you can see a lone woman just standing on top of a flooded building. One who looks exactly like the one other sane person here. Which makes sense considering that the two are sisters. She's helpful too, telling us that the only way to reach the palace is to take the back way underwater. Except it just so happens that it's the Great Carp's resting place. Sekiro is understandably confused why she would be helping him, her responding that she has an important duty inside once we open up the doors. Works for me. And since I literally just swam to this woman, I had assumed that the Great Carp was in its den. I was wrong. Ooh! Oh my god! The fear that I felt should be a testament to the greatness of this majestic fish. I can already feel myself becoming entranced. But with it in its den for real this time, we can begin carefully making our way to the other side of this place, taking cover in some of the flooded buildings that are still down here. So take your time and don't get impatient. Oof, thank you for the immortality, Kuro. The other side of this place being much more natural and beautiful than the flooded palace, with a gigantic waterfall pouring down from the very top of the mountain. But when we enter the small building to make a shortcut, we come across a pretty gruesome scene. One of the nobles here eating what remains of an Okami warrior. At first you may think it to be another blue-garbed noble, but we all know how much Miyazaki cares about his feet, and the two sets of feet are very different. As the nobles here crave youth and vitality, this may be a last measure of theirs whenever they give in to their cravings. Since, if you didn't notice, literally everything in this place is old as shit. And through this back way, we can reach the platform where the Great Carp is being fed. Of course, by the two sisters' father, who has been bewitched by it. He also has my favorite voice in this entire game. Yeah, so Papa Fish here isn't really thinking clearly, just as his daughters told us. But what if I told you that we also could feed the Great Carp? How fucking cool is that? The father confirming that we made the Great Carp feel joyous after feeding it. To think that this is what the pot nobles are striving towards. Both of them aiming to achieve the same goal. Become a great and immortal carp. Or a master as they call it. Them believing that the way to achieve this worthy goal of theirs is through obtaining enough treasure carp scales. So you get to choose who you help in this endeavor. Personally, I always liked Harunaga since he seems so down to earth. He's also just smoking hot. And when he smells the divine realm on our clothes, he gives us some truly precious bait. He who receives the scales of the carp becomes closer to a carp himself. I bestow onto you my secret treasure. But before we feed it to the Great Carp, Koromori warns us about Harunaga's intentions. So he tried to kill the Great Carp before, huh? Odds are that this precious bait is the equivalent of fish poison then. Koromori, though, offers us the same kind of bait, pushing us to side with him instead. Yeah, nice try, idiot. There's only one guy out there who could sell me on such bullshit, and he's not even in this game. So, Harunaga's bait is what's for dinner tonight, fish. After feeding it, we return to find the father distraught, even letting this noise out. For your own good, man, trust me. And now, there is no longer the threat of a gigantic carp in the water. But it was so huge, so where could it have gone? Well, the Fountainhead water supposedly pool the deepest in the Sunken Valley, so let's do some investigating. Damn! It's honestly pretty sad seeing it like this. All of the color has been completely drained from the once bright and beautiful carp, it only leaving behind a single great white whisker, something that brings joy to those whose mission has finally been completed, or our lovable and creepy fish-like father that was bewitched by the great carp. So let's give it to the poor man to finally free him from this eternal duty of his. You're very welcome. In another life, I love to just feed the great carp with this guy forever. We didn't know him long, but there's just something so lovable about that guy. Which of course means that they killed him right after. Cool. But death is probably preferable to a never-ending life of servitude that has been forced on you. So the first of his daughters that we met is just grateful to us that he can finally rest in peace, saying that her and her sister will always be with him. So as far as this game goes, a pretty happy ending all things considered. Although I do wonder where the other sister is.
よくも測りおったな。何が貴族なものか、永遠なものか。返せ、父よ、父様を返せ。
Poor woman. Unlike her sister, she has been thinking about nothing but revenge all of this time, waiting for someone like us to open the doors to the people who essentially are responsible for brainwashing her father to tend to the great carp for all of eternity. Needless to say, they definitely deserved it. But with that family story finished, there's only one more very important person for us to check in on. Or, should I say fish. You've done it! However, despite becoming a carp, Harunaga believes that he is still too small. And, yeah, if I'm being honest, it's definitely a noticeable size difference from the great carp. But Harunaga also has red carp eyes. So, while he may not be great or the master that he wanted to be, he still made some progress. Except this is where I have to drop the carp bombshell on you. Looking at the red eyes, it specifically says that a carp with these red eyes can never truly become masters, them lacking the correct number of scales to be truly everlasting, although their eyes will outlive him for what it's worth. So, sadly, neither of the pot nobles can ever truly become a great carp for themselves this way. I never dream of telling Harunaga that, though. Besides, you look great. With the great carp gone, though, there's plenty of secrets waiting for us in the Fountainhead waters. Most of them are great, but there's also this. Did you notice? Not one, but 2 underwater headless. I want to die. But don't worry, you only need to kill one of them and the other disappears shortly after. Why they added a second one as some kind of illusion, I have no clue. Someone at From Software probably just wanted you to have a manic episode upon seeing them, like I did on my first playthrough. So, after taking out one of them, we have now defeated every headless in the game. Yay! Literally the best feeling. And at the very bottom of this water, we get a look at probably the strangest, most unexplained thing in the entire game. A bunch of bioluminescent bugs munching on the remains of an even older dead great carp. So, it's here that I will be doing my best to explain all of the versions of the rejuvenating waters. Before we get into it though, I want to reiterate that many of the specifics here are still up for debate even after all of these years. So while I feel like I found a satisfying explanation for each version of the waters, keep in mind that these are just my own conclusions based on the evidence that we have to work with. As Buddha knows, it's going to get real complicated up in here. Now, we know that when the Divine Dragon made a home up here, it began to affect the pre-existing Fountainhead waters. And not only did it affect the contents of the water, but also the volume of it. From all of the flooding, it's clear that the waters of Fountainhead may have originally been nothing but a simple pond. But once the dragon arrived, the water level just kept getting higher and higher and higher, until eventually the divine waters began flowing into the rest of Ashina.
Mostly in two places, the Sunken Valley and Mibu Village. So let's tackle the toughest version of these waters to explain first. Mibu Village. As a quick recap, this once sacred fishing village was completely cut off from the rest of Ashina due to the Mist Noble. The head priest of this village also got everyone to drink some kind of special sake that put them in a perpetual state of thirst no matter how much water they drank. And in this desperation, they began frantically drinking from the ponds and rivers. And now, they continuously revive through the soil of this village. So, before getting into the current state of the villagers, let's talk about the grand plan that seemed to be at play here. The way that we originally entered Fountainhead was in the marriage cave of Mibu Village. And looking at the sake that the head priest gave out, Water of the Palace, it seems that at one point visiting Fountainhead Palace was not such an impossible endeavor, as wedding processions seemed to regularly visit. Nowadays though, the two places seem to be much more isolated from one another. And if we were to give the priest some more Water of the Palace, look at what happens. A palace noble. So, all of the palace nobles that are so obsessed with youth in Fountainhead were once just ordinary people who consumed enough Water of the Palace. So now knowing that, let's get into what happened between Mibu and Fountainhead. My best guess is that it actually mirrors what the head priest did to the rest of the village here. The head priest gave the other residents a taste of this Water of the Palace, but hoarded the rest of it for himself. So I believe that after the Divine Dragon added these undying properties to the water, the residents of Fountainhead wanted to hoard that water for themselves too, cutting off contact with not only Mibu Village, but Ashina as a whole. Because why should they share their undying water with ordinary people, right? I mean, the monk from Fountainhead, former priestess Yao, still defended the only current way we know of to enter the palace too. They really did not want anyone visiting anymore. So, when the head priest of Mibu saw an opportunity to join Fountainhead, he did not hesitate. But who put this idea in his head in the first place? Personally, my money is on the Mist Noble, the one responsible for cutting off Mibu from the rest of Ashina, as well as filling the forest with dangerous spirits to prevent any visitors. As far as his purpose for doing so, I have no idea if he went rogue or if there is some sort of larger Fountainhead conspiracy at play. Maybe they were looking for more servants? Or maybe it was some kind of sick experiment that the nobles were conducting. As for my guess, we know how much the old farts in Fountainhead crave youth, right? So maybe they viewed the people of Mibu as a new potential source of youth for them to absorb, since we've seen what they do when they don't have any. But putting the potential conspiracy aside, what the hell is happening in Mibu nowadays anyway? We've never seen anything like what's happening here throughout the rest of Ashina after all. Well, going back to the beginning of this Yap Fest, the now overflowing divine waters of Fountainhead flow into Mibu Village. The same water that the residents here drank out of the rivers and the lake. So, why aren't the residents here all turning into palace nobles too? Well, Water of the Palace seems to be either the divine waters in Fountainhead just straight up bottled, or at the very least, a slightly refined version of it. And if you were to consume enough of this Water of the Palace, you'll become a palace noble fish thing that seems to live on at the very least much longer than the average person. Which is very different from constantly being revived through the soil like the residents of Mibu Village. So, what changed? Well, consider the journey that these divine waters took to get here. Not only did it combine with the normal water in Ashina, but everything else too. The soil, the rocks, the aquatic life, and probably worst of all, the countless upside-down dead bodies at the bottom of Mibu Lake. The divine waters took on the properties of all of these things and vice versa. So the people of Mibu consuming this petri dish of magic water from the rivers and lake made them a part of this village in a very literal way. They regenerate through the soil because the soil itself has taken on the properties of this even more diluted version of the divine waters too. At least that's my best guess, since what happened at Mibu is definitely more of a special case than any other version of the waters. But one last thing before moving on. What's the deal with the people becoming permanently thirsty? It may be the simple explanation that people just become incredibly addicted to the Water of the Palace, and the head priest was spared from being thirsty due to all of his reserves. But I did find yet another yokai that relates to the current situation. The Gaki. From Buddhist cosmology, these little goobers are in a perpetual state of suffering, constantly looking for any form of nourishment, but nothing works. Well, actually, that's not really true. They can still eat impure things like feces, vomit, corpses, girl stuff.
But of course, no matter how much they eat or drink, they are never satiated. However, these spirits each suffered in a way that was specific to a sin of theirs in a past life. So if the events of Mibu Village are really inspired by the Gaki, the residents may have been up to some evil stuff that I just don't know about. Or they were forced to suffer for the sin of the head priest. Since according to everybody's favorite basket boy, the people here were totally unaware and seemed to all go crazy at once. Him only briefly regaining his sanity after throwing up the water of the palace. But that's all I have on Mibu Village. I told you it was the most complicated. Next up though, let's talk about the Red Eyes version of these waters. What we can call the Rejuvenating Waters. Unsurprisingly, the first one that we know of to tamper with these waters for their medical applications was none other than Emma's late father, Dogen. Only, after his death and his research was burned, the only leading expert on them left is now Doujun. His alter ego, Dosaku, is responsible for kidnapping people throughout Ashina to perform much more twisted experiments than Dogen's. So, I like to imagine Dogen's version of the Rejuvenating Waters being similar to our Healing Gourd, infinitely regenerating healing water. And unsurprisingly, Doujun's version of these Rejuvenating Waters is a lot more messed up. Look no further than the chained ogres or the people wandering around Ashina Dungeon. I mean, he even did it to himself in the midst of his madness. The question being, why? What's the purpose? Well, like I said during his quest, I think this was him and Genichiro's plan all along. There's no way he'd be able to do all of this right next to Ashina Castle without him knowing. Not to mention that Dosaku justified this by telling Doujun that it was all for Ashina's sake. Sounds a lot like something Genichiro would say, don't you think? And how Genichiro consumed a version of these that we'll get to shortly. And while not immortal, an army of extremely resilient red-eyed soldiers would at the very least dissuade the interior ministry from invading Ashina. So, whenever you see anything with red eyes, it's someone who consumed the version of the rejuvenating waters that Doujun had been experimenting with. The exception being that one lone carp in Mibu Lake. The only instance we see of these red eyes developing naturally. And despite Mibu Village being so cut off from the rest of Ashina, Doujun was somehow aware of this anomaly and even sent Sekiro there specifically to collect these eyes to use in his experiments. So he had to have been somehow aware of this phenomenon happening in Mibu Village. And with these red carp eyes, he can make the recipients of the rejuvenating waters much stronger and much more durable, but also kind of a mindless killing machine that can't really think clearly anymore. So that pretty much covers the red eyes. Now, onto the easiest one to explain, the Rejuvenating Sediment. The only instance of this in the entire game being our favorite rival, Genichiro. And Emma is nice enough to save me the trouble of actually going insane trying to find more answers, saying it's simply a more concentrated version of the rejuvenating waters. Like the Red Eyes version, it makes him stronger and more resilient, but it also allows him to heal wounds that would be fatal for a normal person, as well as maintaining most of his sanity. At the very least, he's in control of his actions. More than likely, Doujun's biggest breakthrough in his own experiments with the rejuvenating waters. See? I told you that one was easy. Thank you, Emma. And now, finally, the last variation of these magical dragon waters. The surprisingly common centipede version. Now earlier, I brought up the idea of them existing in these waters almost like a virus, as well as the Hanbei side story explanation of centipedes drinking out of these waters. And then whoever consumes said centipede also gains the benefits of these waters by extension, at the cost of being infested with a giant centipede and risking losing all control of who you once were. Kind of a raw deal in my opinion. But I actually think both of these explanations are true, but we've been missing two big pieces of the puzzle. The strange bioluminescent bugs that began this rant in the first place, as well as the great carp. Now, we know that the great carp is immortal under normal circumstances. However, we were able to kill it with some truly precious bait from Pot Noble Harunaga. And take a closer look at this truly precious bait. It's like some kind of slug-like creature with what looks to be little hairs growing out of it. Or a bunch of little tiny legs. So I think that this truly precious bait is the early stages of the immortal centipedes as we know them. One of the only things capable of killing a usually immortal great carp. So the reason that these centipedes gain immortal properties of their own is because they've been feasting on the remains of a previous great carp.
All of this taking place inside of the Divine Waters for some extra bonus side effects too. So, that's my best explanation for these immortal centipedes. And yet it goes even deeper. Doujun was revealed to have been a member of the Senpou monks himself during our fight. Not to mention that the only way to get to Mount Kongo is through the dungeon where these experiments were taking place. I don't want to get too lost in the sauce, but Doujun may have been at the very least looking at Senpou as a case study for the centipede version. But I don't think it's a stretch to say at the very least he was heavily involved with the monks creating their own divine child. The divine child of rejuvenation, remember? I mean the leading expert on the rejuvenating waters being their next door neighbor, who was also a Senpou monk himself at some point. Too many boxes ticked for me to just brush it off as a coincidence. Not to mention that Dosaku would definitely have no issue with kidnapping and experimenting on children. And bada bing, bada boom. All of the versions of the divine / rejuvenating / whatever waters, at least as I understand them. By far the hardest thing in my experience to find definitive answers for, and I feel infinitely more insane than I was at the beginning of this video. I'm able to now hear Dosaku inside of my head. But if you have any other thoughts or theories, I genuinely love to hear them. Because Buddha knows, even after all these years, information is scarce. But with that done, that's pretty much the end of Fountainhead Palace. The only thing left now being the ascent to the top of the mountain where we should be able to confront the Divine Dragon. Only, this game has 3 endings. Well, 4, but we already saw the Shura ending. So following this path as is would lead to what is kind of the default ending. There are, however, 2 other paths that drastically change how things end. But even by From Software standards, they are really out of the way. So this would be the time to do any prep or random things that you have left on your agenda. As after the Divine Dragon, we very much enter the endgame. The first ending we're working towards involves us eavesdropping. A lot of eavesdropping. But first, the sculptor has something he'd like to say to Sekiro after he stood up to his father.
Makoto no okami naraba, onore no kiba no tsukai wa onore de kimeru. Sou shita kao ni natta you jana.
I love this monkey, but when eavesdropping, we get a better look at Emma and Orangutan's relationship. Her telling him that the initial forces of the Interior Ministry have already arrived. Emma asks if the flames are still burning for him, to which he confirms that they are. She promises him that if the time ever does come, she'll be there to put a stop to him. After all, that's the reason that she learned how to fight from Isshin in the first place. While in this timeline, Wolf was able to avoid becoming Shura, that's all that he did. Even if the sculptor did fall victim to Shura and we killed him, another Shura would just emerge again after a time. An unfortunate cycle that will keep on repeating as hatred only breeds more hatred, especially during a time like the Sengoku era. But hopefully, carving these Buddhas is enough to spare our savior from falling victim to the demon. Back in Ashina Castle where Kuro is though, Sekiro can eavesdrop on Emma and Kuro having a secret conversation. Do what must be done? When Sekiro confronts Emma on this, believing that the Divine Heir is hiding something from him, she confesses the truth. It turns out that our master discovered something written from the previous Divine Heir Takeru. He seemed to believe that the act of beheading was the means required to achieve Immortal Severance. Except the one who needs to lose their head for the cause is Kuro himself. An immortal child who was never even bled before the incense is willing to sacrifice his own life for the greater good of this world. Only he knew that Sekiro would never be on board with it, even if it was the only way. Sekiro isn't the only one who cares though, as Emma herself is also desperately looking for another way that does not involve Kuro dying. Wolf, of course, agreeing to help her find another way, with Emma coming up with an idea involving Lady Tomoe, the guardian of the previous Divine Heir. And she was kind of like Lord Takeru's own version of Sekiro. She was incredibly dedicated to him and was strong enough to bring Isshin Ashina the closest to death he's ever been in his entire life. So when we revisit Emma, she gives us an old note from Lady Tomoe. Despite her and Lord Takeru returning to the Divine Realm, it did not fix the problem, as they needed 2 key things to turn the Divine Heir into a normal human: the Everblossom and the Mortal Blade. And at the time, she was unable to get her hands on the Mortal Blade at Senpou, as the head priest there, of course, was not a fan of the idea of severing immortality. Only Sekiro has the reverse problem of the 2 that came before us. We have the Mortal Blade, but not the Everblossom. Remember, our late father stole a branch and caused the entire tree to die? Even when we finished him off, the branch we salvaged from him was completely withered. And sadly, it had to be this exact tree. Emma and Wolf still refuse to give up in their search for another answer though. Emma deciding to pay a visit to their graves that stand where the Everblossom tree once stood. Unfortunately, while she's acting a little bit strange, she tells us that it was of no help. Her only option now being to speak with Orangutan about what to do next. And when Sekiro arrives, she says that unfortunately the sculptor wasn't able to come up with anything either. However, when eavesdropping on the two, we find out that Emma has still been hiding something from us this whole time. Either Sekiro or Kuro must die to achieve Immortal Severance, and Emma finds herself caught in the middle, hiding the solution from Sekiro because she knows that he would choose to sacrifice himself for Kuro in a heartbeat, with her just wanting to save the both of them. But of course, Sekiro confronts her about what he just heard. It turns out that visiting their graves gave her a vision of some kind, her seeing Lady Tomoe trying to end her own life, as those made immortal by the oath of the dragon's heritage shackle their masters. So Kuro giving Wolf the ability to come back to life also shackles Kuro by extension. So the only paths that lie before us are Kuro dying, Sekiro dying, or both of them dying. Emma saying,
私はクロ様を、そしてあなたも失いたくはない。
But in the interest of saving Kuro, Sekiro continues to push her on how he can sacrifice himself for his master. So she then gives us Father's Bell Charm, a bell that Owl held for a long time. Perhaps the owl kept it for himself, or perhaps he meant to give it to someone. Interesting. But think back to when we offered what turned out to be Kuro's bell charm at the Kind Buddha statue back in the Dilapidated Temple. Not only did Sekiro relive the memories that he had forgotten, but he was also able to travel back in time and affect the future. So the idea is to go back and retrieve the branch from Owl in a time before it was withered. Although, after killing Lady Butterfly in the original memory, he was stabbed in the back by the mastermind behind the invasion. So him revisiting Hirata ended the same way that it did for him in the past. But with this bell charm, maybe Sekiro can not only find out who was behind it, but also change the future. And save Kuro. Emma telling Sekiro to take care, knowing what he's going to do. So let's pray at the Buddha and once again find out the truth of what happened 3 years ago. And again, we find ourselves in front of the burning Hirata Estate. Only, this now takes place directly after Wolf was stabbed in the back previously. So now we're able to get a look at the aftermath of what happened earlier. And as we make our way to where Owl faked his death, he's nowhere to be found. Now, there's only another lone shadow from the Interior Ministry, who surprisingly points out that we were supposed to be dead, showing that Wolf himself was absolutely a specific target of theirs back then. But say hello to Lone Shadow Masanaga, the Spear Bearer. And this was actually the same dude that we killed right after Ashina Castle was raided for the first time. You know, the same guy who mistakenly thought that we killed his friend Masanari when it was really Isshin. Except this version of himself 3 years ago is a different beast entirely. And it's all because of one thing: the Ninja Hounds. I hate these little shits. During the fight, he'll regularly call in some backup. And while in other Souls games, some stray dogs aren't really that big of a deal, a one-on-one game like Sekiro with some random dogs thrown in the mix is an actual nightmare. While that Lone Shadow in Mibu is the hardest normal version of these Lone Shadows, this guy is probably the meanest Lone Shadow of the entire bunch. But it's times like this I like to remember what our grandpappy told us. Hesitation means defeat. So if him whistling in dog backup is a problem, we just won't give Masanaga a single second of peace. And after applying the Sword Saint's advice, we cut through Masanaga like butter for the second time. And back in front of the main hall, we can eavesdrop on Juzo the Drunkard and Masanari, who Isshin didn't kill by this point. But as for Juzo, he either survived the first battle somehow, or more likely, Wolf ran directly to Kuro in the previous memory despite me taking the time to kill him. But this conversation between two drunken idiots finally reveals the mastermind behind all of this.
Hirata Estate, 存外にたやすかったな。フクロウの手引きもなかなかのものではないか。俺はつかねえな。あのじじいはどうにもうさんくせえや。ありゃけど 道下道だぜ、正成さんよ。
まあ我慢しろ。いかに企もうと、所詮は田舎のはぐれ忍び。何ができることもあるまい。
Owl, Sekiro's own father, is the one behind all of this. Wolf gave everything to this man, and not only did he kill him, he stabbed him in the back. Not even a goodbye or an explanation for why he's doing something so awful. That is the kind of man that Owl truly is. It seems at some point, or maybe even from the very beginning, Owl has been planning to get his hands on Kuro's power. And this night was the night that he would finally get what he wanted. It started with a cover. A random group of bandits led by a drunkard that just so happened to lay siege on Hirata the same night that all of the young shinobi were absent. But as we made our way through the estate, we began seeing members of the Interior Ministry. Owl likely offered them information about Ashina for their help since, as we saw, they would eventually invade the castle 3 years from now. And they likely saw value in him as well. As remember, he was one of the legendary few that helped Isshin Ashina in his coup after all. He was even willing to fake his own death in front of us just so that he would be free of any and all suspicion, deceiving the one who he should care about more than anyone. He also had a partner though, Lady Butterfly, Sekiro's old teacher who he was forced to fight at the end of the original memory. Now, it isn't made apparent just how much she knew or how involved she was in all of this. However, from Owl's disgusting behavior, I think his real plan was for Wolf and Lady Butterfly to confront each other until it ended with one of them dying. And just like he did with Wolf, he would simply stab the victor of this battle in the back, leaving nobody to get in the way of him achieving immortality for himself. Only there was one thing that Owl never counted on: our young lord's courage and kindness. Him coming back into the burning estate to save the man that risked his life for him. Even going so far as to give his son the gift that he was willing to do all of this for in the first place. As for what he's been up to for the last 3 years up until he appeared on the rooftop is anyone's guess. But considering he just so happened to appear when the Interior Ministry arrived at Ashina Castle, I'd say that he's been working with them all of this time. Once again, waiting for the perfect opportunity to claim what he believes should be his, as well as selling the home that him and the others fought for down the river. Unlike someone like Isshin Ashina, Owl never truly wanted to improve his own ability or himself. Rather than confronting someone head-on, the great shinobi prefers to coldly take advantage of his enemy's weakest moment and strike, even if that opponent is his own son, who has spent his entire life dedicated to him. A cruel, selfish, power-hungry old man, who clearly cares about nothing but himself. But more than anything, Owl is a coward, one that would shamelessly fake his own death rather than confront his son for himself. Many parents consider their children their legacy, but not Owl. The Iron Code being drilled into Wolf's head from the time that he was just a child, for the explicit purpose of having a master shinobi that he can use however he sees fit. Wolf may have saw a father in Owl, but the man never saw him as anything but a tool to be used. However, that version of Wolf is dead now. Sekiro would never allow such a dangerous and deceitful shinobi get in the way of him trying to save Kuro, someone who truly appreciates him for who he is. So even after hearing the truth, Sekiro confronts Owl once and for all. Only unlike their last confrontation, Sekiro does not hesitate.
戦場で拾った飢えた狼がよもやここまでになるとはな。父上、まこと惜しい。あんた消えるぞ。 鍛え上げた帯を取らず我が服を見せてやろう。彼に敗れるか。存外に心地よいものだ。
Defeated by my own son. The feeling is not entirely unpleasant. Now, what you make of these characters is entirely up to you. I mean, personally, there's nothing that can make this piece of shit redeemable in my eyes after stabbing his son in the back. But regardless, let's still take a closer look at what his motives truly were. As you just saw, despite it only being 3 years ago, Owl was noticeably stronger than he was at Ashina Castle. He also relied much more on his own strength rather than just tricks, like the heal-negating smoke bombs, or even when he shamelessly pretended to be sorry mid-fight. Despite it only being 3 years later, he was clearly starting to really feel his age. And unlike his infinitely more likable old comrade Isshin, he could not accept the simple fact of life. I mean, he created this elaborate multi-year plan working with the enemy of Ashina, all so he could get his hands on the dragon's heritage. During the Shura ending, it was clear that he had ambitions to control even more land than just Ashina. I mean, before Shura Wolf hit him with that ironic sword in the back, that hits so much harder knowing that he did the same to Wolf 3 years ago, right? But while Owl may have always been nothing but a cold-blooded shinobi, if he did feel anything for anyone, it was Wolf. The bell charm that we used to get here implies that he intended to give this to Wolf someday. And looking back to Kuro's bell charm from the beginning, it says that these charms are meant to protect the holders with Buddha's divine protection. And the biggest insight we have is the remnant that he leaves behind. Owl took in the hungry cub on a whim and raised him as a shinobi. The process was so engrossing that he hoped they might enjoy a true battle to the death someday. He got his wish, if only in an old memory, and his last words to Wolf in both fights being him showing respect. So I'm not really convinced that it's love after everything he's done, but it's definitely something, even if it was just the desire to fight the tool that he's been sharpening all of these years. Regardless of what Owl thought, Sekiro has now truly come to terms with the truth of who his father really was. And more importantly, getting his hands on the branch of the Everblossom tree. Only, this victory is bittersweet, as the whole reason that we did this was so that Sekiro could sacrifice himself in place of Kuro. Death truly seems unavoidable, as none of our allies can find any alternatives. Only, we have a very special ally that we haven't checked in on in quite a while. The Divine Child of Rejuvenation. The artificial Divine Child that the monks created with the rejuvenating waters, who somehow turned out to be a sweet little girl despite her horrible upbringing. But before we start coming up with a solution, we have to first deliver her a book, one that details the mindset of the monks here. And it's in this that we see their distorted view on enlightenment. Something that in Buddhism is only achieved through rebirth, completely contradictory to the concept of immortality. For an age, I have been blessed by the worm. To be undying is to walk the eternal path to enlightenment. Thus, I must become enlightened to understand why I cannot die. It is said that the holy dragon's origins were in the West. So I wonder, how did the worm come to be bestowed upon me? Even after reading this though, she still detests the monks. As you should. She also gives Sekiro more rice. Except when we return, she is completely out of breath, only concerning herself with our rice. It seems like supplying us with an infinite supply of rice takes a lot out of her, sadly. Wolf, however, of course, can't stand idly by, offering to help her in any way that he can. But the only thing that she wants is a persimmon. Good thing I don't have just any persimmon, but the one hand-picked by Kotaro himself. Remember, the Taro troupe knows the best time to pick them.
誠に取ってきてくださったのですね。
食え。
はい。いただきます。甘くて美味しいです。
そうか。
Whew, I'm glad you're okay. She even immediately goes to give us more rice, and Wolf is like, damn, chill. But she insists. These divine children have to be the sweetest fucking kids in the universe. This time, however, she wants us to give some of her rice to Kuro, her feeling a connection with the only other immortal child in all of Ashina, who also just so happens to view it as a curse. Her even saying, I want nothing more than for the divine heir of the dragon's heritage to get better. Yeah, we need to help this girl too. And Kuro is very grateful for her gift, it even leading to a pretty cute moment between the two of them.
米と見える。実にツヤツヤしておる。
噛むとはもうございます。
噛む？狼よ。米は炊いて食べた方がうまいぞ。
は？
そなた、甘いものは好きか？
何でも食べまする。
ならば、嫌いではないのだな。よし。そなたに良いものを作ってやろう。
良いものとは
それはお楽しみじゃ。
And when we return to Kuro...
待っておったぞ、狼よ。さあ、手を出すがよい。
は、これは。
おはぎじゃ。千宝寺の巫女殿にいただいたお米でこさえたのだぞ。さあ、遠慮はいらぬ。食うてみよ。
A rice ball! While a nice gift by itself, it has a lot of meaning to Sekiro, as once when he was starving, his father handed him a rice ball without saying a word, one of the few moments that he probably felt close to his father, but he remembers it being astoundingly delicious. So let's see how he likes Kuro's.
そなた、隠れて食う気だな。まあ、それもよし。そうであろう、そうであろう。狼よ、私のおはぎはどうじゃった？
うもうございました。
であろう。幼き頃から菓子を作るのが好きでな。平田のお屋敷でもよく炊事場に入り込んでいたものだ。いずれいとまができたら茶屋でも開くかのう。
I fucking love these two. I feel like my heart is gonna explode. I demand an ending where Kuro opens up a tea shop and Sekiro is behind the counter supporting him. Make it the anime ending or it sucks. But we definitely need to thank the divine child of the waters as well. And she's rather surprised that another divine heir made sweet rice balls out of the gift, forgetting that because of who he is, that he's really just a normal boy. Her going on to ask questions about his name, to which Sekiro answers honestly. Something that he definitely would not tell to just anyone, showing that he too has grown to trust this child. Her wishing to meet him someday. And after this conversation, we find her a little bit later in the Hall of Illusions with Kotaro. If you can remember, it was here that he could see what seems to be the spirits of the children that the monks sacrificed. And the divine child is able to see them
them too, her old friends. She says that she doesn't want to say goodbye to them, but if she embarks on the path of returning the dragon's heritage, she may have no choice. Her also telling her friends that Sekiro is a kind person when she doesn't even realize that he's right there. Damn right he's a nice person. But after talking to her friends, she's come up with another answer. One that doesn't involve Sekiro or Kuro dying. Rather than severing the dragon's heritage completely, they would return the dragon back to its original home. As we learned before, it was originally from the west and it only drifted here to Japan. Its power was never meant to exist here in the first place, and it just continues to corrupt more and more people. And if we want to take this path, we should seek the founder of Senpou Temple, or what's left of him. So let's investigate. So say goodbye to Kotaro and the innocent children that were sacrificed in pursuit of immortality.
Bye, have a great time.
And just like the divine child told us, we find a book on an ancient monk corpse. Undying, I pray for the dragon's return. Undying, lo, let us wait in age. For the divine heir to assimilate the cold dragon tears for the cradle to consume the pair of serpentine fruits. Let the cradle endure, giving him shelter, granting his return to the west. So, first of all, the Senpou monks knew a lot about this dragon. But unsurprisingly, it seems they wanted to keep this information to themselves. But their wording is pretty confusing. Who is this cradle? And how are they supposed to transport a dragon back to the west? Why do they need to eat serpentine fruits? Wait, serpent fruits? The fresh and dried viscera! I bet you almost forgot that we had 2 gigantic snake hearts in our pocket. So good thing we already got that step out of the way. As for who would be this cradle, take a guess what kind young girl volunteered. As she is a divine child in her own right, she believes that she will be okay. But I want to remind you that those fresh and dried serpent viscera were the hearts of the great serpent. So that means that this poor little girl has to... This poor child, man, oh my god. And when we return, it seems as though her vision has suffered as a result of this, as well as being freezing to the touch. Her tears even freezing as they would flow down her face. And while fucking horrible, this gives us the key item that we needed. So after Kuro consumes both her tears and the divine dragon's, she would successfully become a cradle. Or in other words, a vessel to return the dragon's heritage back to the west. And just like that, we have our final option laid out for us. Thanks to this unbelievably kind and brave child. I also want to take a second to point out what's probably going to be the last bit of folklore in this video. We're almost at the end, it's heartbreaking, but it involves the great serpent and the divine child right here. While we were proactive about getting the serpent fruits, the divine child here is the one who requires you to retrieve them in the first place. This being a reference to something called an omukade. Except rather than a giant serpent, it's a gigantic man-eating centipede that lives in the mountains. It's crazy how connected everything is in this game. But eventually, a man known as Fujiwara no Hidesato would go on to slay this giant centipede. And his reward? A bag of rice which never became empty no matter how much he ate. Kind of like how the divine child gives Sekiro an endless supply of rice. Isn't that cool? But one last thing before we lock in for the endgame. The founder of Senpou knew all of this information regarding the dragon. This strange procedure to return the dragon's heritage. The cradle, the serpent fruits, all of it. So it makes you wonder just how much of this was planned. As this was written by the founder of the temple, perhaps this was their original goal before the monks were bewitched by the rejuvenating waters, returning the dragon back home. And that definitely seems more in line with a real Buddhist monk's thought process after all. All of this took place many years after the founder of Senpou died too. Let us wait in age for the divine heir to assimilate the cold dragon's tears. So, was Kuro, or another divine heir, wanting to rid Ashina of immortality really part of the monks' original plan too? Like, how would they know that a future divine heir would eventually want to sever immortality? A lot goes unsaid here, and I honestly don't feel comfortable jumping to any conclusions. So, my interpretation that you should take with a grain of salt is that back when the monks were true to their faith, they were able to become enlightened in a sense. Able to see the path forward and how they were among the first in Ashina to realize the dangers of the dragon's heritage. Except it was really easy for them to say all of this when they thought that the power was out of their reach. So when they did get their hands on the rejuvenating waters, a source of immortality anyone could take advantage of, they fell victim to this obsession like so many others. And of course, eventually turning their backs on their faith. But one thing that still kind of eludes me is whether the divine child was created out of their obsession with the rejuvenating waters, or if that whole process was them trying to create the perfect cradle for the dragon's heritage. Whether they were conscious of it, or whether it was the centipedes carrying out their wills unknowingly. So, I'd really encourage you to come to your own conclusions regarding all of this. But now, with all of the endings set up, as well as finally getting some background on the Divine Dragon, we can now finally confront him for ourselves. And at the very top of Fountainhead, we find a rather humble-looking shrine, one with a dead woman still holding it. Likely an Okami woman who came here for marriage. Not unlike how the Snake Eyes clan offers themselves to the Great Serpent in the name of marriage. It may also be a reference to the original Yao Bakuni story we went over earlier, who opted to turn into a stone rather than live on to see her loved ones die. But whoever she truly is, this is supposedly the gateway to the divine realm. So, Sekiro begins to pray. The old dragons of the tree. Whew! I was worried that a From Software game wouldn't have gross dragon-human hybrids for a second. And there's a few things that stick out about these weird-looking people. They're incredibly weak and incredibly sick. While a beautiful setting, it's a little surprising that the Divine Realm is filled with this. These are likely the Okami or other people who have ascended to the Divine Realm to stay with the dragon, protecting him from outsiders like us. Only, I don't think this is probably the future that they envisioned for themselves. After all, the dragon's heritage was never supposed to be here in the first place. It being here is unnatural, no different than these servants that we're fighting, who continuously vomit, which is seen as something impure, pretty much like everything else in this game. And after killing enough of them, they lose interest, and that is when it happens.
Peek! Sorry, let's rewind a little bit. We finally come face to face with the Divine Dragon. Or have we? Now, what happened was most certainly real, but there are some facts that make me question just how real that truly was. The main thing that's odd is that the Divine Dragon just so happens to also be missing a left arm. No different than Sekiro. As the dragon was originally an Everblossom tree when we first arrived, this could be referring to the fact that Owl severed one of the branches, the missing branch represented by it lacking an arm. This is probably the most likely of the two, but there is another possibility, that this wasn't really the Divine Dragon. Rather, it's Sekiro confronting the dragon's heritage that's become a part of himself. The part that's been there from the very beginning, manifesting itself as white hair in Sekiro and stray white hairs in Kuro's case. Which is why, like him, the dragon is missing a left arm. So this is the part of the real dragon that lives on inside of Sekiro. Whether that was the actual dragon or just a part of him, it's not really relevant, as it was real enough for us to finally get our hands on the dragon's tears that we've been doing all of this for. Only, before we can even celebrate, we come back to see that it finally happened. The legendary sword saint Isshin Ashina has passed away. Despite his happy nature or the fact that he was easily wiping out some of the best that the Interior Ministry had to offer, he was still gravely sick. However, unlike the rest of Ashina, Isshin understood what it meant to be human. He knew that he didn't have much time left. He knew that Ashina was in danger. And despite knowing all of this, he never once tried to chase any alternative like immortality. Despite Sekiro being an enemy of his grandson, he never could bring himself to hate him. While Isshin and Genichiro loved each other, they were very different. Genichiro did not share Isshin's belief of becoming better through battles. As the Sengoku era was nearing its end and the central government of Japan was getting stronger than ever before, Genichiro felt like he needed more. And while it's easy for us to write him off as crazy, as Isshin's thought process seems much more noble, Genichiro may have been right. Remember that Sekiro was able to cut through Ashina's last defenses with ease just hours before the invasion. There's no amount of honest training that can make up for that. So he decided that if it meant saving Ashina, he would abandon humanity itself. A sacrifice that Isshin never had to make. Him choosing to protect Ashina his way from the shadows, as he did not want to force his beliefs on Genichiro. He just wanted him to find his way. And it was during this time that he finally meets Kuro Shinobi for himself, finding out that his old friend Orangutan saved him, giving him the arm that Dogen specifically made for Orangutan, as well as Sekiro being raised by another comrade of his, Owl. And yeah, that's a fated meeting between two people if I've ever seen it. And Isshin and Sekiro would go on to forge a genuine bond with one another. While of course he still loves Genichiro, Sekiro almost became the pupil that he's always wanted. Unwaveringly loyal, disciplined, and someone who in the moment of truth chooses his own humanity. Remember that Isshin saw the shadow of Shura in Sekiro's eyes, and despite that, still could not bring himself to hate him. And on the other hand, you have Sekiro, who has a gigantic piece of shit father who I feel lucky to have killed twice. So imagine what it must have meant to Sekiro to meet such a great mentor who genuinely cared about him. One who has consistently helped him without the expectation of anything in return. Even allowing him to fall victim to Shura should he choose that path. He only ever tried to guide Sekiro, the strongest man in all of Japan. One who always loved and respected the people most important to him, as well as being such a goofball in an otherwise bleak world filled with nothing but death. That is the kind of man that Isshin Ashina was. But here's the final conversation that the two of them had before he passed.
Onushika. それがお主の心配顔か。じじいはここにいろとエマがうるさい。故にこうしておるだけじゃ。時に赤狼。お主と苦労の節立ちの戦。椿際のようじゃな。節立ちの戦を阻む者。切ったか。
切りました。
そうか。迷わず、よう切った。赤狼。 忘れるでないぞ。迷えば破れる。それが戦よ。
一心様、何があった？
一心様は病にて見まかられました。
そうか。
それを察知したのでしょう。ナイフの軍がその機に乗じ、この城に攻め寄せています。
巫女様は
これを。
この鍵、巫女様は場外への抜け穴か？
はい、狼殿。月見楼がある水の手クルアの堀、その終端にある抜け穴に向かってください。九郎様はその抜け穴から場外へ脱し、すすきの原であなたを待っているはず。
わかった。
一心様の命にて、夜鷹の衆が目印ののろしを屋根上に置いています。夜鷹ののろしをたどり、九郎様を追ってください。
And with the strongest swordsman in the world now dead, the Interior Ministry has nothing left to stop them from taking Ashina. But of course, neither Emma or Sekiro are thinking of Ashina's future right now. Kuro is waiting for us just outside that secret passage that we went to in the beginning of the game. We've definitely reached the point of no return. However, even though everything does seem pressing, there's a few new bosses that have appeared and some people that we need to check in on. So Kuro is gonna have to wait a little longer. Sorry, buddy. You're a smart kid, I know you'll be fine. And as you can see, the Interior Ministry really is throwing everything they have at Ashina now that it's pretty much theirs for the taking. And if you notice, once again, Genichiro is nowhere to be found. During the Shura ending, we saw that Owl managed to kill him and steal a black mortal blade that he obtained. So he's very much been on his own journey. But him not being here feels like our 100th example of what immortality has done to the people here. Despite him always being an enemy of ours, his love for Ashina is more than real. But now, when this land needs him most, he's nowhere to be found. Not even saying goodbye to the man who meant the most to him. And it's not because he doesn't care. He's just lost the ability to think clearly. He thinks he's doing what must be done while this castle is burning to the ground. Enough about him though. Once again, the Interior Ministry has decided to shut down all of our sculptors' idols. Assholes. Along with destroying most of the ways in and out of this place. Needless to say, this castle is swarming with very strong fighters. However, we find that someone has managed to already take out quite a few of them for themselves. This badass being none other than Black Hat Badger, the rat who, after losing his son, could not bear to keep working for Senpou Temple, even if it meant they would keep trying to assassinate him for the rest of his life. But now, he's only barely hanging in there.
無事な。
おめえか。参ったぜ。ネズミが多すぎら。うじゃうじゃ湧いてきやがった。よほど一心が怖かったかよ。おかげでらしくもねえことをしちまったぜ。
何があった？
ネズミどもがよ、小さいガキまで切ろうとしやがって。ついなガキを助けてこのざまで黒笠の無地な様も焼きが回ったかね。おめえにゃ礼をしねえとな。俺の屍を勝手にあされ。渡すのが
んので。
Black Hat Badger. He spent most of his life working for the Buddhist temple, but as corrupted as they were, remember what their true beliefs were. It's never too late to change. While of course one good deed doesn't undo all of the horrors that he's committed over the years, it's the fact that he's truly grown. Someone who spent his life stealing other people's children only for him to lose his own son, now knowing the kind of pain that he's been putting other parents through over the years. But in his final moments, he sacrificed himself for a young boy, one that he doesn't even know, one who manages to escape being slaughtered by the ministry because of his sacrifice. So at the very end of his life, Black Hat Badger died a human, not a rat, and leaving all of his belongings to the man that helped him come to terms with who he was and who he wanted to be. You are the best of the rats, Black Hat. And before leaving the castle, we can overhear someone in the dojo just underneath Isshin Ashina's room.
Isshin-sama, お借りいたします。見ていてくだされ。この戦。我らアシナ衆が必ずや。
I know this red-eyed motherfucker did not just take Isshin's sword. He never wants someone who took the rejuvenating waters to have it. But those eyes of his only further confirm the idea that Genichiro was planning on making an army of these red eyes with the help of Doujun. But here is Ujinari Mizuo, clearly a student of Isshin's who seemed to have been waiting for his death before consuming the waters for himself, maybe believing that he and the others have no other options to use against the ministry at this point. And while he may be right, I am not going to let you tarnish our unofficial grandpa's legacy. After all, I am the best student that Isshin Ashina ever had. And before we leave the castle for good, we find a dying Ashina soldier only barely hanging on. The outskirts, huh? While that served as our level 1 zone earlier, it's now filled with the interior ministry, as that's where they've been pouring into the castle. Another eavesdropping opportunity awaits us near the reservoir too. So unsurprisingly, Genichiro is still anticipating taking Kuro from us. Yeah, fat chance. But since he does know where the secret passage is, it's safe to say that we can expect to run into him before escaping Ashina. That's later though. For now, we need to turn our attention to another of Isshin Ashina's 7 spears. Shumei Masaji Oniwa. Wait, Oniwa! A member of the same clan as Gyobu Masataka Oniwa? As Gyobu was originally just a bandit that Isshin saw potential in, I wonder if this guy was a part of his gang too. Although for him to become a member of the 7 spears, he had to have been both trustworthy and a monster on the battlefield. Or he just had this stupid little comfort soldier with him wherever he went. This guy really gets in the way while you're trying to fight Shumei. So the best way to deal with these idiots is the power of Gaichin Sugar. Just stealth kill his bestie, get a cheap shot on him, and then boom, he's dead. Easy peasy. Well, he's still kind of hard, but as long as we can make it a one-on-one, I'm betting all of my money on Sekiro. But with him gone, we also promised that dying soldier that we'd help the men fighting in the outskirts, so off we go. You know there's such a thing as being too nice, Sekiro. And it's not hard to see how Badger got overpowered, as the Central Force agents of the Ministry are a force to be reckoned with. Seriously! You go from effortlessly cutting down enemies to what feels like mini-boss battles with dual Kodachi Redguard agents. And yes, that is a Kodachi. Katanas are longer and more of a primary weapon, while Kodachis are shorter and more of a close-quarters secondary weapon. Everybody knows that, God! And while making our way through the Ashina outskirts again, but backwards, we come across Shigekichi of the Redguard, a big motherfucker. He shares the same model and moveset as our favorite drunkards. Since there's not much to say about our friend here, let's get into some history. He seems to be part of the Aka Zonae, a part of the Japanese military in Sengoku, Japan, which means the Red Arms. Only one part of the Colored Arms, where units were all clad in a single color, like black or yellow. The red armor, however, was made with cinnabar, which was a high-quality product of the time. It also really stood out on the battlefield, so it was reserved for the most elite-level troops, which is why Shigekichi and the other Red Guards are an actual nightmare to deal with. But if Sekiro could beat a dragon, I think he can handle Shigekichi. And just up ahead is a sad sight, Hanayama. Someone who was originally with the bandits that raided Hirata, although he was different. He had no interest in killing innocent people. He was more interested in taking their expensive stuff. So he stood no chance in the way of the Red Guard. And neither would Kotaro if you sent him to Hanayama. Although, thanks to Kotaro, Hanayama is just barely alive by the time we find him.
Kotaro. らのやつ寝ちまったな。
ああ、よく寝ている。
Him very grateful for his new friend's sacrifice, and his final gift to Sekiro being an item that will give him a discount at the other merchants. And while not really useful to us at this point in the game, it's his way of thanking Sekiro. So while we lost Anayama, I'm glad Kotaro is safe and sound back in the Hall of Illusions during all of this chaos. But after dealing with enough of those red guards, we make our way back to the Dilapidated Temple. The info broker is still hanging in there, but he realizes that Ashina is more than finished at this point. But when we go inside to check on the sculptor, he's nowhere to be found. Throughout the entire game, he's never once left this place besides the time that he saved Sekiro's life, just spending all of his time carving Buddhas in an effort to keep the thoughts of Shura away. Hopefully he's okay. But back in the outskirts, we come across something very strange. Bodies of the strongest that the Red Guard had to offer scattered all over the place. Fires burning everywhere. And strangest of all are these burning scratches that we see not only on wood, but on rocks too. Whatever caused all of this death and destruction was not human. One of the dying Red Guards, however, is still barely alive.
全部燃えちまった。炎が暴れ狂ってひどく泣いてやがる。
So whatever did this seems to be only just ahead, and the sculptor's idol brings us to the battlefield that we fought Gyobu in earlier. Except now, this is what lurks in this graveyard. The Demon of Hatred. Sekiro immediately recognizing who it truly is. The sculptor. The same man who saved his life, even going as far as giving Sekiro the arm that Dogen made for him. And as you can see, the Demon of Hatred is also missing his left arm. As we learned earlier, Shura is not something that can be simply defeated. When Sekiro managed to avoid falling victim to the transformation himself, it only delayed the inevitable. All of this death and destruction of Ashina on behalf of the Interior Ministry was enough for it to once again manifest in Orangutan. But he always knew that this could happen. And while Emma promised him that she would kill him if it ever came to this, she should not be the one that has to do this. This fight is also the most unique boss in the game by a lot. It's a little hard to explain when you aren't fighting it for yourself, but this thing acts like nothing else in the entire game. Not to mention the gigantic health pool that you need to slowly whittle down. While most battles are rather quick if you do them properly, the Demon of Hatred plays out much slower. Many consider him the hardest boss in all of Sekiro for a lot of these reasons. He does, however, have one weakness: the malcontent. The same shinobi tool made from his old partner Kingfisher's finger, this being the one thing that causes the demon pain. Orangutan used to always listen to Kingfisher's whistle after a long day of training in the Sunken Valley after all, but it only gives us a window to attack him. While Isshin was able to prevent this transformation last time by quickly cutting off Orangutan's arm, there was no one around to help him this time. So the only option left for us to repay the sculptor for saving Sekiro's life is to end his. He spent so many years trying to avoid this exact situation. So let's free our old friend from this pain once and for all. You're welcome, my friend. And with Orangutan gone, all of the key figures in Isshin's rebellion are now officially dead, including Isshin himself. Inside the building nearby is the old woman from the beginning, the same one who foresaw this exact outcome.
あんた、また生き残ったのかい。なんとなくは分かってるんだろう。あの片腕の鬼が元は何者だったのか。だったら、しょげかえるじゃないよ。ずっ と仏を掘り続けてなお、怨嗟の炎に焼かれ、鬼となり苦しむは、あやつの自業、因果なのさ。あんたはそれを終わらせた。送ったんだよ、あやつも。きっと感謝しているさね。
Yes, he was. But with our old friend finally put to rest, let's speak with Emma one last time before we leave Ashina once and for all.
狼殿。
なんだ。
九郎様が人となる。それを祈っております。
He will, no matter what it takes. Except when we make it to the secret passage, Kuro is nowhere to be found. There's no time to waste.
九郎様。
久しいな、巫女の忍び。見よ、不思議りのもう一振りよ。
健一郎殿。そのようなものでは、決してアシナの命運は変わりませぬ。狼よ、流因など誰の手にもあるべきではないのだ。苦労をかけるな。
行為。参る。
ああ、しまいとしよう。俺がアシナを生かす。踏みにじらせはせぬぞ。
なすべきことをなすのだ。
俺と貴様は似ているな、狼よ。何もできなかった。だが流因がこの国を生かす。これでアシナの世は明ける。
哀れな孫の最後の願いじゃ。わしはこのアシナをよみがえらせねばならぬ。ゆえに赤炉、
Isshin Ashina, not a sickly old man, but in the prime of his life. So the Black Mortal Blade wasn't just to defeat Sekiro, but also a last resort. If Genichiro can't save the land that he loves more than anything, then he will leave it to the only man who can. Despite Isshin being brought back against his wishes with a method that he never agreed with, this was the final wish of his beloved grandson, one who gave up his own life to protect Ashina. Neither Sekiro nor Isshin have a single ounce of bad blood against one another. It's actually the complete opposite, the two becoming something much more than just allies throughout Wolf's journey. But Sekiro is doing all of this for Kuro, so that Ashina and Japan as a whole are no longer corrupted by the Undying, a decision that he made for himself. While Isshin is fighting not only to honor his grandson's final wish, but to once again save Ashina just like he did 20 years ago. Neither of their reasons are necessarily good or bad. It's just what the people that they love most believe in. Something that the both of them are willing to die for, each wielding the only two weapons capable of killing one another. Not only is Sekiro now faced with the strongest swordsman to have ever lived at his peak, but most importantly, an old friend. Sekiro would not have become the person that he is today without the help of Isshin Ashina, nor would he have been able to reunite with Kuro again. For many reasons, this is the biggest challenge that Sekiro has ever faced in his life. So in a pivotal moment like this, he must remember the Sword Saint's advice.
迷えば破れる。参れ、関野。
じゃあ、Sekiro。さらば。
It's over. Isshin accepting his defeat, and Sekiro accomplishing something that nobody else could do, defeating the best swordsman that's ever lived. And I can't help but wonder if, despite his advice, if he himself hesitated during all of this. But now, he is finally at peace once again. And now, nobody is left in our way of achieving Immortal Severance. Only, we now have 3 paths that we can choose. The first is Kuro's original plan, Immortal Severance, where rather than becoming a human, he sacrifices his own life to free this land of the dragon's heritage once and for all.
おそばにおります。竜の涙。
生涯の忍びを虫たちをお願いできますか。
これはやはりあなたが持っていてください。また新しい忍びが力を求める時が来るでしょう。
Despite him only doing what Kuro wanted, Sekiro was never able to forgive himself, eventually taking the sculptor's place, even giving up his shinobi arm since he doesn't have any use for it anymore. Emma still standing by him, knowing full well how much he blames himself for what happened, even spending the rest of his days carving Buddhas. He's probably worried about falling victim to Shura once again. Maybe having the same kind of visions that Orangutan used to have before transforming into the demon of hatred. So despite Ashina being freed from immortality, it still very much feels like a tragic ending for Sekiro. The next possible ending is the Purification ending, where Sekiro uses the Everblossom branch that he got from Owl to turn Kuro into a normal human being. Only, Kuro is still bound to the dragon's heritage by the one that he made immortal, Sekiro himself. So if it means saving Kuro's life, Sekiro will do what must be done.
おそばにおります。竜の涙を。最後の不死を成敗いたす。人として生きてくだされ。
行かれるのですね。
はい。私も人として懸命に生き、そして死のうと思います。我が忍びがそうしてくれたように。エマ殿にもお世話になりました。
Kuro going on to live his new life to the fullest, leaving Ashina to explore the rest of the world, just as Sekiro would have wanted. Kuro never forgetting the sacrifice that he made for him. A very bittersweet ending that also shows us that the chaos of Ashina did eventually come to a stop. Safe to say that the Interior Ministry was successful in taking it back. But finally, we have the return ending, where the Divine Child of Rejuvenation becomes a cradle for the Divine Dragon, where she will eventually return it back to its home, sparing Ashina from its obsession with the Undying, as well as saving both Sekiro, Kuro, and the dragon.
おそばにおります。竜の涙。参りましょう、我が巫女。
九郎殿、今はどうか安らかに私の心に留まってください。さようなら、みんな。私は行かねばなりません。我らの因果を断ち切るために。とても長い旅になります。それでも共に来てくださるのですか？
はい。
ありがとう、竜の忍びよ。九郎殿も喜んでおります。参りましょう。西に神なる竜の故郷に。
So with Kuro and the dragon both resting inside of the Divine Child of the Waters, Sekiro travels with her to return the dragon back to its home in the west. Definitely the happiest ending that leaves more than enough room for a sequel. Just saying, From Software. Lots of cool stuff you could do with the West. And with that, we have finally reached the end of this monstrous video, ending with what is still to this day my pick for the best final boss of all time. Isshin Ashina truly serves as the final test of everything you've learned up to that point. The Makiri counters you learn while fighting the 7 spears of Ashina, jumping on the heads of enemies like you do 100 times during the Orin fight, the draw attack from his students, deflecting projectiles like the Lady Butterfly fight, redirecting lightning like you learned in the Genichiro fight. It really puts everything you've learned to the test, which makes you really feel like you're fighting the single strongest person in the world of Sekiro, which only makes the satisfaction of finally beating him that much better. An incredible piece of art if I've ever seen it. And of course, thank all of you so much for making it to the finish line, and also for giving me a reason to make these videos in the first place. This one moved me, I'm not gonna lie. And there's still so many questions that remain unanswered to this day, like how ghosts lurked in the lands of Ashina and how their lightning was of the Fountainhead gods. The divine dragon also just so happened to be weak to lightning as well. So was there an older god in Fountainhead? Gods was plural in the divine grass item description after all. And there's also that Ashina was at war with the Okami. Even though we're like 7 hours deep, there was still so much that I couldn't cover because of how little I could find, and it was confusing enough as is without me throwing random unanswered questions into the mix every 10 minutes. So I love to hear your takes on a lot of this stuff. This was definitely the hardest one of these videos that I've made so far for sure. Also, here's the death tally for getting all those cinematic fights. The winner, unfortunately, being Owl back in Hirata. Another reason for me to hate this guy. Fighting these bosses with no HUD or healing is far from the most impressive thing in the world, but it was something that I've never done before. Part of the replayability of these games is new ways that you can challenge yourself. Self-improvement is definitely the name of this game. I also want to give a big thank you to Kitsune Evelyn from the community Discord, someone who was also a huge Sekiro fan and helped me out with a lot of the supplementary information like historical references I'd have definitely missed. Also for showing me the window moment between Wolf and Kuro, which is now one of my favorite little things in the whole game. So while they don't have anything to promote, please thank them for their service if you enjoyed the video and decide to hop in the Discord. So now, if you'll excuse me, I need to finally delete all of these pictures of yokai ripping souls out of people's assholes off of my computer and enter a deep hibernation. So goodbye!